produce medical isotopes and for research purposes. Later, the North Koreans used the technical expertise they had obtained and tentatively initiated a nuclear program in the 1970s. This was a start initiative. For instance, Kim Il-sung had agreed to sign the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. In the 1990s, the government had agreed with South Korea that it would step back from trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction if the South removed the large stockpiles of US nuclear weapons which had been maintained in the southern country since the 1950s. That strategy was incrementally abandoned in the 1980s, and in the early 2000s, Kim ordered his ministers, the military, and the country's nuclear scientists to begin accelerating their work to acquire a nuclear-capable weapon. Kim's nuclear weapons program developed swiftly in the 2000s. Parts of the necessary elements for building a nuclear weapon were already in place in North Korea when Kim decided to commit to the policy of acquiring nuclear capabilities. The regime already had nuclear capabilities that found in dozens of countries today, but it now started enriching uranium up to weapons-grade level. It also ejected International Atomic Energy Agency observers from the country in the early 2000s. And in 2003, Kim declared that North Korea was leaving the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. In another period of modern history, this might have led to a US military intervention to prevent the regime acquiring nuclear weapons, such as happened in 2025, accelerated its nuclear program. However, a unique set of events prevailed with North Korea in Kim's time. Firstly, the US and its allies were preoccupied with two wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Secondly, there was a fear that Kim could reignite the war against South Korea if any effort was made to try to intervene directly in North Korea's affairs. Finally, and most significantly, US intelligence at the time, and general world opinion, was of the view that North Korea already possessed a few nuclear weapons. This made Western nations extremely reluctant to countenance any attempt to engage in regime change or to its nuclear weapons program in another way. Nonetheless, North Korea was only publicly confirmed to have acquired nuclear weapons capability in 2006, after Kim's military carried out its first underground nuclear weapons test at Punggye in the northeast of the country on the 3rd of October. The regime has carried out numerous further underground tests, which are often only detected as a result of seismic activity. In tandem, Kim began a program to build ever more powerful ballistic missiles, which could strike swiftly at targets in South Korea and elsewhere in the Pacific Ocean. By the end of his rule, North Korea had become virtually impregnable to regime change. The risk of even attempting this would be far too great. Kim and his ministers were more than aware that accelerating the country's nuclear weapons program and actually testing a weapon of mass destruction would lead to the imposition of new, much heavier sanctions by the international community. Moreover, the world of the early to mid-2000s was very different to what it is 2 decades later. China was not yet as confident on the international stage as it is today, while Russia was only beginning to recover from the crisis of the 1990s. Neither country could ignore sanctions against North Korea in quite the way they do today. Economic reforms were therefore needed by Kim's government to try to put the country on the road to self-sufficiency. The measures initiated met with limited success. For instance, there were sporadic attempts to introduce market reforms that allowed private property and private trade. This had worked in China because it began producing goods which it could sell to the rest of the world in the 1980s, 1990s, and beyond. The same did not apply to North Korea. A complete recall of the official currency, the won, and the introduction of a new version of the currency was implemented as well in 2009 to try to address inflation and curb black market activity. This had only a minor impact in a country where a lot of black market trade is in the form of barter. In the end, the regime turned to everything from crime to slave labor, to nascent cyber attacks to try to raise capital for the inner circle, while the wider country remained impoverished with frequent electricity blackouts, even in parts of Pyongyang. Kim's personality was constantly scrutinized in the 2000s. For instance, he became infamous worldwide for his fascination with cinema, and was rumored to have the world's largest collection of films on VHS and DVD. The estimated size of the collection was rumored to be over 20,000. It was claimed that he spent hours every day watching films. Action films like the James series were, by all accounts, amongst his favorite films. In a book published under his name in 1987, The Cinema and Directing, he had stated that the cinema occupies an important place in the overall development of art and literature. As such, it is a powerful ideological weapon for the revolution. It's unclear exactly how James Bond was critical to the in Korea. Kim's carefully cultivated image was also well known. He wore green, quasi-military fatigues regularly, and was often seen wearing his signature sunglasses. Kim liked the finer things in life, even as his nation remained desperately poor. He was also known to be fond of expensive brandy, French wine, and cigarettes. There was a paranoid element to him also. Kim lived in constant fear of being poisoned and had his meals tested before he consumed them. While his eccentricities meant that Kim was frequently depicted as a figure of amusement in the Western world, notably in the 2004 puppetry comedy film Team America: World Police, there was a ruthless dictator underneath the visage. North Korea is arguably the world's most secretive and repressive state in the 2000s, while Kim's image adorned public places all over the country, particularly in Pyongyang, as part of his cult of the leader. Dissenters were arrested and sent to North Korea's truly appalling prisons, where sanitation was non-existent and torture was routine. Even Kim's fascination with the big screen could have terrible consequences. Back in 1977, he had sanctioned a mission to kidnap South Korea's leading director of the time, Shin Sang-ok. Kim believed he'd put to work in the North to improve the quality of the regime's films. On the 11th in 1978, while he was visiting Hong Kong, Shin and his wife were kidnapped and taken to North Korea. He spent 4 years in a North Korean prison, existing on rice and water, before being released in 1982. Even then, Shin spent another 4 years directing 7 films for the North Korean government before he and his wife were finally able to escape, while in Vienna to promote his last film for the regime, Pulgasari, in 1986. Kim's peculiar love of the cinema was even more unusual than the tales of his vast DVD collection suggest. Throughout Kim's 17-year-long spell as ruler of North Korea, the issue of the succession was a much more open question than it had been when Kim Il-sung was the dictator of the country. For around 20 years between 1974 and 1994, it had been reasonably evident to all interested parties that Kim would succeed his father when he died. The same was certainly not true with Kim's children. He had numerous offspring from multiple relationships. The children who were in the contest to succeed him were all from relationships with his mistresses or concubines, not his wife, as it would be understood under Western marriage law. For the first 7 years of his tenure, it was believed that Kim Jong-nam, his son via his relationship with Song Hye-rin, would succeed Kim. He was his eldest son, and as he grew up, he was considered to have a similar temperament and personality to his father. The idea that he would succeed Kim one day persisted until 2001. Then, in May that year, Kim Jong-nam was arrested after arriving in Japan with a fake passport with the intention of visiting Disneyland in Tokyo. The incident embarrassed his father, and in the aftermath of it, Ko Young-hee commenced a coordinated campaign to put her children in the line of succession. Her 2 sons and daughter were young in the early 2000s, and so it was their mother who must have led this campaign. Strangely Eventually, as the 2000s progressed, Jong-un, the younger of the two brothers, who won the succession contest. As with so much within North Korea, there was secrecy around these developments. Nevertheless, it is evident that 2009 was the key year when Kim promoted Kim Jong-un to a number of positions and signaled in the party that he was his chosen heir. Had events transpired slightly differently, Kim Jong-chul, Kim's eldest son with Ko Yong-hee, and Kim Jong-un's elder brother, could well have become the third ruler of North Korea. He had been the unofficial heir until the announcement in 2009, and Kim nearly died before the announcement was made. Although an attempt was made to disguise his deteriorating health, there is no doubt that he suffered from serious health issues in 2008. A conspiracy theory even holds that Kim died in 2000 and an impersonator had been filmed for him thereafter. In April 2008, he did not appear for the Olympic torch relay in Pyongyang. Later, on the 15th of August, he is understood to have suffered a stroke. This left him bedridden for weeks, and the most advanced doctors in China were flown into the city to attend to him. On the 9th of September 2008, the 60th anniversary was celebrated of the creation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the formal name for North Korea. This was also the anniversary of the formal accession of Kim's father as leader of the nation back in 1948. It was, therefore, highly unusual that Kim did not attend the ceremony. He is understood to have suffered a second stroke in October, and there were concerns that he might not survive, albeit the details of these events have been patched together from anonymous reports and the accounts of defectors. An alternative theory that emerged in 2009 was that he was suffering from pancreatic cancer. The regime did not admit that anything was wrong, and instead released photos of a healthy Kim in early November 2008 that were most likely taken before his health crisis. Kim recovered in the winter of 2008, though he was clearly unwell even after he began making public appearances again. But in the spring and summer of 2009, for instance, a man who had lost a drastic amount of weight. This included his appearance at the National Defense Commission on the 9th of April 2009, when he was re-elected as the chairman of that body. He had also seemingly lost a large amount of his hair in a matter of only months. It was surely no coincidence that Kim Jong-un was confirmed as his heir in a more public manner at this time. To this day, it is not 100% clear what had happened, but Kim did make a sharp recovery in the second half of 2009. By 2010, he was well enough to undertake an international visit to China and then to Russia in 2011. On the 28th of September 2010, he was re-elected as General Secretary of the Workers' Party. However, his underlying health conditions had not abated fully, and on the 17th of December 2011, Kim suffered a massive heart attack while taking a morning train from Pyongyang to a site outside the city. This, at least, was the official version of events. South Korean intelligence stated that he might have died in bed from unknown causes after a further deterioration of his health, and that the story of his passing, released to the public, was intended to present an image of a hard-working leader setting off on his day's work when he died. He was either 69 or 70 years of age, depending on which date of birth, either 1941 or 1942, was accurate. His funeral was held 11 days later, and his body was preserved for interment at the vast Gamsu-san Palace of the Sun in Pyongyang. There, it is on public display, along with his father's remains. The line of succession was firmly in place when Kim died in 2011, and Kim Jong-un's accession as the new leader of North Korea took place seamlessly, with state news channels announcing his succession during broadcasts in which they announced the death of Kim Jong-il. For several years after he became leader, Kim Jong-un, who was only in his mid-20s when he became the ruler of North Korea, believed to be a weak character, and it was thought that the military was really in charge of the country. That assessment was proven to be incorrect. In the mid-2010s, Kim Jong-un took a number of steps that demonstrate ruthlessness. For instance, in August 2016, Jong-un had two former ministers, Wang Min and Ri Yong-jin, executed. They had become possible fulcrums of dissent, and Kim made an example of them. The two men were executed using anti-aircraft guns, which are essentially a form of artillery. 6 months later, on the 13th of February 2017, he had his older brother, the one-time heir Kim Jong-nam, assassinated using a nerve agent while traveling through Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia. He had been living in exile since 2003. His actions cemented Kim Jong-un's position as leader of North Korea and made it evident to anyone who thought otherwise that he was firmly in control of the country. Later, in 2017, North Korea tested its most powerful nuclear weapon yet, claiming that it was a hydrogen bomb. International assessments of the magnitude of the earthquake caused by the underground detonation appear to substantiate that this was a thermonuclear weapon of some kind. The following year, North Korea engaged in diplomatic negotiations with the administration of US President Donald Trump. These led nowhere, and North Korea has since aligned itself even more closely with Russia and China. The country continues to be run as a highly secretive kleptocracy and military dictatorship headed by the Kim family. Given the nuclear capabilities which it acquired during Kim Jong-il's tenure as dictator, it is unlikely that the system there will be overthrown anytime soon. Kim Jong-il was born into a world of violence in 1941 and lived in and around violence throughout the rest of his life. The difference was, when he was born in the middle of the Second World War, Korea was the victim of Japanese violence, whereas for most of his life, it was the Kim family who oppressed their fellow North Koreans. He grew up as his father was securing power in the north of the peninsula with the aid of the Soviets after the war with the Japanese ended, and then during the ensuing Korean War and 1953, it was preordained that Kim Jong-il would become the next ruler of North Korea. In the 90s, and the country was far from the family dictatorship it subsequently became. It was only gradually from the mid-1960s to the mid-1980s that Kim was promoted within the government and positioned to become his father's successor. When he did ascend to become the second leader of North Korea in 1994, the country was descending into a terrible economic crisis and famine. This crisis, combined with the changed global political circumstances in the years after the end of the Cold War, briefly opened a window for Kim to change course and to initiate reforms that could have made North Korea a more open state that sought to rehabilitate itself on the international stage. The Sunshine Policy indicates that he did temporarily consider this course of action. Ultimately, however, he turned away from this option, with the framing of North Korea as part of the axis of the aftermath of the 9/11 attacks in the United States playing a role in this too. As a result, Kim turned to an intensified nuclear weapons program as the means of ensuring the security of the regime and his family's rule. His decisions have led to the North Korea of the 21st century, one of the most isolated countries in the world, ruled over by a family dictatorship that combines an ideology centered on kleptocracy and program. The regime that his son now rules over cannot be displaced by the US or any other power for fear that an invasion could trigger a nuclear attack on the city of Seoul, Tokyo, or even the west coast of the United States. Thus, in his 17 years as ruler of North Korea, Kim Jong-il cemented the rule of the Kim family in the world's strangest nation. What do you think of Kim Jong-il? Did he foolishly throw away an opportunity to end North Korea's isolation in the early 21st century? Or was he driven towards a more aggressive nuclear program because of wider geopolitical issues? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
שתי חוליות יחד עושה את זה קומפוננט עושה את אז הנה יש לך מספר 19 למה אתה אומר 18 יש לך אם חסר חוליות מהשדרה אז אומרת הגימור ואני אגיד לך למה כי הם סזורי סעקונסר שחושבנו בדעתו הם לא אפיס הקונסר זה מישהו שרן את עצמי עשו את זה למקם השאלה, אבל זה יכול לסגל סנסס. זה לא אותו מילה, זה בקיבה, זה שלי לא בקיבה, אז בואו נקשיב אותם לאחד. אם נקשיב אותם לאחד, אז כמה יש לנו בסך הכל במשנה? 17, אז יש לנו עוד אחד, 18. אז בואו נראה איך זה עובד כאן עם הדבר הזה, עם הקוביות. הנה קשה, לעשות בשדר. בית הכל זה אחד, ולכן במקום, זה אומר שהם שכל שחד, 18, הנה בעבור. הם בית הכל כמו שעבדו בתארסי, עושים עוד, ראיתי כמו שזה, רוצים אחד, תחקור, יש לנו כולה. עכשיו נגיד אורן, גלודו, גלודו במילה בסגר, מה זה גלודו? גיבל שבסגר, גלודו, מה זה גלודו? נפל לכל העולם. זה העבר הכי גדול שבגוף או ישב בחוף הים זה לא בעיה, למה? כי גלודו לפי יותר זה אפילו לא טרייף, זה לא מחסן להפוך את גלודו לא בעיה וואו, זה לא יודע מה לעשות כאן זה קשה, יופי. לא, כי זה יכול לקרוא בחברה קשה, יש עוד גמור ואוהיגי פרנטוסי. זה משהו נדבר, זה מימן נבלה, מישהו הסביר אותה. אז כמו משפחה, הולך להריאה אחת. זה היה כמו... אמר לי בש כזה, או מודיע כזה. פרנטוסי. אומרת, אני גמור מכיוון שכל מה גדול לי לא מי יוצא של מגמרה, של צ'יקה במרה, זה אחד התאים בעצמי. כמו בבעיות חמוץ, אנחנו לא מאמינים שקורא זה פני, וקורא זה לא פני. ולכן, בואו נעשה ככה, נוציא את המרה,
It is the turn of the 20th century. China, a nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty, is about to bear witness to radical reforms and social changes never before seen in the country. The infamous Chinese Communist Party seizes power from the nationalist Kuomintang Party, establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of communist China, implementing his own liberal economic policies and creating the emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party, facing many obstacles and setbacks, but would, nonetheless, ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, and arguably one of the most important political figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the father of modern China. The man known to history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, in the province of in southern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han His father was Deng Wenming, a landowner in rural Sichuan, who acted as the head of the Paifeng village, having been selected by the Chinese government to collect taxes and report on issues such as crime in the region. He had received a university education in law and political science in the city of Chengdu. As well as serving as a regional agent for the central government, Wenming also collected information on political activities happening around the region. In addition, his father was heavily involved in a religious sect known as the Religion of the Five Sons, which incorporated elements of all the major philosophical and religious traditions of China, such as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Deng's mother was Deng Danshi. Unlike her husband, she was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including Deng, and a daughter. However, she was absent from Deng's life from a relatively young age, succumbing to what is now believed to have been tuberculosis, dying sometime in the 1920s. Deng was the eldest child of Wenming and Danshi. Not much is known about the future Chinese leader's early life, although he was later described by villagers who knew him as a young boy, an energetic and happy child. He was also marked out by his school friends as being playful and mischievous, though serious and intelligent too. By the age of 5 in 1909, Deng began private tutoring and received his honorary name, which was customarily provided by his teacher. This was Xixian, meaning to aspire to good. He was also trained in the classical writings of Confucius and would later attend a conventional primary school where he continued his education on the ancient philosopher's work and learned to recite passages from his writings. Deng was growing up in a time of immense change throughout China. For roughly 250 years, between the start of the 17th century and the middle of the 19th, China, Japan, and Korea had closed themselves off from contact with the outside world, and in particular, the European powers that had begun arriving to the Far East, fearing that the newcomers would disturb the traditions and way of life. In the 1830s, the British, French, Americans, and others had reached a stage of technological enlightenment where the Chinese could no longer keep them out of their borders. The introduction of Western ideas on the back of the Opium Wars, launched by the British, caused immense disruption in China. The second half of the 19th century saw a gradual decline in the imperial system, overseen by the Qing dynasty. Yet, despite efforts to modernize, only political instability ensued. The imperial government finally collapsed in 1911, following which a Chinese republic was established. However, even then, a period of further unrest followed, in which traditional Chinese warlords ruled various parts of the country, while new progressive movements like the Kuomintang, or nationalists, and the communists began to emerge amongst the more educated middle classes of China's many great cities. These forces of modernization and instability formed the background against which Deng's life played out. Deng's life was being shaped by the forces of modernization from an early point. In 1915, when Deng was 11 years old, he attended a boarding school in Guang'an before moving on to middle school in the same district in 1919 at the age of 14, this time focusing his studies on science, mathematics, and geography. Then, in the fall of 1919, Wenming enrolled both Deng and his youngest son, Xiaosheng, in the diligent work, frugal study program, whereby Chinese to France, halfway around the world, to study and learn modern Western ideas. It is inconceivable that such an educational move could have been considered for the sons of a middle-class Chinese politician from the provinces just a half-century earlier. The reason that Wenming chose France for his son's education, China, France was deemed a bastion for political economic learning, while also being free of much of the political baggage of British involvement in China. Deng was unable to obtain a full scholarship due to poor grades, and he also struggled with learning French, but he did pass exams, which allowed him to attend school in France. Moreover, as his father was a strong believer in the future success of his own nation, he instilled in Deng values concerning the betterment of Chinese society. Deng set sail from on the 11th of September 1920, arriving in the port city of Marseille on the 19th of October. Upon arriving in France, he and his fellow students met with representatives of the Sino-Franco Society of Education, who escorted the students to Paris. From there, Deng was sent to the town of Bayeux in Normandy to study at a secondary school. While in school in France, the young Deng complained of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese nationals, who, according to him, were treated like children, were taught at an inferior level, and were sent to bed early. Many Chinese students also found themselves without proper food or amenities and were forced into paid work during the economic recovery of France following the First World War. Deng managed comparatively well, using the resources his father had accrued by selling off his land to fund his son's education. Nevertheless, despite being in a relatively better position than his fellow students, 16-year-old Deng began working part-time for the Schneider & Company Iron and Steel Complex, which was situated between the cities of Paris and Lyon. As Deng was unsatisfied by the working conditions here, he decided to return to Paris after only 3 weeks of work to find employment. In the French capital, he moved into a Chinese neighborhood in the suburbs called La Garenne-Colombe. Whilst there, he survived on little funding and only communicated with his own community, as he knew very little French. Although Deng had attended school in France to learn about modern technology and science, his real interest lay in political demonstrations and movements. On the 21st of January 1921, Chinese attended rallies at the Chinese embassy in France to demand better living and working conditions. Those involved criticized the work-study program and lack of employment, which resulted in funding being provided to the poorer civilians, but the social policies introduced in response by the Chinese ambassador Chen Lu were inept and did little to support those who were struggling financially. Shortly thereafter, further demonstrations took place in the southern French city of Lyon. Many of the Chinese students were forced to return home because of these, but Deng was not among them. During the next 4 years he spent in France, Deng had very little funds for schooling and continued his interest in political developments. Between 1922 and 1923, when his personal funding slowed, he again found work on factory floors, including for the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the lifestyle in France, attending football matches and sampling the local cuisine, he later claimed the first 2 years he spent in France were the most valuable, teaching him about uncertainties surrounding the capitalist economic system favored by Western nations. Many of the Chinese students remaining in France in the early to mid-1920s became influenced by Marxist and Leninist ideologies. This was an era when radical socialist movements were becoming more and more prominent across Europe in the aftermath of the success of the Russian Revolution of 1917. This prompted Deng to begin attending political meetings from 1923 until 1926. In 1924, he formed a close relationship with Zhou Enlai, who was responsible for covert publications released by the Communist Youth League, releasing their journal under the name The Red Lights. Deng became a fully fledged member of the organization later that year and was responsible for writing his own newsletters. He subsequently became editor of the journal and continued to move up the ranks of the newspaper while senior colleagues returned to China. This did not go unnoticed, and soon he was being observed by the police in France. Eventually, the French authorities raided his home in January 1926, but Deng had learned that the raid was imminent and made plans to flee from France, heading across Europe by train.
Everybody, stop what you're doing.
The capital of the
Everybody, stop what you're doing. Zoot's here. How you living, pimp? Zoot, are you there? Can you hear me, big dog?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, big man. How you living?
Okay, you?
Kicking ass, taking names. I was on a podcast today for 2 hours, and it went well. It was an audio podcast, not video. I'm on a video podcast tomorrow, and I hope it goes well. They're tough interviewers, so I hope everything is good. Are you doing stand-up tonight?
Sorry.
Are you going to call Riser?
No.
Would you please call Riser?
Oh, that girl texted me back on the other way.
Which one?
The one I met on the street.
Oh, yeah. How's she doing?
Yeah. Fine.
All right. Well, are you going to have coffee with her or something? Are you going to have coffee with her or something?
No.
Okay, why not? So, do you remember that time I said, why not? And then you just were silent?
Well, I was just still sick, and I called him just then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All right, tight.
Sorry?
I mean, tight that you just called him. I'm not happy that he's still sick, but shit happens, baby.
Nice.
All right. So here's my question for you. Do you think that you'll ever see that chick again? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably not.
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. Sure.
Why are you giggling?
I just saw like someone holding Dogecoin in there out of $94,000 loss.
Somebody lost $94,000 with Dogecoin.
Well, they haven't lost because they haven't sold.
That's true. Zoo, was that one of the best shots you've ever seen? That's a terrible shot. Zoo, I'm just telling you right now, that's bad. Really, really bad. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Terrible shot. Are you serious? You want to F me like that? You want to F me like that, son? How'd you like that shot? How'd you like that shot, Zoot? How'd you like that shot, Zoot? No, you didn't. Zoot, you did not make it. Zoot, you're down 1-0. Did you know that? All right, dog. One of the best shots we've ever seen. That's garbage. Zoot, you're down 2-1. Did you know that? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I knew that wasn't good. Zoot, make your comeback. Zoot, make the comeback. Folks, Zoot's trying to make the comeback here. We're waiting on it. We'll come back. That's a garbage shot. Garbage. Garbage.
Really garbage.
Yes, it is, because watch what I'm going to do to it. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. Oh, that's an interesting shot. That's a really interesting shot. It's really... No. Bounce it off the top. Bounce it off the top. And in.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, you're kind of fucking yourself if you do that. You're fucking yourself in a major way. I'm going to show you right now why you're fucking yourself. That's why you're fucking yourself, son. Do you see how you fucked yourself? Do you see how you fucked yourself? Do you see how you fucked yourself? Make it, big dog. Make it. Make it, bake it. Make it, make it, make it, make it, make it, make it. Oh, Zoot, you fucked yourself, son. You fucked yourself in one of the most major ways I've ever known.
Get up.
Yeah, you did. Because you can't make your shot, and I'm in the hole. You need the... You can't get it. You're going to hit the ball. It's over. You're done, Zoot. You, my friend, are done. You and are done. You, my friend, are done. I hate this whole zoo. Oh. Dude, did you see that drive? Do you think that was the best shot you've ever seen? Oh, Zoot, that was beautiful, dude. Zoot, did you know that was beautiful?
I think you had a better shot.
Slightly. Slightly. Win this hole, dog. Win this hole. You could... Oh, Zoot, that was dog shit. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Look at this shot, though. Zoot, you need a great shot here.
It wasn't terrible.
It was not terrible. But there's a chance that I could make this shot. But I did not. There's a chance that you could tie. It's over for you now. Because that was dog shit. I'm going to bounce it off this wall. Oh, shit. I was just being fancy. Even still, Zoot. There's no way you're going to score. Unless you bounce it off the bottom wall. No. No. Zoot, Zoot, Zoot. Zoot, 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 Zoot. Zoot. I love this hole so much. And it's so difficult. But yet I still love it.
It's so easy. All you gotta do is this. Fuck.
Zoot, why are you in my way?
No. She texted that.
You're not even making sense, son. All right, so do a dice party, and then I'm because I've got to be up.
Is that a good roll?
I don't know, Zoot. We'll see.
It
Give me
gets a small
this.
straight,
Give me
goes
this.
to the large straight.
Yeah, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you go for the large straight?
Yeah, probably would have been
You've got 4 of a kind. What are you gonna do, son? Zoot.
chasing 5 times.
Give me a 2, baby.
It's a full house.
Fuck yeah, I got a 4 because I'm a west side thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Large straight. Are you proud of that large straight, Zoot? Oh,
Feel like I could make.
I could take risk here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a 5. Give me a 5.
Oh, that's not good.
I took a giant risk. One of the biggest risks in the history of the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another large straight, folks. Another large straight.
I'm just gonna put it in the small.
2. Give me the 2s, baby. 3 in a
I
row.
haven't had a bad roll yet.
Are you proud of that?
Yeah.
You should be, big man.
You know, that's kind of bad stuff.
1. Zoot, not good. But he got it with the 3 5s.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I don't think that was good. Zoot, look at what we've got here, son. Look at what we've got here. Zoot, look at this. Look at this. 3x, west side. 3x, west side. 3x, west side.
Why are you saying what?
Because that's what I say. That's a west sider. And I shout out to my
You're a west
peeps.
sider.
Fuck yeah. West side's the best side, baby. Come on, baby. Give me some 6s. Dude, what do you think of these 3 6s, son? What would you do? Chance.
Kelly.
No one knows what Kelly means. Zoot, that
That's
was
a Kelly.
trouble. Here we go. 2, 3, 5.
You're from Kelly.
What if we go with a 4 here? Should I go for the 4? This would be the most amazing. I just blew it. I just blew it, Zoot. Zoot, I just blew it. Dude,
Oh,
how are you playing so well? You just got a 4x. Get a 5x right here, baby. 5x. Get another one. That's okay. 4x is amazing. Dog, you're playing unbelievably well, dog. Oh, but
You just got 20.
that's good.
Oh, you got it 4 times.
Oh, how are you doing so well? Dude, you were 1 off.
Man, I didn't get the 5 times.
You were 1 off, dog. Come on, give me 4s. Give me some 4s.
Oh, that's what you wanted.
That is what I wanted, baby.
Need 4s. 6s are good. the day before.
I need
Oh, sixes are very good here.
I need 3 sixes. I need 3 sixes right here, baby.
4 5.
Okay, give me some threes. Give me some threes. That was terrible, Zoot.
What are you gonna play?
Oh, I'm 1 short on the sixes. That's devastating. I was 1 short on the sixes, son. 1 short on the sixes, son.
This is not good.
Zoot, you got this bad boy locked up. It's over for Rabbi.
I
Oh,
need 2 5s.
give me a 6. Give me a 6. How devastating is that? How devastating is that, Zoot? Zoot, how devastating is that?
That sucks. Are you gonna play the sixes?
No.
Why would you play the sixes for the bonus?
You can get. I think I can get the sixes. And I don't know if I could get another 4x of something. That might not have been a good play.
Okay.
Well, this stinks. 3, 4, 5. 2. I need a 6 or 1. Oh, shoot. That was amazing. This might be the best that we've ever seen. If I get 3 sixes, if I have 3 sixes, I still won't win. Give me 3 sixes right here. 0 sixes. Give me 3 sixes right here. 0 sixes. Give me 3 sixes right here. Dude, how did I come up with 0 sixes the whole time? That was absolutely dog shit. Zoot, this game is rigged, dog. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Alrighty, Zoot. That's all she wrote. So are you going to perform tonight? Why not?
There's no venue.
What about the Laugh Lounge?
That's Monday.
No, that's Laugh Lab.
Last Lab's on Monday.
What about Laugh Lounge?
There's no such thing.
Okay, wait. Okay, Laugh Lab is Monday. What's Wednesday?
Every. So, it's High Vision.
And what's it called? Comedy Vision?
High Vision.
High Vision?
Higher Vision.
Higher Vision. Okay. Higher Vision. And do you like that?
I prefer Laugh Lab.
Why do you prefer Laugh Lab?
Laugh Lab.
Yeah, why do you prefer it?
More people.
Okay, and
That's where James was.
has he ever been to High Theory?
No, not yet.
What's it called? High what?
Higher Vision.
Higher Vision. All right.
No, he hasn't.
Do you know why he hasn't?
Because he just got back to Adelaide.
He got back like 3 months ago.
He came back, then he went to America again, now he's back again.
Oh, okay. Do you think that he is the funniest person in Adelaide at this very moment?
No, that's Henry Wilson.
Why do you think it's Henry Wilson?
That's the joke.
Why is that the joke?
Because if you ask, if anyone from Adelaide asked you who the best comedian is from the Adelaide scene, just say Henry Wilson.
Okay, why is Henry Wilson the best? Oh, he's the guy who gets shit thrown at him.
No,
Oh, well, that's a funny joke. You don't think that was a joke?
no.
Okay.
Henry Wilson's the guy who just everyone steals his. He's been doing his set for so long.
Do you think he's a good comedian?
The last few nights, someone has written his new set. That tells you all. And like he hadn't changed his set in like 3 years, and someone has written his new set, which is a lot better. It keeps performing.
Okay. Now here's my question for you. Do you think that Henry Wilson is gonna ever get better?
He is getting better.
You really think so? Okay. Why do you think? How long has he been doing it?
10 years.
Oh, so he is a very. He's a very he is a very experienced comedian, wouldn't you say? Okay. How's that stupid bitch Chelsea doing?
I told you what she did the other night.
Yeah, because that bitch sucks.
She went on to James McCann and said, "Come be the first guest on my radio show."
I know, she sucks. Did you know she sucks?
Yeah, she didn't even show up to his shows when he was down here. I told her to.
Did she?
She says in the Laugh Lab, and it's like, "Oh, the opportunity! I literally told you could have opened for him."
Did you know that did she know who he was before you?
Sure.
Did she know who James McCann was before you?
No.
Dude, so I introduced her to James McCann through you?
No. No, she probably did. I don't know. I don't care.
No, but I do care. I don't think she knew who he was. And I taught you who he was, and then you taught her who he was.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
You were sleeping when I was talking to James McCann, so I couldn't give you my phone to talk to James McCann.
That's okay. I would have said something stupid.
I told James McCann who David was.
Oh, he doesn't give a shit, does he?
No, he did. Because he was talking about the James Dean allegations of porn stuff. He went into the sex shop. to like he went into the sex shop to buy all the James Dean DVDs, but and then he went up to the counter and he was just like, "Did you take all the James Dean DVDs off the shelf because of the allegations?" He said, "We sold out of all the James Dean DVDs an hour ago."
What did James Dean do? Yeah.
So,
Who did he sexually assault?
other porn stars.
Well, that's not cool. Do you still want to be known as the James Dean of the Australian comedy scene?
The other James Dean.
What's the other James Dean?
The actor that died 20 years old.
Do you consider yourself to be the James Dean of the Australian comedy scene?
No.
Okay, why not?
I'm still alive.
That's a good point. Do you consider yourself to be one of the, if not the greatest, up and coming in South Australia?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. And do you think that you have the opportunity one day to be the best comedian in South Australia?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. And do you think that you might some be what's the next what's that thing called that they had in the spring that's like $1,000 to enter? What's that thing that it's like $1,000 to enter? It's in Melbourne.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. It happened in March. It's the thing that it's like 3 weeks. It's after Raw Comedy. And I asked, why didn't you do it? And you're like, because most people lose money when they do it.
Oh, the Fringe Festival.
Yeah, that. So are you going to do that next? That's Adelaide?
Yeah.
That's not Melbourne?
It's called something different in Melbourne. The Fringe, I think they have a Fringe Festival at the end of the year, but no one goes to it because ours is bigger. But I think the thing you're talking about, like the thing in Melbourne, is like the comedy that goes for a month. It's like a festival.
Okay.
Did you know Raw Comedy is very soon?
Dude, this is the dumbest. I want to talk to the people who run Raw Comedy. The fact that they tape it in January, its finals are in April or whatever, and then everybody knows who already won, but it airs in the summer, is like, don't you think that's ridiculous?
I think the first competition, when they first did the competition, it was like July, so they would like air it regularly in July because they changed.
All right. And is that how you would do it?
I think it's also they do it also because the comedy, like the free, because they've got so many festivals on during that time, and they want to do it before the festival, so they wouldn't have to like they want to have it just before the festival, so people go. So they don't have to choose for all the other festivals.
Excellent. Yo, wee boy, how you living, pimp? Gee boy. All right, so what other festivals do they have? Gee boy. Hold on one second, Gee boy. Zoot, what other things do they have?
I think Perth has their own fringe as well. Sydney has their fringe as well. Sydney has a bunch of like gay festivals like Mardi Gras and stuff.
Oh, okay. Just a moment, Zoot. What's good, Chi boy? Zoot, stay, don't leave.
I'm good.
In Twitter Spaces. What's new in Twitter Spaces, dog?
Nothing much, nothing new. Just it's just there. Nothing new for now though.
Have you been hosting any spaces?
Not really. Yeah, but I hosted I think 2 days ago. Yeah.
And how was that?
Yeah, it was okay. It was okay.
Did you invite Zoot?
No, I don't think I know Zoo.
All right, Zoot. Zoot, this is Chi boy. Chi boy Zoot. Zoot, be nice.
I'm just about to leave.
Okay,
Hey Zoo.
that's cool. Zoot, take care. Hold on. What's that thing called? Higher what? Higher Vision on Wednesdays. And it's next week. It's every fortnight, right? All right, Zoot, you take care, big dog. Good job. Shout out to Zoot. All right, Chi boy.
Hey Zoo. What's the new thing?
He said he was late. So what's good on?
So next. Nothing new actually. It's just the long-term projects just keep pushing their stuff and what's there again? Not too much. Yeah,
Okay.
because even I heard this morning because a friend of mine was talking about Discord role that I should open and stuff like that. So I decided to like check it out.
Okay, and how is it?
Yeah, it's okay. I just got in and yeah, trying to be part of the thing.
Have you watched any of the World Cup?
Yes, I watched the France game. I think a few hours ago.
All right. Did you know that France played? Who did France play?
France played game.
Who did they play? All right. Well, I'm about to tell you, big dog. Don't you worry. That's why I'm here.
Okay.
So calm down, because I'm about to tell you who France played. France played Sweden, and they won 3-0. Is that consistent with what you saw?
Yeah, because I know Mbappe scored a goal, and two more plus too.
Do you like Mbappe?
Yeah, it's a cool guy. I like the guy. He's trying to. Yeah, I do.
That's tight. Is he on crypto Twitter?
No, 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 no.
All right. Norway beat Ivory Coast. Let's see. How did Nigeria do? Nigeria.
Didn't qualify for the World Cup.
They did not qualify for the World Cup. Aren't they good though? I mean, they're pretty good, but just not. It's got to be like really good to be in the World Cup. But you guys play a lot of soccer there, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. Are you good at it?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Let's say just 50%.
Okay, what position do you play?
I played midfield.
Do you think you're a good mid? Do you think you're a good mid?
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, like few players or no players, I play forward.
Do you think you're one of the best midfielders?
Should I say yes?
Absolutely. Have a confidence. You say any given Sunday, baby, any given day, you could be one of the best midfielders in the world.
Okay.
Excellent. All right. So give me that alpha. Give me that alpha. Tell me and all of my viewers what we should be investing.
I didn't get you. What did you say?
What should we be investing?
Okay, in the crypto space, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay, based on what I've observed, if someone wants to invest, I would say you should invest on those projects that are still there, because before those Simplify era and everything, a lot of projects came, and now like 60% are like nowhere to be found. But the remaining 40% are still there. They are still pushing it. So I believe those, part of the ones that, okay, they are really here for a long run. They are really here to like create something. They are really here to stay. That was what I would tell someone to, invest, invest here, and something like that. Even the SpaceX, it comes to I think 160 something for their shares and stuff like that. I also advise a person, okay.
Yo, tell them what's up. Tell them Rabbi says what's up.
Sir?
Tell them Rabbi says what's up.
Okay. It's been a while they've seen you on Spaces.
They know exactly who the fuck I am. Everybody knows who I am.
What do you say?
They know exactly who the fuck I am. Everybody knows who I am.
Is it everybody knows why you've not popped in?
Everybody knows who I am. They know who I am.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Everybody knows that. Okay, big dog. Here's my question for you. How are the Yucky Ducks doing?
Yuckies. It's been a while I see them open spaces, but they do join spaces. That's Yaki Ducks, they do join spaces.
They haven't been hosting
Hosting,
They haven't been hosting spaces.
nah,
Why not?
because I have their notes turned on and I don't see them post, but they do join.
Why don't you think they do?
Mm, I don't really know. I don't know. Like they're not active again or something. Could be anything. Could be just anything. But in general, maybe someone would think, okay, because they're not like that active or something. Yeah.
All right. How's your boy Spidey Pig doing?
What you say?
How's your boy Spidey Pig doing?
Oh, it's Spider Pig. Nah, I've not seen him for a while. I've not seen Spider Pig for a while.
What happened to him?
Uh, don't know. Yeah. I know that I've not seen some maybe like after early January, February. Yeah, I've not been seeing him on spaces or the timeline. Nah, it's not just there.
You know he rugged everybody.
It's wow. Because even during that time, I was having this feeling that he's not like this guy is not changing because it was like okay, let me come and join them and you know push the project. I was like okay, I'll think about it. So I just feel that okay, no, this guy is not legit. I just said okay, let me just forget about it. Alright, please give me a minute. I'll be back.
Take your time, pimp.
Okay.
אי אפשר לעשות משהו שהוא שוקע בישראל בכלל, כן? שום דבר. אתה לא יכול ללכת ולשחוט את המימד של החבר שלך ולהגיד שזה עבד לזור. בישראל, זה בשאלה. עכשיו אחד בשעה מאוד בחוץ, אני זור, עדיין של משפטות, זה מפרש בבית, זה כל הסיגר שלנו היום. חידה, אלו, אדם עובר, על שלוש חטות, מקח, בדירות, שהוא עושה את זה בשבת, בחוץ לארץ, ובמחשבה עכשיו הוא נזור, הוא התפיל לך לצור, הוא קצת זמן, אמר שהוא מדובר בחת הזוי, ויש לו פה ברגע לך לצור, זה דווקא, וכל הדלגציה, אז כל השלוש דברים מגיעים בבת אחת, גם זה כבר ב-50% כדי שהוא הכי עשה את האחוז אחד, 51%. אני עושה שם שחיטה, זה מה בנזור נשאר, וגם חוץ לביצה שלו. אבל זה מאחורי, אבל זה נאמר, לא. אם אתה לא בסוף, האם אתה בסוף, אפילו כאן בין אותי, הרי כבר שהוא לא עושה כלום, אני חייב לגבות. אבל בוא, גילי מתעניין לי ככה, הוא גילי די דעמיו. כי הם סובלים, שזה שלו, אז זה ממש שלו לגמרי. ובאילו חייב, כיפה טובה של השחיטה, והקצת של המרפאות, לא יישא אלא פרזים בגירעון. אז אמרנו בנושא שמי ששוחט למעלה בניסון, למעלה בניסון, אז השחיטה שלו קשירה, וזה פוסל ואז בגיוצי, אז אני מראה עכשיו נכנסת רק לא קודם. אתה גם, תראה בניאזו, איסנו בניאזו רביו, הם סוברים בניאזו רצק. או בניאזו רביו איזה שומע. עכשיו, ביידן נפתק לשמה, שהכהן עושה את העבודה, והבעלים עובדים בצד יום מפגרים, שבא שמענו כאן, תוך כדי שהכהן עושה את העבודה שלו, הבעלים עובדים בצד ומפגרים, והוא תנקם בסובה הזמן בחוץ. אם הבעלים עובדים מפגרים, אז הכהן, מישהו עושה את העבודה שם, והוא עובד בצד, ומפגר, הוא לא עושה את זה. אם באמת שומעים ככה, וגם על זה, לא, סתם שזה בלבחון לא יעברינו. לא צריך להגיד שכל גוי, כל הזמן חושב, שלה כל העבודזור. אנחנו לא מהחושב, לא מהחושב שזה העבודזור. וסוף הרב, אנחנו לא שומעים, נכון לא צריכים לשמוע, סתם שזה בלבחון עם העבודזור, אמרינו, זה רבלנזר, זה רבלנזר, אז הרבלנזר אומר, אנחנו שומעים את החושב, אפילו שאנחנו שמענו, לא אכפת לנו שהוא מפורש, אבל הפעמים אומרים, ביגו, זה מחש וזורי ולא יאמרינו. אתה לא יכול להשפיע על הכהן שעושה את העבודה. תגידנו, נשאר לכל שלא. אבל יכול להגיד, לא, יש כאלה שאומרים שאנחנו לא יגשו. דווקא כששמענו את אותו מפורש, אנחנו לא יגשו. גם בסוף זה מחש וזורי ואני מתפריץ. או, מה זה בפנים כאן? יש לו הביץ המקדוש. בפנים, אז אני מבין בפנים, אם הוא עושה בואי ככה אני עושה לו פסנות וכאלה אני רוצה ככה וככה יהיה בזמן לבוא משכות אז הוא כבר חכה הוא יכול לעבור אבל בכל גול אבל כשהוא מגיע לבנזור לא הוא בנזור למה? בפנים לא ירגיע אי אפשר לראות חוץ מהבית המקדוש בתוך הבית המקדוש בוא זה רבי לצר מה יביא לו חוץ לשלי אפשר לראות חוץ להפנים בוא זה רבי צנורים אפילו בפנים לא משנה אפילו יכול להיות בתוך המסעמים ובחד וזוהר ודוהרים אף פעם אומרים שהכהן עושה אבוידון והאלים יכול להשפיע על העבודה ולעזור למחשבה תפתיקו לחשוב ולתת זמן אם אדם שופט להביא בזור אז כולם מסכימים אם הוא שופט ושמע בגזור סובנו אם הוא זורק ושמע בגזור אז יש בעצם אחרי שואל את הדף שבאמת זה גם עושים לנו מה קורה מערבן את שני הדברים אז לא יודעת את זה באימו שהוא שופט ובאימה לא עולה בגזור הוא לאחר ששבר כל הבגזור כשמגיע להכתוב הצחנות זה לא חוסר את הבאימה למה? כל השקיע אתה מחל שמקבל חלק בגזור הוא מקבל מרקוס, הוא מקבל מיסר, מה הוא מקבל? כלום, שום דבר מה קורה הוא מקבל מיסר, אז אני שואל אותה, הוא מקבל מיסר, למה זה לא שום דבר לבאימה, דבר אתה טוב הבאימה כבר המקורה הייתה זריקת כבר היה זריקת, זהו, אתה לא יכול ללכת לצור בבירה, אנחנו לא עושים אחת מעבדות, בסדר אבל אחרי שזה קרה, אי אפשר, כן? מסכים לאדם אחר, לא מקלפת, יש לו ניסו עם מיסר שמחיר מיסר למה? זה עולה עושה הרבה לזורת זה לא משפיע על הבאימה, כי זה היה אחרי הזריקה ההפך עליו, אבל אם הוא שוחט לבאימה אם הוא זרוק את הדם של הבאימה הזאת על הזורת עכשיו הוא יכול לבית טוב עכשיו הוא עושה שחיטה אני תוכל לתאר את דולר, אבל הבן אדם מכיר אותו למיסים. אני לא כמו צורות, שמאמן לעבוד. אפשר לחשוב מחשבות, שאתה עושה עבודה א', אתה חושב עם העבודה ב'. מה עבודות? יש לנו יותר מסבוכים. שיקו, כבולו, ולוקו, שיקו, אבל אין עבודות, אדם,
Talk about potential. This is terrifying. According to the CEO of Flock, if you even try to map where his cameras are in your city, you're the terrorist. There's an organization called Default. Some people out there now, I guess, if you're interested in this stuff, a very aggressive approach in terms of counting the number of cameras, having a Discord channel where they talk about potential, activities to move against Flock and stop their expanding. And then, unfortunately, there's terrorist organizations like Deflock, whose primary motivation is chaos. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else. This is pretty ironic coming from the guy who proudly says he's putting hundreds of thousands of cameras across America. But to your point, we have really three broad buckets of technology. We have devices that detect evidence. So you mentioned that camera that focuses on the car. We have cameras that focus on people. We have gunshot detection. That's really things that capture that evidence. And then we have AI that decodes it. So one of the problems that we create initially is you have 100 license computers, you now have a lot of information. I need to code that with AI. So we have a product called Freeform that allows you to type in English language heuristics, something like, I'm looking for a Ford F-150 from the 1990s with a racing stripe and rust on the front. And we'll find that car. And then we have a third bucket of software and hardware that is really how do you deliver and respond to that story. So we manufacture drones. So when a 911 call comes in, instead of having to wait for an officer to show up, boom, you flip a button, the drone is there in 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And then a handful of software products that also help deliver that same kind of rapid response. And the time frame of big drive of disappear no longer exists. One thing, the cool part is that it's really a two-step evolution. Like step one is you have to solve crime. So if you look at all of the primary research, it's not my opinion, but what academics have studied. They're not even hiding the surveillance state anymore. They're building it in plain sight. Hell, even the name Flock fits perfectly with Animal Farm, a George Orwell book about a totalitarian state, but it somehow gets even worse. The CEO openly admits that many of his own customers don't even know which type of Flock camera they have. They're doing it in just brute force through pain and sweat. Our customers have no idea. They think they have a Flock camera. Numbers like 4.6. And that's important because they just license plate readers. Some of them can also capture audio and collect digital signals from nearby devices.
This particular device does not have a camera. It has a very sensitive microphone connected to AI. It listens for, quote, sounds of distress. The only way it can detect sounds of distress is if it's always listening. And then, what is the threshold for a sound of distress is another thing. When the news segment aired, they showed me sharing my concerns about how this technology is going to be In cities like Atlanta, you're almost always on camera. There's reportedly about one camera for every 10 people.
Atlanta has more surveillance cameras per person than anywhere in the U.S.
So it's very observable that you are
On the way here, I think I passed 20 flock cameras. So my car was tracked 20 times just getting here. And the question is, do we really want to be living in this type of community where surveillance is now the answer to public safety?
But here's where it gets really disturbing. The CEO keeps insisting these cameras exist to keep everyone safe. Or is it simple? We stock up wood, we keep up that data. 10 years from now, America as a country is a dramatically different place. It's a place where crime doesn't exist, where people are starting businesses and they're building families. And they will largely look back and they'll be, my kids will be in high school. And in the U.S. history book, they'll be part of a flock. And now, because of flock, we are a safer, happier, healthier country. Then how do you explain officers allegedly using them to stalk their exes or to intimidate innocent people?
The scariest part about the 18 cops so far found to use a flock system to stalk their exes, and it wasn't just their exes they were stalking. And we're not just talking looking up license plates a couple of times. This one police chief in Kansas alone ran his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend's license plates hundreds of times, using the information to then hunt them down.
If cameras everywhere that you can't get a breath of fresh air and get around. Right now, you're watching body camera footage of a police officer wrongfully accusing an innocent woman of package them at the Better, Colorado home after he used flock evidence to target her. Because you have not been honest with me, so I'm not going to extend you any courtesy of showing you a video when I No, you cannot. I can show you. No, you're not being honest with me. Now watch this. A journalist shows just how easy it is to hack one of these cameras. None of the data or video footage was encrypted. There was no username or password required. These were now completely public-facing for the world to see, and some of them still are. You don't have to be an expert to find and gain access to this. He also demonstrates how they're programmed to lock onto things like your phone, even your face. Take a break too much when you're playing videos on his phone. How? Because the camera's AI automatically zoomed in. Just like it zoomed in on a couple arguing at a street market in Atlanta. So what? There's still bottomless, right? No. And these cameras aren't highways anymore. They're shut up next to playgrounds and public beaches, places where children play and where families go to relax. Pretty interesting if you want to come down on a beautiful day at the beach. You are going to be tracked coming in and coming out. There's one over there, and there's this one here. These are the flock tag readers, and they're at every single beach approach. This is terrifying.
I told you about this shit long ago, folks. I'm like a soothsayer, baby.
ואם אנחנו מדברים על לשמוע, שבכל לחשוב שהבמה הזאת הוא חושב לעשות לשלום, הוא עושה, לא עושה. מה שרק רוצה לדייק במילה, ומה מחשב חוץ גוש, שהמחשבה גם בעתיד, וגם בלשמוע עושה, רק מחשבה, אין הקורא לדלה, או אין הבא. תנאי אחד, צריך להיות הבן אדם שעושה את העבודות, זה הכהן, לא הבן הבית. לא קורא, כשהם עכשיו בסנס בחודים, אם המחשבה לא יכולה לפסול, מחוץ לביסה הקדוש בחודים, ולהודיעים שזה הכל הולך, הפרשת ודאי, שמה הכל הולך לפי הזה שמטפל בעמים עושה את העבודה ולא הבן הבא. עכשיו, אני אומר, תשאל את השאלה, פשוטה שיש, שכל אחד יעצמי סולת. מה זאת אומרת שמחשבה פוסלת בחוץ הזה כנקרא? מה אתה שואל? ודאי שיש מחשבה שפוסלת בחוץ הזה כנקרא. נכון? אבל לזאת, אם אני חושב שהבימה הזאת אבל לזאת, מישהו שלא, אז הוא אוהב אותו. זה את הבימה, הסיבה לא. אבל גם לזאת, שם נשמע. רוב שאין מחשבות וישראל, זה מחשבה זה כלום. וכולי, אז הוא אומר שואל, מה אם עכשיו פרסם וכולי? מה הכוונה? איננו ולחוף גם, זה לא עושה שום דבר, הם הצליחו אותם בצום, תעש ויש שתיים הזה. לא יודע אם אתם זוכרים, אבל רק שאני אמרו אבדיזור. אם בן אדם חושב על בהמה שהיא אבדיזור תוך כדי שהוא שופט, לא רק שזה פסוק, לא רק שזה אסור בהמה, אלא זה מתנדב כל הבית באוהל. מי שנמצא באותו בית, זה כל כך חמור, התרומה מתפשט כמו פה. זה חילייסי. תבין, זה נפתח לו, להוציא את האבדיזור, מעבוד העבודה, סליחה. לדעת שרגלוצי, שזה עבודה על עבודה, זה מזמידוש, ודאי שבנדם יכול להרס הבהמה עם די מחשבה של שחיטה לעבודה. ואני לא יכול להרוס בעבודה על עבודה. אני לא יכול לשחוט את הבהמה ולחשוב, אני אעשה זריקת הדם של העבודה הזאת, זה לא יערוס. למה? כי עכשיו הוא מנסה בשחיטה, המחשבה שלו בשחיטה לא עוברת לעבודה של זריקה. הנה, אבל לא ישמוש. עכשיו הוא אומר, לא נקרא, עכשיו אני מבין את המקום, את העבודה. מה זה מרגיש מחשוב בישראל, זה מקדוש, זה ובייסה מקדוש, מה זה פוסל את רבו יצאי גם פיגול וגם לשמור שהוא חושב על שלום עבודה על עבודה, אפילו שהוא לא צריך שחיטה, הוא יחשוב שיעשה את הזיקה של שלומית ולא של חטוס, וזה בעיה ולשמור, זה הורס. אבל מי יכול לעשות את זה? רק בן אדם אחד. אין הכל לא ילך אליו אף הרואי, רק הכהן שעושה את העבודה. אז זה עכשיו בסדר, וכאילו מעבוד לעבודה, מעבוד לעבודה. אם אתה חושב ביסמין שאתה לא תחשוב על עבודה של אבדיזורת, אתה עושה שחיטה של אבדיזורת, אתה יכול לעשות לה, אבל את השחיטה, אתה עושה שחיטה רגילה, שחיטה רגילה, אתה עובר לעזרה, אבל השחיטה תהיה לאבדיזורת. זה לא עובד, זה לא עובד, סתם כי אפשר לעשות שחיטה. אם אתה עושה את זה מהמזרח, אבל זה עובד בדין שאתה יכול ללכת על השופט, הוא רוצה להודיע שהבעלים אין לו זכות להרוס את השחיטה כאן. למה? כי אפילו הכהן אין לו זכות לעשות מעבודה לעבודה. אז כל שנה הבעלים אין לו זכות בכלל. ובביצה המקדוש רק לכהן יש זכות להרוס את הבהמה. ובביצה המקדוש זה הרבה יותר חמור שאתה יכול ללכת עם עבודה לעבודה. אז מחוץ לביצה המקדוש רק אותו אחד שעושה את השחיטה יכול להרוס את הבהמה הזאת במחשבה של אבדיזורת, ולא הבעלים. הבעלים לא יכולים לעשות כלום. באיזה רעש מחשבה, ועבד לעבודה, גם לשמוע, אני נכנס לשמוע, ואומר, שהיא נכנס, ולא מקפיד לפני לשמוע, לפני ולא בחוץ. אז מה הבעיה אומרת? אני אומר, תראו זה יופי. לשמוע מישהו אומר, לא חשוב לשמוע, בעיה לשמוע. והסוגיה של חטוס, שהבן אדם מדבר חטוס עשה איזה שלומים, אי אפשר למשוך ולשמוע מעבודה לעבודה. אז זה בעיה. למה? כי בגלל שאומר, אפשר ולשמוע. ושהוא בגלל צמר, זה רק יותר שנים, אבל לא נקרא לזה. זה רק מחוץ לצמר. אז המרגייסי הזה, בגלל ששלום הוא לא נותן אפילו גויסי, זה בעיה לפי שניהם, ויש דבר אחד שנפריע לכל אחד. אז פנים, כאשר לבקשים ולומדים עכשיו רואים יפה. פנים, על שנות, כאשר לפי חוץ, כאשר לביאו ובגלל זה לא נכון. אבל אני עושה את זה עכשיו, אני מפוצצים כאן. לא מאוד, ויכול להיות פחות. יש שאלות בשביל קאשי, תקשיבו מה שכתוב טיפול של הדעת. אבל לגבי זה שם לא מביא אותו, אבל בוסו זה שם לא מביא אותו, אז רש"י אומר, מה זה... לגבי זה שואל, איך מסניס מביא אותו לבית? הוא לא לבית. אבל פשט, זה לשלוטיש, לא, הרבי שלו. אז לפני שהוא ידע שזה משנה, וכל לדע ספור בדרבי, הוא לא נשמע. תודה רבה שאתה הרבי שלי, ואתה הגיש שלי, והכל יפה, אבל אני חושב שהסור שלך לא בסדר. לא מה, הוא סתם שלא יפה. אז בסדר, מסניסו, הוא יביא אותו לבית, הוא לא יסתור, הוא יביא אותו לבית. הוא יסתור, זה נשם, מסניסו, הוא יביא אותו לבית. עכשיו אם אתה יסמוס כאן, מכיר את זה שמתחילת הצהרון, יש חודש קודם שלא אומר למישהו. וזה אומר, אין שייך, שלוקיש אם זה שלוקיש שלא ידע שום דבר, או אפשר נהיה אבל שום בוא נגיד, יש כאלה שאומרים שהוא היה שום, בוא נגיד שהוא לא ידע. נכון, אז מישהו נתנה לחוק ורביעו. אלא מה, הוא כבר הגיע לזה דרגה, אבל הוא לא ידע מישהו שקורא יכול להיות שהוא לא ידע מישהו שקורא. יכול להיות לא לגבי לשם מרבי, הוא לא ידע שזה משם. אז כדאי, וקרה, הלכו, מה נצא, עם הבעיה של פי, רגיון סיזר, אין מחשבה מאחורי עבודה, ובסניגות, וברגעות וכן, אבל לא, לפנים בחוץ. הוא לא חוץ כאן, הוא לא יתמלא מאחורי, או אותו ראשי, שנה הוא גם יתרגל. לא יתרגל. הוא לא מה בסדרה לעבודה. לא ככה, אני יודע שהוא מבינים שהוא עושה שריטה, הוא חושב על עבודה אחרת שזריקה. הכוונה היא, מה העבודות שאני יכול לחשוב, כמו שזוכות, למדנו עשרות פעם, שבמצאת מספר, אולי מאות פעם, שתוך כדי שאתה עושה שריטה, או תוך כדי שאתה עושה מולכה, אתה חושב על אכילה, מה זה אכילה, או זריקה, שולחן, או זימון, אכילת בשר. בכל הארבע עבודות, אתה חושב מחשבה של טיפול. לא הכוונה שאתה הולך מעבודה לעבודה. אז מה אתה חושב? מה במקום שיש 4 עבודות, אני יכול לעשות שם ברגע של טיפול, זה רק הכל שעושה את זה. אוקיי, במקום שיש רק 2 עבודות. גם יש רק 2 עבודות, מה במזורת. וכולי, יש רק שריקה. לא, יש זריקת הדם של המזורת. זה שתי דברים. אולי שזה רק הכל. לא נורא, הוא חושב שזה תוצאה מהעבודות. אלא לא יודע, זה רק הכל. אוי, שלחשוב בזה וכולי. זה אוי דוי. מי שיכול עולה, אלא אחלה שלי. השואל את זה הבאים רוצים זאת טוב עליו בדיזובר הרי מי ששוחט בתוך כדי השקיטה הוא חושב על משהו אחר על עבודה זאת אומרת, הוא חושב מהעבודה לעבודה הוא אומר שזה פוסל גם בדיזובר אז הוא אומר זה פוסל וגם הוא חושב להגדיר את החלק של הרימה אבל הוא רוצה להכפיל לדיזובר הוא חייב מיסר אבל זה לא עוזר ובעצם למה זה קורה אחרי זה זה הדיזובר שחור דבר ככה שבודה או עכשיו יש לנו שאלה הוא מתלבטת מה קורה בשופט הוא לא אמר כלום אחר כך שבודה אחר כך הוא אומר שהשקידה שקידה הוא גם חשב את זה אבל הוא לא חשב את זה השקידה אז זה היה מייצר, אגב יותר זה היה מייצר בדיזובר ולא יום, ולא ייסור ולא יתר ולא ייסור ולא יתר אבל זה לא יום, הוא לא ייסור ושום פוי זה לא גם למה לא אמרו שזה אסור? עוד פעם, הוא שחק ולא דבור תוך כדי השקידה הוא חשב משהו של הבדיזובר מכיוון שגם בואו מצלמים במשנה שדרך כלל זה לא של הבדיזובר אז מה נתון? זה רק תקפה להגיד שזה אסור
Soviet Union. In the Russian capital, the communist Greenwich
This is that.
began studying at the Soviet Union's Eastern University, primarily focusing his studies on communist theory. He soon went on to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party and was increasingly a committed Marxist. After studying at the Eastern University for a few months, Deng moved to the Sun Yat-sen University of Moscow, which was established in 1925 and named after Sun Yat-sen, a leading Chinese nationalist who had become affiliated with the Soviet Union in the first half of the 1920s. He founded the Kuomintang and the nationalist movement back in China, which ironically, after his own time, would end up involved in a civil war with the Chinese communists. At the Sun Yat-sen University, Deng continued his education in communist principles and about the broader history of China. It was also here that he was taught the Russian language, being introduced to Russian strategies that had evolved during the First World War and the Russian Civil War that followed. He also learned that following the Opium Wars of the 19th century and China's decline as a power, many people placed responsibility on the failure of China to modernize industrially. In this light, many people had come to believe back home in China that the best way for the country to prevent foreign interference in its affairs and become a great nation again after centuries of decline was to industrialize. Deng became convinced through his studies that the development of a communist state would be the best way to achieve this goal. Meanwhile, events in China had become tumultuous in years that Deng was studying in Europe. In December 1915, one of the warlords, Yuan Shikai, had attempted to reconstitute the imperial system with himself as Emperor of China. This proved abortive, and by the late spring of 1916, the Republic had been re-established. The chaos continued for years thereafter, with Sun Yat-sen playing a major role in the country's politics through the late 1910s. By 1919, his nationalist party, the Kuomintang, had become the most dominant force in southern China. Movements also emerged, notably the Chinese Communist Party, which was founded in 1921. At this early date, the nationalists and the communists had much in common. Both wanted to bring an end to the instability wrought by the old, backward-looking warlords and to modernize China. Both were also somewhat left-leaning during Sun Yat-sen's time. Thus, they found common cause for 6, a year after Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition, whereby nationalist leaders like Chiang Kai-shek marched north from southern China towards cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, with the goal of securing the major cities of China from the warlords and establishing a strong national government once again. By 1927, they were substantially successful in their goals and had established a new national government in the city of Nanjing. In Moscow, Deng read of events in China in 1926 and early 1927 with great interest. Eventually, he decided to leave and set off for Xi'an in China in early 1927, traveling via Mongolia and across the Gobi Desert. In March, he reached the front lines of the conflict and hoped to begin playing a role in the military affairs of the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, Deng was consigned to delivering lectures to the army personnel of Feng Yuxiang, a commander based in northwest China who was receiving the backing of the Soviet Union. He was, though, present to see the Northern Expedition take a fateful turn as Chiang Kai-shek led the right wing of the nationalists to engage in a purge which sought to completely undermine the left wing of the nationalists and the communists. As part of this, many communists were killed and others imprisoned for their association with the party. Deng himself was let go unharmed, thanks to Fan Yuxiang choosing not to violently purge the communists within his ranks. Still, the purge by Chiang Kai-shek in 1927 signaled the beginning of the Chinese Civil War between the nationalists and the communists. One with one form or another would last for over 2 decades. The nationalists controlled the great cities in the east of the country, while the communists moved inland and built up their base there. At the start of the Chinese Civil War, Deng went to join his communist comrades in the city of Wuhan in central China, the new capital of the communist movement. These early years of the war were very difficult for the Chinese communists. Owing to internal divisions, a split occurred between the senior ranking members, but the communists soon regrouped under new leadership. Deng, who it must be remembered was still just a young man of 22 when the Civil War began, obtained a position as a record keeper. It was at this time that he changed his name from Xixian to Xiaoping. His goal was to counter attempts at identifying him by the nationalists, but it was a name that stuck for the rest of his life, and by which he is remembered today. It was also around this time that he met a young communist leader by the name of Mao Zedong for the first time. He was also enlisted to teach the party's 7th Army and purge those disloyal to the communist movement. Deng married for the first time in 1928 to Zhang Xiyuan, who was a like-minded fellow student that he had first met in Moscow at the Sun Yat-sen University. They rekindled their relationship in China and married not long afterwards. However, it was short-lived, as his wife died following complications during childbirth less than 2 years later. The baby girl she was carrying was lost as well. To compound the difficulties, Deng was also unable to attend his wife's funeral due to the nature of his work during the Civil War. He married again in 1931, his second wife being Jin Wei-ying. Little is known about her, and they separated around 1933, owing to the difficulties the communists were experiencing during these years of the Civil War. Eventually, he divorced and married for a third time in 1939 to Zhuo Lin, the daughter of a Chinese businessman. This third and last marriage would last for the rest of Deng's life and resulted in 5 children, 3 daughters, Lin, Nan, and Rong, and 2 sons, Pu Feng and Zhi Feng. In the midst of his familial shifts in the late 1920s, the communists continued to experience difficulties and military reverses in the growing conflict with the nationalists. Deng began organizing communist activity in Guangxi, in the south of China, in 1929 as secretary of the 7th Red Army, leading the Baise uprising of Guangxi. He also soon joined forces with Mao Zedong, whose forces were situated in the Jiangxi province, to better organize his movements following defeats to the nationalists, who wore down much of Deng's remaining fighters on their journey northeast, with many dying due to exposure to the elements as they were under-equipped for this journey. In February of 1930, Mao had created the Jiangxi Provincial Soviet government in the region, but faced internal problems as he was seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance on many issues. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, Mao announced the creation of a Chinese Soviet Republic in the region he controlled in Jiangxi, though his power was diminished when control of the Red Army was given to Chinese diplomat and future head of the Chinese government, Zhou Enlai. Hence, as prominent as Mao was becoming at this juncture, he was far from the absolute leader of the Chinese communists. Meanwhile, Deng continued to be a ruling official within the communist movement, though one whose talents were evident and who would continue to rise. His career was somewhat harmed by his Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists clandestinely in the city, leaving his army faction behind. Some felt that Deng had betrayed the party and managed to escape punishment for his actions, as he had claimed he was merely a political trainer and not a commander of war. His position was possibly safeguarded thanks to the intervention of Zhou Enlai, his old friend from his days in France. After a time, Deng returned to Jiangxi province. Despite the Communist Party's popularity, Mao was locked in internal conflicts with competing military strategists, with a frequent turnover in power causing uncertainty around the strength of the army. Opposing factions debated the military strategy being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. Deng was initially demoted within the party for his allegiance to Mao, who had yet to consolidate power, but due to his long-standing commitment to the party and status as a veteran, he was subsequently promoted to party committee secretary in Ruijin, in the Ganzhou district of Jiangxi province, which was now a Soviet administrative region in China. In 1933, Deng continued to experience fluctuating fortunes within the communist movement, viewed him as being too right-wing, while others looked favorably on his close ties to Mao and the Jiangxi Soviet. Meanwhile, the communists as a whole were struggling to deal with a fresh attack by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces. After a massive encirclement of their positions, Mao and his forces just managed to break out and flee westwards in 1934 before turning north. These events become known as the Long March. They represented a low ebb for the Chinese communists, but in later years they would be lionized as the point at which Mao allegedly saved the communist cause and a piece of party law in decades to come. During it, an estimated 80,000 communist soldiers of the First Front Red Army, with approximately 15,000 party members and government representatives, took part in a cross-country march, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people from starvation, exhaustion, and attacks by the Kuomintang army as they moved westwards. Only 1/10 of those that made the trip north to Yang'an survived through to the end of the Long March. It was the Long March that began Mao's path to power, as he showed great leadership skills during it, and so gained the support of the members of the Chinese Communist Party. It also aided Deng's rise. In the year leading to October 1935, he was promoted to serve as a prominent secretary of the party, being promoted by Mao and Zhou. Furthermore, as party membership plummeted significantly across the country, as it looked like the cause was doomed, Deng rose to the inner circle of the artist time. He had been traveling with Mao around parts of their retreat, but by the end of the grueling adventure, he had begun to suffer from typhoid fever and almost succumbed to his illness. Although party membership fell, the virtue of their sacrifice in retreat was highly thought of, with many peasants hailing them as national heroes. Deng's backing of Zhou and Mao turned out to be to his advantage, as they controlled the direction of the party's military to a substantial extent thereafter. The entire Chinese Civil War took a dramatic turn in the years that followed. Back in 1931, the Empire of Japan had invaded the Manchuria region of northeastern China and had occupied it, establishing a puppet state called Manchukuo. While mired in the Civil War, neither the nationalists nor the communists were really in a position to strike back at the Japanese. Buoyed by the seeming ease with which they had acquired Manchuria, the Japanese continued to make incursions over the border into China in the mid-1930s, actually expanded into a full-blown invasion in 1937 after the Marco Polo Bridge incident in Beijing in July that year. The Sino-Japanese War would last from 1937 down to 1945 and is viewed by many as constituting the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East. In the first months of it, the major cities of the East fell to the Japanese, and the nationalists, like the communists had done years earlier, fled westwards into the Chinese interior. There, the communists and the nationalists formed a common cause and put aside their differences for as long as they had a common enemy in the form of the Japanese. Their capital was established in Chongqing, and they would fight together for the next 8 years. Deng spent much of the first few months of the war against the Japanese, ensconced in various guerrilla units operating in the northern provinces and trying to strike against the occupation force and other regions of the northeast. This set the pattern for the rest of the war, with Deng generally active in provinces like Hebei and Shanxi. He notably played a senior role in the 100 Regiments Offensive in the autumn and winter of 1940, a massive engagement between 500,000 Japanese and Chinese forces across a large front. This was symptomatic of the wider war. The clash between Japan and China was equaled in ferocity during the Second World War only by that which occurred between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. The nature of the conflict in China changed from December 1941 onwards, when Japan attacked the United States and Britain, thus providing the Chinese with new and a source of material aid from British Burma. Thus, by the time the US dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Japanese began preparing to surrender, the uneasy coalition between the Chinese communists and nationalists were making major advances in recovering the many cities and towns along the eastern coast and rivers. Over 20 million people were dead in the Sino-Japanese clash at that stage. The country was utterly devastated. Nevertheless, no sooner had the Second World War ended than the communists and the nationalists began preparing to resume the Chinese Civil War, which had simply been put on hiatus in 1937. Deng was involved in some brief efforts at peace talks between two warring parties in Chongqing in the immediate aftermath of the war. These proved abortive. Chiang Kai-shek and the nationalists were unwilling to compromise too much, arguing that they had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. This was good, but the communists were in a much stronger position coming out of the war, having obtained the support of a large cross-section of the Chinese population for their spirited war effort against the Japanese, whereas the nationalists left the conflict in 1945 with a reputation for inaction and appalling corruption, having embezzled a huge proportion of the financial aid the United States had sent to China to aid in the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. In this, Deng played a key role as both a military commander, especially as an organizer and propaganda official, tied to the Second Field Army. By 1948, the war had turned decisively in favor of the communists, in large part because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them than the US was inclined to support the nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Chiang Kai-shek organized a tactical withdrawal to the island of Hainan in southern China and then to Taiwan. This was completed by the end of 1949, leaving the communists in charge of the Chinese mainland, while the nationalist Republic of China came into being on Taiwan. Theoretically, the Chinese Civil War never really ended, but to all intents and purposes, it ended in victory for the Chinese communists in 1949, with a mopping-up operation to take Hainan in 1950. At the end of the Civil War, Deng was still playing a role in the Second Field Army, which controlled Yunnan, Sichuan, Xikang, Guizhou, and Tibet to the southwest of the country. As the conflict ended in communist victory, he oversaw a process whereby many intellectuals and students in these territories were forced into re-education camps. This was part of Mao's intellectual rectification program. The communist takeover of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand communism that would become known as Maoism. On August 1949, Deng adopted the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. In its earliest days, the People's Republic served as a political and military organizer as he had done in the past. He quickly found promotion under Mao, who had emerged after the war as the preeminent figure in communist China, and found Deng's political skills to be exemplary. Thus did Deng accompany Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm the close ties between the two nations at a time when the Cold War was heating up over escalating tensions in Germany and the Korean Peninsula. The visit was also organized to discuss the terms of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance and Mutual Assistance. Much of the agreements included in this surrounded the recognition of the People's Republic of China by the Soviet Union, while matters such as infrastructural development of the Chinese Eastern Railway, and Soviet access to the ports of Dalian and Lushun were touched on too. These talks also secured Soviet financing for the redevelopment of China's economy after decades of war and instability. In the aftermath of the successful negotiation of the Sino-Soviet Treaty, Deng was promoted to vice premier in 1952 and held a growing number of important positions within the government, such as deputy chair of the Committee on Finance and later Minister of Finance, including a post as the Director of the Office of Communications. In 1953, the increasingly powerful Mao Zedong introduced the first five-year plan in emulation of the Soviet five-year plans that had commenced back in the late 1920s and which had transformed the Russian economy. Through these, Mao aimed for China to rapidly industrialize, furthering the country's transition into socialism. A key component of this was the collectivization of agricultural land into giant state-run farms that would then be run more efficiently, freeing up labor to work in the new factories in the cities. This would also aid in removing large estates from the hands of wealthy landowners and break down the capitalist nature of Chinese society. Following this, the intention was to reorganize industry and commerce at a later stage. Although the first five-year plan was successful economically, as industrial production grew at the rate of 19% between 1952 and 1957, agriculture lagged behind, with growth rates of 4% because of a lack of state investment, the gains coming from the reorganization and cooperation fostered by cooperative farming. Through Mao's centrally planned economy and collectivization of agriculture, the industrial economy boomed, and the country's wealth grew. Living standards improved markedly for the average person. However, more stringent plans would later be implemented, which would cause great strife across the nation. In 1954, Mao consolidated his grip on the state when he entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. Deng continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage. He retained his place as a vice premier and later secured positions as head of the Communist Party's organization department, as well as partaking as a member of the Central Military Commission. He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as a government administrative officer within the Communist Party's policy-making board. Yet, a growing ideological split was developing between Deng and Mao. In 1956, the party underwent constitutional change at the first session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party. Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat under the Politburo. He was also involved in the country's daily decision-making alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhou in support of Mao. At this time, in 1956 and 1957, the 100 Flowers campaign was introduced by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism of the government. This, though, was not long-lived. Instead, you identify those critical of the government. Then, in 1957, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Deng and other leaders of the party. It would last down to the end of the 1950s and was used as a basis for purging both the communist movement and wider society of right-wing elements. Deng was not purged in any fashion, but his position within the regime was called into question in 1958 when he formed part of a splinter group which opposed the further introduction of what was termed Mao Zedong thought into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite his earlier rise under Mao, this signaled a clear split with the leader of the country. It was a gamble, but also points towards the fact that Mao was never as secure in his position as head of Communist China as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s. At the session of the 8th Congress of 1958, the Communist Party adopted the Great Leap Forward as government policy. This was the second five-year plan and was Mao's vision that the country could eclipse Britain in terms of its industrial productivity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious and, in retrospect, quite delusional. It aimed in particular to increase Chinese steel production to a level where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Ambitious targets were also developed for the amount of coal being mined in the country and other industrial processes. To ensure that these were met, pressure was placed on regional party officers to prove agricultural work and into industrial factories, and then to develop maximum efficiencies countrywide in the factories and mines. The result was a catastrophic famine, as party officers forced so many people off the farms that food production suffered. In some instances, the local communist officials were even known to melt down farm implements like plows and basic tools in order to increase the amount of steel they could claim was being produced. There were also problems around infrastructural projects like dam construction being undertaken in a poor and rushed fashion, leading to flooding months later and the drowning of agricultural land. By 1959 and 1960, an appalling famine was occurring, and Mao's position and authority were immensely damaged. Tens of millions of people died across China. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible as these events were, though, they benefited Deng's career. In the aftermath of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, Mao was weakened, and his political rivals saw an opportunity to move to undermine his authority. A branch of the party, one which included economic reformers like Deng and Liu Shaoqi, now sought to convince the party leaders that a new approach might be employed. At the 7,000 Cadres Conference of 1962, their proposals were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. All the same, it was clear that a division had emerged between the leader and the young protege who had risen under him back in the 1930s. Further divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what he termed the Third Front movement in the mid-1960s. By this, he meant that China needed to become more industrially and militarily independent from the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War, owing to the growing rift between Moscow and Beijing since the mid-1950s and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment in an enlarged military. In response to the weakening of his position as a paramount leader of China during the Great Great Leap Forward, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This was designed as a movement to purify the culture of China through a species of constant revolution, whereby counter-revolutionaries and any unreformed capitalists and bourgeois elements would be rooted out. In reality, it was an effort by Mao to galvanize his own support base and reclaim full control of the state. It quickly spun out of control as gangs of younger Chinese secondary school city students formed into violent Red Guards who terrorized their own teachers and parents for not being ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby the Red Guards were sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform their ideological fervor. Between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade as the Cultural Revolution went on and on. The attacks included vendettas against a great many senior Communist Party figures. Amongst these were Deng and his close ally Liu Shaoqi, both of whom were accused of being unreformed bourgeois right-wingers on account of their earlier stated views on economic policy. Owing to all of this, Deng would spend the late 1960s and much of the early 1970s on the periphery of Chinese politics, though eventually, in 1973, under the patronage of his old ally Zhou Enlai, he was restored to the party hierarchy in Beijing and acquired new positions of authority. In February 1972, Richard Nixon visited China as the first post-communist era president of the United States to do so. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government of China. But with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economic relations with mainland China. Nixon's administration also perceived that China had a role to play bringing the Vietnam War to an end in a way which saved the American face as much as possible, as it was a war which it was currently losing, but it was still fighting. The state visit began the process of normalization of US-China relations, and eventually, in 1979, the administration of President Jimmy Carter would acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Deng played a major role in this process, both as a more junior figure within the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s, and after he became the leader of China in the late 1970s. This was a vitally important episode in modern history, as it paved the way for China's economic miracle by opening the US market to the goods China was beginning to produce in ever greater quantities. This aside, Deng's character was not always popular among senior American politicians, with some, such as Henry Kissinger, labeling him a, quote, nasty little man, a view shared by many people in the Nixon administration and beyond. Zhou Enlai died in January 1976. His death was soon followed by mass protests and violence at Tiananmen Square on the 5th of April 1976, as discontent at the Cultural Revolution and Mao's rule boiled over. On the day, large crowds congregated to pay their respects to Zhou, who was highly regarded among the populace. Those in attendance were considered counter-revolutionaries and were labeled as such by the Communist Party's Central Committee, who afterwards sought Deng's arrest for the alleged planning of the event. Himself had remained largely absent from the square, although he had been spotted visiting an area close by. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, but which meant that he lost his status as a senior member of the Communist Party and was removed from his position as vice premier. 100,000 people descended on the square and riots broke out, with government buildings being taken over. Security forces, led by the Gang of Four that had obtained substantial power during the Cultural Revolution, cleared the square with a militia. The Tiananmen Square incident, Deng's dismissal from his positions, He was also placed under house arrest by the regime. But then, 25 months after the riots, an ailing Mao Zedong died of a heart attack on the 9th of September 1976. Thereafter, Deng was quickly rehabilitated within the party, and indeed his resistance to Mao's growing autocracy from the late 1950s onwards and alternate vision for China's economic development made him a frontrunner to become Mao's successor. In the course of 1977, he was restored as the vice premier and also promoted to become vice chairman of the Chinese Communist Party and vice chairman of the Military Commission and Army Chief of Staff. While Guofeng, a military leader, was made the temporary leader of China during a transitional period following Mao's death, while the infamous Gang of Four were attacked by the government they had so recently led. With several members spending much of the 1980s and 1990s imprisoned, with the end of the Cultural Revolution and a severe swing in China's politics following Mao's death, Deng was pronounced as the paramount leader of the People's Republic of China in 1978 and became the de facto leader of the communist state. Deng would rule China for the best part of a decade and a half down to the early 1990s. The era of his leadership became known for policies collectively known as Luowen Fanzhong, a term which translates to something close to eliminating chaos and returning to normal. A clear statement about how China was leaving behind the instability and violence of Mao's time as head of state and moving progressively forwards. The Cultural Revolution was very firmly brought to an end, and reprisals were sought against those who had led the violence. Ideological divisions were toned down, and the Communist government became much more tolerant. Gone was the unrepentant quasi-Stalinist approach, with the supreme disregard for the value of human life, which Mao had displayed. Place was a new government of stability, harmony, and progress, which Deng, a much more tranquil and stable character than Mao, would oversee without fanfare or excessive efforts to promote himself as absolute leader of China. Some of the key elements of Luowen Fanzhong were the policies of opening up and the four modernizations. Opening up involved the adoption of many elements of free market capitalism. Much of the Chinese economy would continue to be run along communist lines, with large proportions of it controlled by the government and owned collectively. But in reality, China began to adopt much of the Western capitalist approach from an economic perspective from 1978 onwards. This included goods from more countries than it previously had, many of them US-aligned Western countries. More saliently, it involved selling the goods which China was producing in ever greater quantities to Western countries, and above all, a number of key states like the US, Britain, Germany, and France. Countries that, in time, would develop a voracious appetite for cheap Chinese electronics and manufactured goods. The Four Modernizations was a term for the more wide-ranging reform of Chinese society to facilitate this broader economic development. For instance, the Chinese education system changed completely under Deng in the course of the 1980s to emphasize training people to better the economy, rather than placing emphasis on churning out ideological communists. Many of these were ideas that had been championed for years by figures like Zhou Enlai, but it was under Deng they had become state policy. Reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economic miracle. Starting in the late 1970s, Chinese economic policy was reorientated towards being export-driven and producing goods which would find a large foreign market. In the late 1970s and for much of the 1980s, the products involved were very different to what China is known for today. Much of its trade balance sheet in the Deng years involved very basic manufactured goods and products made from agricultural products and basic industry. Then, as the Chinese economy quickly developed and the educational reforms began to have an impact, there was a shift towards more complex goods. much of this echoed the model previously in South Korea and Taiwan, as China moved towards the production of small electronic goods, automobiles and the like. The next stages would occur after Deng's time, as China has moved towards establishing its own major corporate entities that have challenged US companies in the spheres of computing and much else besides. The government did an awful lot in China in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. For instance, special economic zones were created in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai. The result was that China experienced average GDP growth rates of about 8 or 9% annually through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, sometimes peaking at 15%. Admittedly, there had been years of phenomenal growth in China under Mao, but there was no stability to this, with years of nearly 20% growth followed by economic crashes that then lasted 2 or 3 years. The Dengs brought much greater stability. In the process, an enormous societal shift occurred as middle-class aspirants engaged in arguably the largest mass migration in human history, with hundreds of millions of Chinese people leaving the countryside and moving into the new megacities, which developed along the course of the Yellow, Pearl, and Yangtze rivers. A visitor to China today can arrive to cities of 10 or 15 million people, which were little more than towns when Deng became leader of the country in 1978. The development of these urban centers is very much the legacy of Mao's successor. Deng's time as head of the Chinese state also saw the continuation of the rapprochement with the United States begun under Mao. Where the US led, other Western countries followed. This was significant in terms of China's relations with the United Kingdom and Portugal, both of which still had territorial enclaves in southern China as a legacy of their colonial involvement here. In Portugal's case, this was Macau, and in Britain's, the territory of Hong Kong. In 1984, Deng's government successfully negotiated the Sino-British Joint Declaration with the administration of Margaret Thatcher. Under the terms of this, provisions were made for Britain to hand Hong Kong back to China in 1997, but following the principle of one country, two systems, whereby Hong Kong would be part of China while retaining its democratic system in a form of self-government. 3 years later, a separate agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar handover of Macau in 1999. In large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was experiencing, peaking at over 15% GDP growth in 1984, Deng was named Time Person of the Year in 1985. He had previously been named Person of the Year in 1978, joining a very short list of individuals such as Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on 2 separate occasions. No assessment of Deng's time as leader of the People's Republic can overlook the fact that China's controversial one-child policy was initiated in 1979, a year into Deng's tenure. By the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 billion people. It had been growing at an enormous rate in the aftermath of the drop caused by the disastrous Great Leap Forward 20 years earlier. In 1962, the population had been around 665 million people. It grew to 850 million or so by 1970, and was continuing to expand year on year by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and others felt that intervention was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1.5 billion before the end of the 20th century. And so the one-child policy was introduced. Through this, it was, in theory, established that each couple should only have 1 child each. However, so many stipulations were placed on it in the years that followed that in theory less than half the population actually had the one-child policy imposed on them. While a policy of this kind can only ever be applied in practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the one-child limit, but some families were simply affluent enough that they accepted the fine and had a second or third child. The policy was successful over time in terms of its stated aim. Population growth slowed in the 1980s, then further in the 1990s, and very much so in the 2000s. The problem is that it caused many social problems in terms of implementation, as well as sociological issues in the long term. Moreover, today, nearly a half-century later, China is facing a demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging population and overall population decline in the decade will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time as leader of China. Of course, there was another, even more controversial chapter in his time as head of the Chinese Communist regime. In mid-April 1989, mass protests began at Tiananmen Square in Beijing following the death of Hu Yaobang, a leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. The protesters were aware of wider movements in Europe to reform communist governments of countries like the Soviet Union, Poland, and East Germany. The unrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced immense changes in the decades since Deng took over, whether it was the introduction of the one-child policy or the opening up of the economy. Negotiations between the protesters and the government had been underway, but the unrest had spread across China, inspiring protests in other cities. With no resolution in sight, in early June 1989, Deng ordered the breaking up of the protesters on Tiananmen Square. Martial law was declared late on the 3rd of June, and the following day, soldiers and tanks rolled into central Beijing. The exact nature of what happened on the 4th of June remains widely debated, such that it has become known as the Tiananmen Square Massacre. But the exact toll has been placed anywhere between a few hundred people to thousands across the country. The truth is unclear. What is evident is that the crackdown in 1989 presaged the Chinese Communist Party's iron grip on power down to the present, and the reluctance of the state to introduce any kind of liberal reforms in response to public protest. It would also be one of Deng's last acts as the head of the government. Late in 1989, at 85 years of age, he stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission, a move which indicated his intention to start handing over power to his successors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Deng had stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in 1989. This, along with the damage to his authority which had occurred as a result of the Tiananmen Square protests, had weakened not just his position, but also the reform program which he had launched a decade earlier. Many people within the communist hierarchy believed that China was liberalizing too swiftly and was moving completely away from the roots of the Chinese Communist Revolution, a view which was compounded when attempted reforms of the Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of the communist governments there and elsewhere in Eastern and Central Europe between 1989 and 1991. In order to prevent the same occurring in China, the reforms were rolled back in many respects in 1990 and 1991. It was this which led Deng to undertake his famous southern tour over the space of 5 weeks from mid-January 1992 into late February, visiting many cities and economic centers like Shanghai and Zhen. Deng reaffirmed that modernization and opening up were the way forward for China. He managed to win over sufficient support report that it re-galvanized the Communist Party's belief in the program he had started. The Southern Tour was a vital moment in ensuring the continuation of the modernizing program and the economic miracle. In the years that followed, Deng continued to be in partial retirement, with Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao theoretically controlling the Communist Party and the state. However, it is widely understood that Deng was a kind of emeritus ruler of China for much of the 1990s, insofar as his policies continued to be adhered to after the Southern Tour, and he was always consulted by Jintao and others in an unofficial capacity on major policy matters. Yet, he was also an old man by the mid-1990s, and his health was declining. In 1995, it was confirmed he was suffering from Parkinson's disease, and his movements were increasingly restricted. He died on the 19th of February 1997, 92 years of age, from a combination of illnesses, including severe lung infection. Several weeks of national mourning and commemoration followed for one of modern China's most significant leaders. The Chinese economic miracle continued, and in fact only accelerated into the 2000s. Owing to the reforms he set in place, China is the world's second largest economy and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2030s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. He lived most of his life in the shadow of figures like Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, and even when he did rise to become the leader of the People's Republic of China, he was content not to broadcast his rise to become the paramount leader too overtly, certainly not the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China in that he partially retired and stepped down from frontline politics in the early 1990s, once he believed his work was largely done. Lack of fanfare should not lead us to view Deng as a more minor ruler of China. Deng Xiaoping was the architect of modern China. He moved the country away from the Maoist version of communism and developed a more market-orientated economy, one which blended elements of communism and capitalism. He also continued to repair relations with the United States and opened up China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle of the period between the 1980s and 2000s. Modern China owes much more to Deng Xiaoping's legacy than that of Mao when the history of the 21st century is written. Although he died in 1997, many will note that in setting China on the path to becoming a superpower to rival the United States, Deng substantially shaped the century that followed his own time. What do you think of Deng Xiaoping? Was he the great hero of China's modern economic and political reform? The individual who brought about the Chinese economic miracle? Or was he an unreformed communist strongman who should be viewed more in the light of the Tiananmen Square massacre of 1989? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
אז לכן חייבים להגיד שצריכה מסוגלת לא הולכת אותו משפט. זה משהו אחר. גם מסוכנת, מותאמת, בעצם. רואים שאנחנו מסוגלת, שפץ ולא אמרת הרמה שהיא, בדרך כלל זה בין לא נראה מסוגלת. אולי זה לא ספק שלנו, אולי נראה מסוגלת אותו דבר, גם זה דרך כלל זה כבר לא מבין, למה התורה צריכה לחזור על המילה ידינו שהיא באמת אם אנחנו אומרים לפני שהיא מתה, אז ודאי שאחרי מתה, יש כאן כאלה על המתה. אנחנו מבינו את הנושא הזה לא נשמע. יש סוג מבינה שלא היה יכול להיות כל דבר. מבינה ולא להיות כל דבר. איך היא לא אמית? שעושה עוד הנה, אבל נעשה את זה. דבר אחד שונה. חוסר מעניין שדבר היה משסר את זכותו, מתאבד דליסון. למה זה הפסיק יד? שאיפה שהוא הפסיק, לא סוגר שזה לא היה פסיקו, לא בשביל זה כסדרה. לא ראיתי זה כסדרה. בציור שם כסדרה, זה כסדרה. לא יכולים לחזור לדבר הזה דבר יורי. אבל ביקשתי מיושי, שיצאו את זה גם. כדי להיות כסדרה, הייתי לחזור את המפייצה. אם אתה עושה חילוק איתי, אתה רוצה על כאן, זה לא חצי, כאן היא מאוד חולש. ויש לך את החצינים מאוד, עוד לפני שהיא... אוי, מנסים להביא את החברים שמותר להפות מסוים. הולכת אמרו שחפת מהר מאוד, וסתם אותה לחפות זה מגיע, ומחילת שלנו צייף.
On the 6th of October 1976, Jiang Qing, the widow of Mao Zedong, the man who had ruled communist China from 1949 until his death in September 1976, was arrested. Jiang was rare in communist China as a woman who had risen to play a prominent role in the country's politics. Yet even her position as Mao's former wife couldn't prevent her from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to prompt the communist regime to destroy her once Mao's reign had ended? This is the story of Jiang Qing, the real driving force behind the Cultural Revolution. The woman known to history as Jiang Qing, Madame Mao, was born in the spring of 1914 in the town of Juchang in Shandong Province, China. Her exact date of birth is disputed, though she was almost certainly born in March 1914. Her parents gave her the name Li Shumeng. Jiang Qing was a name she adopted many years later, after joining the communist cause in China. Her father, Li De-wen, was a carpenter with his own shop. He also operated a small inn. Her mother, whose name has been lost to history, was Li De-wen's secondary wife or concubine, and Shumeng was the couple's only child. Though her father was a fairly prosperous tradesman, and her mother benefited little from her father's prosperity, Li De-wen had a legitimate wife and 5 other older children. While she experienced a good deal of bullying, both physical and emotional, from her older half-siblings, her mother endured far worse from Li De-wen, a heavy drinker who often beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shumeng's parents might have come about following the family's engagement of her mother as a domestic servant. Life became even less stable for Shumeng and her mother in 1920. During the annual Lantern Festival, Li De-wen became excessively drunk and enraged by a disagreement with his second wife, and savagely beat her with a spade, breaking one of her fingers. According to her own later account, 6-year-old Shumeng tried to defend her mother, and her father's spade struck her mouth, breaking one of her teeth. Shortly following this terrible episode, Li Shimeng's mother left the family home for good, with her daughter in tow. Mother and daughter remained in for less than 2 years, during which time Xu Meng started elementary school. She found the atmosphere little more bearable than her father's family home had been. The other students bullied her mercilessly for her awkwardness, her shabby clothes, and unconventional background, just as her siblings had done. She was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Li Shimeng was growing up in a tumultuous and often violent world. Just 3 years before she was born, the Chinese imperial system that had existed for thousands of years had been overthrown. A new republican government was established, though in reality the country descended into anarchy, with local warlords claiming power in different parts of China. Xu Meng regularly heard the crackle of gunfire on her way to school as local conflicts raged and the government tried to impose law and order. Life was especially difficult for Xu Meng and her mother in these circumstances. Sometime in 1924 or 1925, Li De-wan died in a typhus outbreak. He left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate wife and children, but he also bequeathed to his secondary wife and illegitimate daughter the part ownership of the house. Li Shimeng, now nearing 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to her parents, who lived in Jinan in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only one other daughter, and were presumably relieved to have their daughter and grandchild come to live with them, and perhaps to help care for them in their old age. Using a portion of their small inheritance, Xu Meng and her mother purchased train tickets, packed their few belongings, and left for Jinan. Once there, Li Shimeng was given a new name, Li Yunhe. Whether she received her new name from her family or her new school is unclear, but either way, almost everyone who knew her agreed that the name did not suit her. Yunhe, crane in the clouds, suggested a far more serene, gentle and passive character than Li Yunhe possessed, as her early experiences had made her rebellious, defiant, and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, Yunhe invariably fought back and asserted herself. After what she had seen of life as a poor marginal, Yunhe could only read the Confucian ideal which her family and her school were trying to teach her. A virtuous woman, according to Confucian philosophy, obeyed her father, her husband, and, after his death, her own son. She was to be modest, chaste, neat, quiet, and a willing and able housekeeper. But to Yunhe, the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues were nothing more than handy propaganda, and her life experiences had taught her to resist these traditional Chinese values. 10-year-old Yunhe resumed her elementary education in Jinan, but fared little better than she had in Jucheng. Her classmates still bullied her, ridiculed her awkwardness, and ostracized her for being the girl without a father. Rather than run home and cry to her family, however, Yunhe instead grew harder. Nourishing a fierce pride, she refused to speak when her family inquired about her bruises or her torn book bag. Yunhe finished her formal education in 1926 or 1927, when she was about 12 or 13 years old. Around this time, Yunhe and her mother traveled to Tianjin, perhaps for better work prospects, where they stayed for several months with one of Yunhe's half-sisters. She did not return to school, but earned her keep in housework for her older sister. She particularly hated having to do household chores and tried instead to get a job rolling tailor-made cigarettes for a local tobacco company, which her family was quick to forbid. In 1928, her mother married again. Although the details of her marriage and new life are unknown, Her continued to live with her grandparents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents could not afford the fees. Instead, in a move that seemed to suit her unconventional and rather individualistic personality, she joined a local theatre troupe. It is unclear whether Yun-He ran away from her grandparents' home to become an actor, or if she was coerced into doing so. Whatever the circumstances, Yun-He appeared to love the performing life and remained with the company for a year or more. As Yun-He gained more experience and was given more and more significant acting roles, she realized that directors. She began to gain confidence in her developing artistic abilities. One night, many months after Yun-He had disappeared from her grandparents' home, the elderly couple attended a production of the Beijing opera Beating the Princess at a small suburban theater in Jinan. When the leading lady took the stage in a magnificent silk robe and a headdress bedecked in pearls, Yun-He's grandparents were shocked to discover that the graceful and talented ingenue on stage was their own granddaughter. The couple were forced to pay an unknown but apparently exorbitant sum of money to persuade the theatre owner to release and allow her to return home. We do not know what Yun-He's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company. But at this point, she actively sought more involvement in the theatre and artistic training shortly after returning home with her grandparents. Yun-He passed preliminary exams and was accepted to the new Experimental Arts Academy, funded by the Shandong provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Yun-He received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well as a regular allowance of 6 yuan per month. She studied acting, playwriting, and music with accomplished professors, trained in both Chinese and Western styles and techniques. It was during this year at theatre school that Yun-He's later political beliefs and overall worldview began to develop. Although the school was established in an old Confucian temple in Jinan, the professors were young, with modern political beliefs which leaned closer to the communists than to the nationalists in the Chinese Civil War that had broken out between these two groups in 1927. The left-leaning stance of teachers and students at the Acting Academy did not lead to them opposing foreign influence in China or prevent them from embracing Western artistic mediums, styles and techniques, or even European plays. Similarly, while they embraced the collectivist social and political ethic of communism, they admired the romance and individualism of Western art, many examples of which the later Chinese Communist Party would officially deem capitalistic and counter-revolutionary. It was during her year at this experimental theatre school that Yun-He first read Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, an outright indictment of marriage as a social and political prison for women. This play resonated deeply with Yun-He, and it remained a favorite dramatic work. Yun-He's personality was beginning more decidedly at theatre school. As only one of 3 girls studying there, she had a certain amount of notoriety among her fellow students, which she amplified with her boldness. Her classmates remembered her as pretty, outgoing, plain-spoken to the point of being labelled pushy, and unafraid to be daring. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. The student who would brave the forbidding temple sanctuary to remove and retrieve the headdress from a statue of Confucius there would be accounted the most courageous. This challenge went unanswered for several days, as none of the boys were fearless enough to attempt it. They were shocked one evening to see Yun-He stroll casually out of the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand. "I never thought that a girl could do that," remembered one of her male classmates. Unfortunately, the experimental theatre school was closed a year after it opened, a victim of the turbulent political environment. Yunhe briefly tried her luck in Beijing, securing a few small roles, but she was apparently not considered sophisticated or well-trained enough for Beijing opera, and she soon returned to Jian. Unwilling to work outside the arts, and even more unwilling to accept a position as a domestic servant or other similar position for which her minimal education qualified her, 16-year-old Yunhe got married instead. Her husband, a wealthy merchant's son named Fei, first seen Yunhe in one of her early theatre productions and had become an instant and ardent admirer. Her family were lightly relieved. For instance, biographers speculate that her grandparents were supportive of the marriage because a dowry was being required, and there was no one else in Yunhe's life who could have provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful that Yunhe had entered an honorable marriage and would now presumably settle down to a more traditional life, which would bring her security. As it turned out, Yunhe's first, though he no doubt found the process exciting initially, Fei soured on his new wife within weeks. Yunhe moved into Fei's following them, but she had no intention of performing the traditional wifely role. Her mother-in-law disliked her for what she viewed as Yunhe's laziness. She slept late every morning, did few, if any, household chores, did no cooking, and went out to parties, dinners, and the theatre with her friends at night. Fei's outraged mother complained to her son that, instead of taking care of her family, Yunhe seemed to expect others to wait on her. Fei and Yunhe soon began to argue constantly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage, but she was affronted by what she viewed as his unreasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Fei a choice: move out of his family home with her, or grant her an unconditional divorce. Fei and Yunhe divorced in 1931. In 1930s China, divorce was seen as a significant act of emancipation for members of the nascent women's movement. Like girls and women who resisted the traditional practice of foot binding, to seek a divorce was an act of women's liberation. However, it was also still largely controversial for most people, and it is possible that Yunhe's split from her husband served to distance her from her family. Rather than return to her grandparents, she travelled to the bustling seaside metropolis Dao to attempt a fresh start in 1931, and promptly sought out one of her professors from theatre school, Zhao Taimo, who was now employed as a professor and dean at the university, and neither did Dean Zhao know of any theatre work for which he could recommend her, but he kindly set her up with temporary accommodation in the university dormitories. Deciding to try another tactic, Yunhe paid a visit to Zhao's wife, Yu Shan. Moved to compassion by the girl's story, Yu used her influence to get Yunhe a job as a clerk at the university library on campus. Although she was described as pushy and unaccommodating by some who knew her there, Yunhe made the most of her new circumstances and received much of her political education while she was living in Qingdao. Though she could not formally register at university, she attended lectures on theatre and music, as well as politics, history, and philosophy. Yunhe, well situated by her difficult childhood to absorb the outrage against the long-standing class system, readily subscribed to many of the central tenets of communism. Class struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Yunhe. Most of Yunhe's direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao occurred as a result of her involvement in local theatre. She joined the Sea Theatre Company, a political theatre troupe which wrote, staged, and toured small-scale productions promoting revolutionary values, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China. While most young Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with the communists than the national, few broadcasts fact at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the in the war. Yun He's secret residence in Qingdao. Friends reflect that Yun He's understanding of politics and philosophy was never very sophisticated. In fact, one acquaintance remarked that she probably couldn't have explained clearly what capitalism actually was and what the distinctions between it and communism were. Despite her relative lack of political sophistication, Yun He became a zealous party member. Another factor which strengthened Yun He's political education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Chi-wei was a genial and intelligent biology major at the university, the handsome younger brother of Ding Zhao's wife, Liu Shan. Yun He and Chi-wei met at his sister's house and soon began dating one another. They fell in love for an informal cohabitation, rather formalized marriage, which was unusual at the time. Though Chi-wei was quite a brilliant student, he spent most of his time engaged in politics, a fact reflected in his average grades. They worked together assiduously, both in secret and in public, for the general promotion of the cause, especially through the theatre, but also through participation in public protests. In late 1932, Chi-wei was arrested for his political activities and only secured his release through the intervention of an influential uncle who worked for the nationalist government. Yun He was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it's unclear to what extent she cooperated with their investigation. When Chi-wei was finally released, he did not come to Yun He, but left Qingdao on the Communist Party's behalf. Know why his relationship with Yun He ended so abruptly. Biographers have speculated that she may have incriminated her views, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Whatever the reason, when Chi-wei left, Yun He was heartbroken. As she had previously done when she left Jinan, she endeavored to look forward rather than backward and decided to try for a new life in Shanghai, the center of the country's developing film industry. 19-year-old Yun He arrived at Shanghai in 1933. The richest and most cosmopolitan urban center in China, Shanghai was known as the city for sale, and the film industry attracted numerous young and hungry artists from all over China. As was the case in Beijing, casting directors and theater owners had their pick of hopeful artists, and Yun He initially had a hard time established here. She secured some limited work with local political theatre troupes, similar to the one she had worked with in Qingdao. But the newest artists at theatre companies were apt to end up sewing costumes, painting sets, and doing bit parts for months before being offered more significant roles, if any. To make ends meet, Yun He took a teaching job, which luckily included free accommodation. Yun He's busy new life did not preclude her continued involvement in politics, as most Shanghai artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theatre, had always a political arena. In the former imperial era, theatre bolstered the class system, reinforced Confucian values, and encouraged social order. By the 1930s, theatre was expressing and disseminating revolutionary values. Yun He joined the League of Lefts and also engaged classes in the arts, politics, and philosophy at Shanghai University, where the academic establishment had similar communist leanings. Unfortunately for Yun He, these activities led to her imprisonment during a nationalist government crackdown of Shanghai. Differing accounts exist of Yun He's jail term. According to her own report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed to have maintained a fierce and defiant attitude toward the authorities, and also noted that she lost a dangerous amount of weight in jail. Her release came about following an intervention by a friend and health ground. After release, she appeared dramatically thinner, drawn and pale. According to police records, however, Yoon-Hee was imprisoned for only 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Yoon-Hee's own account, the guards who watched over her treated her well, and they remembered her as charming with a good sense of humor. No doubt she was anxious for both freedom and self-preservation. As soon as Yoon-Hee had dictated and signed a confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a warning to distance herself from any future communist activities. When Yoon-Hee was released, she did just that, refocusing her energy instead on pursuing her career as an actor. To that end, she soon took a new stage name, Lam Ping, meaning Blue Apple. In 1935, a production of Ibsen's Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months, an unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. Opening night was well attended. All were allegedly transfixed by Lam Ping, the former Yoon-Hee, in the title role. Her reportedly incredible performance finally brought her to the notice of Shanghai's artistic community and theatre-goers. 1935, recalled one critic for a local newspaper, was the year of Nora. Lam Ping soon began to get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial security than she ever had before. She gladly embraced her new independence, as it allowed her to upgrade her lifestyle. For a person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she enjoyed a rather bourgeois existence and embraced many Western attitudes and fashions. Like many young women artists in diverse and cosmopolitan Shanghai, she admired the films and attitudes of Greta Garbo and Mae West, and she often dressed and did her makeup in the Hollywood style. She pursued romantic relationships on her own terms. Tang Na, a Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Lam Ping on stage as Nora in All. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, moving in together after a few months. As Lam Ping's star began to rise with the beginning of her film career, she and Tang Na were sometimes mentioned in Shanghai's gossip columns. Her visibility led to opportunities at both political film companies and major studios. Though she starred in at least 9 films during this period, Lam Ping's biggest successes in Shanghai's film industry were Old Bachelor One and Blood on Wolf Mountain. Despite the apparent glamour of their life together among the city's bohemian artists, Lam Ping and Tang Na had a tempestuous and ultimately toxic relationship. Despite their issues, the couple married in 1936. The marriage fell apart within a year, and almost certainly should have ended before then. Both seemed to expect absolute faithfulness from the other. Neither seemed able to give it in return. Lam Ping favored a divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several more months after Tang Na, in his despair at the prospect of losing her, attempted on several occasions to take his own life. By 1937, the Shanghai Lam Ping knew and loved was beginning to disappear. The Japanese were poised to invade after the Marco Polo Bridge incident triggered the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, and the film and theatre industry would be sure to grind to a halt in Shanghai. Local artists were already dispersing, and soon the communists and nationalists would put aside their differences to fight the common enemy in what was effective of the Second World War in the Far East before it ever broke out in Europe. Before she left Shanghai, Lam Ping authored a local journal article entitled Our Life, a Revolutionary Artists Manifesto, which clearly presaged some of her most infamous later deeds during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s. In this, she insisted that art and drama were social tools and vehicles for change rather than bourgeois diversions. Artists were not mere dolls, the playthings of audiences or the prey of producers and directors. They were revolutionaries, active creators, and must, above all, be independent-minded and strong in spirit. This manifesto, her ex-husband Tang Na later remarked cynically, was Lan Ping's meal ticket to the rising establishment of the Communist Party. But there is good reason to believe that she meant every word she wrote in this article. After she left Shanghai, Lan Ping journeyed to Yan'an and the headquarters of the Communist rebels led by Mao Zedong. The renewed threats to China of imperialism and capitalism had convinced her to pursue the revolutionary cause directly, rather than simply as an artist. She first reconnected with some of her past party comrades, who were helpful in introducing her and the Communist Party of Mao. Lan Ping was accepted at Yan'an and began taking classes at Lushun College, where she also taught drama classes herself part-time. Mao Zedong's third marriage was on the rocks by this point. His then wife, He Zhejiang, was one of the few revolutionary women who had been with Mao and his rebel army all through the Long March back in 1934 and 1935, when the communists had only barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the nationalists by breaking out of an encirclement and marching a long distance across China to regroup. Unfortunately, her husband tired her. Disgusted and betrayed, He Zhejiang finally left Yan'an and Mao. Lan Ping and Mao Zedong first became acquainted in the fall of 1938, when Mao came to give a talk at the college. Lan Ping was present, listening raptly as Mao discussed the social and political importance of art, and she rose to her feet to clap enthusiastically when he finished his speech. Mao was much less remote to his supporters at this early stage, and easily approachable on the streets of Yan'an. Lan Ping found the courage to introduce herself to Mao after his lecture, and the two shared some brief and friendly conversation. They continued to spend time together in the ensuing weeks, and soon became lovers. When they decided to marry, the couple encountered significant opposition from Mao's fellow communist leaders, particularly the future Premier Zhou Enlai, General Zhu De, and Chief of Staff Liu Xiaoqi. Lan Ping was controversial. She had come to Yan'an from Shanghai, a nationalist stronghold that most rural communists gloated with bourgeois privilege, excess, and permissive nods to capitalism and imperialism. She was also attractive, stylish, and modern, everything that the poor, unpolished, and hard-working proletariat was supposed to despise, according to communist theory. Mao insisted to his top officials, however, that his marriage to Lan was necessary. Without her love, he said, he could not continue the revolution. He even threatened to return home to Hunan province and become a mere farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from He Zhejiang and permitted Lan Ping, as long as she stayed out of the reign of the communist hierarchy. Thus, within just a year and a half of her arrival at Yan'an, Lan Ping was married to one of the most powerful men in China. To mark the occasion of their wedding, they chose Lan Ping's new name together, Jiangqing, meaning Green River, in reference to line from a sentimental Tang Dynasty poem. The first 10 years in Jiang and Mao's marriage were harmonious between them, though they were lived against the backdrop of the struggle with Japan in 1945, and then the resumption of the Civil War with the nationalists. Jiang Qing gave birth to a daughter in 1940, the only child she and Mao would have together. Interestingly, the girl was not given her father's name, instead being given Jiang's original maiden name. Li Na lived closely with both her parents during her early childhood, and could often be found playing on the floor of her father if Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to He Zizhen's youngest daughter, Li Min, who, strangely, was also given Jiang's maiden name. Though she had railed all her life against submitting to traditional marriage and domesticity, Jiang nonetheless seemed happy in these early years. She served as one of Mao's secretaries, a vague and barely articulated position which included report writing and general paperwork on Mao's behalf. She was honored as Mao's wife and admired for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. The ardor of their marriage began to fade, and Mao's eye began to wander to younger women once again. Jiang did not react the way her predecessor had. She tolerated his many mistresses and affairs. In 1949, the Communists finally defeated the Nationalists, the remnants of which fled under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek to Taiwan. Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of the new People's Republic of China created greater distance between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital in Beijing served to remove Jiang Qing from her husband's daily routine. As the wife of a leading revolutionary on the road, her presence during strategy and had been accepted. Now, in the halls of power, where women rarely, if ever, elevated to influential positions in China, she found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges during the war, even suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, for which she underwent a month of treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qing found herself blocked from any position of power that Jiang's health, both physical and mental, began to suffer. Aware of her desire to be more than a secretary, Mao arranged for Jiang to head one or two committees charged with assessing theatre and film for alignment with party politics. Initially excited and motivated, Jiang dove work. Began to find the position infuriating, as her recommendations were only heeded when Mao happened to agree with them, which he frequently did not. Her working relationships worsened, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality and difficult to work with, but now she became even more difficult. Numerous interviews with contemporaries recalled Jiang's increasingly unreasonable behavior in the 1950s. She made many enemies among Chinese filmmakers, playwrights, and theatre directors for criticizing or attempting to ban their work. Though Jiang was now a mature and politically powerful woman, she had gained little more intellectual sophistication. She believed that art in the new China should only focus on and celebrate proletarian victory and communist values. Anger from her painful childhood may have also been at play here. Years about political justice being bound up with the notion of personal vengeance. Those who displeased her often found themselves and their work dealt with more harshly than they deserved to be. Her feelings of impotence and her anxiety at the new distance between her and her husband began to manifest in her health. Depressed and bored to distraction, she began to complain of feeling physically ill. Dr. Li Jie-sui, Mao's private doctor, recalled that as far as he could see, there was nothing really wrong with Jiang Qing. Her frequent fatigue, mysterious aches and pains, heart palpitations, and anxiety were common, he said, to virtually all of the patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. The exceptionally high stress and culture of fear which prevailed among those at the top of the power structure was striking. Jiang Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to convalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her or keep her from meddling further in politics. She received few visitors, but one notable and reliable caller was Zhou Enlai. Though several of Mao's top officials visited the Soviet Union periodically, few of them liked Jiang enough to pay her a visit. Zhou, however, was one of few power brokers who remained unfailingly kind to her. Whatever he thought of Jiang personally, he brought her delicacies and news from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jiang would eventually alienate him too, by attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jiang was genuinely ill after tests revealed that she had cervical cancer. She returned to the Soviet Union for cobalts and remained there for over a year, recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a resort in Yalta with access to a film projector and a regularly replenished selection of Western movies, technically banned in both Russia and China. She ate well, listened to opera, and read a great deal. Her and those she considered subordinates, however, continued to get worse. She would complain that her bath water or the temperature in her room was too hot one moment and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiang Qing returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation in the capital was quite different. Popularity had declined in the wake of the Great Leap Forward, Chairman's disastrously executed 5-year plan to reorganize agricultural activity and maximize the growth of Chinese industry. The results had been horrific, leading to one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Trenchant criticism of Mao was now rising across China, even amongst Politburo members and Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead to cement his power through a program of cultural and artistic reform, which would squash such avenues of dissent and allay any challenges to his power from popular leaders of the communist movement like Deng Xiaoping or Zhou Enlai. It was in this context that Mao finally granted power to Jiang Qing, of the kind which he had long sought. She would become one of the key architects of the Cultural Revolution that sought to reaffirm Mao's control over Communist China from 1966 onwards. As one of the main organizers of it, Jiang was a member of the Gang of Four, along with Jiang Chongqiao, Yao Wenyan, and Wang Hongwen. This quartet oversaw the Cultural Revolution on behalf, powerful to the fore. The Cultural Revolution was geared around the idea of instilling a rigorous communist purity into Chinese society. Jiang Qing began by reading and evaluating more than 1,000 artistic works, including films, operas, plays, and ballets, for their conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as for their lionization of the proletariat. Any works that did not conform to the party line, any art that glorified the wealthy, capitalists, imperialists, past emperors, or the aristocracy was deemed bourgeois or counter-revolutionary, and were either reformed or also undertook to identify the most superior works of art in this respect, and made sure they were recognized publicly as good art, both politically and morally sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically suspect had their reputations and livelihoods ruined, and came under attack from Red Guards, which were often little more than gangs of violent youths, whipped up into a frenzy by Mao's Cultural Revolution. Those whose political crimes were considered especially egregious were fired from their jobs or forced to undergo ritualized public humiliation, marching slowly through the streets in dunce caps while the crowds jeered and abused them. Controversial political offenders were imprisoned, some for years on end, and most without charge or trial. Worst of all, Jiang seemed often to wield her terrible new influence on those against whom she held personal grudges. For Jiang, class struggle was a vengeful process in which the proletariat punished and subordinated their opponents. Now, in the Cultural Revolution, saw her reach a position of power which she had never previously held in China, although Mao still ultimately made the final call on all matters of policy. It was the chairman's habit to discreetly pit the most powerful and closest to him against one another in order to keep himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized one official to another, just to test them, to see how they would respond. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most powerful people in China between 1966 and 1976. Under her direction, Red Guards terrorized teachers and listened in the country's schools and universities, accusing them of political impurity, while the nation's cinemas, libraries, and theaters all became battlegrounds in the bizarre conflict, which was both an effort to enforce political purity and also a performative campaign in which the government was well aware that it was systematically terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position after the disastrous years of the Great Leap Forward. The worst years of the Cultural Revolution, which would ultimately claim the lives of anywhere between 500,000 and 2 million Chinese people in waves of political violence, took place between 1966 and 1969, though it dragged on well into the 1970s. By the mid-1970s, it became clear that the chairman's continued ill health indicated that he was in the final stages of Lou Gehrig's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just about to enter the early 60s, following the death of Zhou Enlai from cancer early in 1976 and the ousting of Deng Xiaoping. She may have believed that there was a path to her claiming power once Mao died. Though she had made many enemies during her rise to power, she had the support of roughly 40% of the Politburo. Jiang also had a good deal of support among China's youth, rural workers, and roughly half the army. During the summer of 1976, Mao sent Jiang what one biographer described as a farewell poem. You have been wronged. Today we are separating into two worlds. May each keep his peace. In the struggle of the past 10 years, I have tried to reach the peak of revolution, but I was not successful. You, though, could reach the top. If you fail, you will plunge into a fathomless abyss. Your body will shatter. Your bones will break. This missive seems to suggest that Jiang had Mao's support to become Madam Chairwoman after his passing. And yet, when the top officials came together somewhere for their final meeting with Mao at his bedside. He appeared much more ambivalent about his wife's potential succession. In fact, he stated quite clearly that he did not think there should be any sort of seat at all after he died, but that a broad, multi-generational coalition should govern and lead together. It is up to the public to decide whether Jiang Qing shall be included. He began to fail as he grew weaker. Help Jiang Qing, he began, before his voice trailed off, and the party members strained to hear his last muttered whisper. His wife's supporters among them claimed that he said, "Help Jiang Qing carry the red flag." Moderates in the room claimed he said, "Help Jiang Qing correct her errors." Mao died on the 6th of September 1976. By then, Jiang had failed to cultivate any support among Mao's top officials or attempt to repair relations with those whose enmity over the years. At a meeting of the Politburo just days after Mao's death, she encountered no immediate opposition, but less than 2 days after they adjourned, guards sent by the top political and military officials burst into Jiang's bedroom in the middle of the night and arrested her. Jiang spent 4 years incarcerated without charge or trial, though the conditions in which she lived were quite good, and she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Li Na. By 1980, Deng Xiaoping had claimed power and was overseeing a program of reform that rejected Maozi. The Politburo, in order to put the past behind them, now turned their attention to Jiang Qing once again. She could not be released because of her previous role in the Cultural Revolution, but neither could they make her a martyr for unreformed Maoists. Deng was facing criticism from the left for seeming to have betrayed the revolution with his more moderate policies. The way to rewrite and contextualize history, the moderates believed blame Mao for the failures of the revolution that many still deeply revered. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang Qing and the other members of the Gang of Four who had overseen the Cultural Revolution. Jiang Qing expressed incredulity when she was informed that she would be placed on trial 4 years after the death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, on the 20th of November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four began. They were charged with anti-party activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of people, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Far from being cowed by those who sought to force a confession, Jiang remained defiant and unwilling to acknowledge or admit any guilt. She reiterated that her so-called crimes were political and were committed under direct orders from Mao. If she were a criminal, Jiang insisted, then so were most of her judges. They too had carried out Mao's orders to persecute individuals and to use the powers of the state according to the chairman's direction. "I was Chairman Mao's dog," Jiang insisted. "I bit whomever he asked me to bite. What you are doing now," she continued, "is asking a widow to pay her husband's debt. To you all I say, I am happy and honored to pay Chairman Mao's debt." The trial continued for several days, but it was effectively a show trial for Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four. In the end, when the ruling came down in January 1981, Jiang Qing was found guilty and sentenced to death. However, the judges, still afraid of popular unrest, commuted her sentence to life in prison, provided that she maintained good behavior. Jiang spent the last 11 years of her life incarcerated. In the mid-1980s, she contracted suspected throat cancer and was temporarily in care for treatment. Watching China slowly change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into depression. Just as the Soviet Union had gradually reformed in the 1950s and 1960s after the passing of Joseph Stalin, so too China moved to a different model after Mao's time. A new economy with some Western elements was developing, one that would prove far more successful than the controlled economy Mao had disastrously tried to oversee. By the end of the 1980s, it was clear that a new country was emerging. Reforms were the key determinant, not Mao's legacy. As Jiang grew older and sicker, she fell into despair. In the early morning hours of the 14th of May 1991, Jiang Qing took her own life. She was 77 years old. The note she left behind read, "Today, the revolution has been stolen by the revisionist clique, and the result of this omission is that unending evils have been unleashed on the Chinese people and nation. Chairman, your student and fighter is coming to see you." The Politburo would not permit Jiang Qing to have a funeral. She and Mao had wished to be buried next to one another, but their last wishes were not adhered to. While Mao was mummified and placed on display in a memorial building in Tiananmen Square, a stern and forbidding sentinel forever guarding the spirit of the revolution, Jiang was quietly cremated and her remains laid to rest in Futian Cemetery in Beijing. Her grave marker bears the name Li Er, not Jiang. Old-boned demon, as she came to be known, had lived across most of the events which transformed She was born just 3 years after the millennium to an end, and she lived through the Civil War, the Second World War, and the establishment of the People's Republic. She had had many names and many lives, first as a poor child, then as an actress, then as a politician's wife, and finally as one of the orchestrators of the Cultural Revolution. Her position was somewhat strange to an extent. Mao and the Communist Party did not allow her to wield much power as his wife for many years. It was only in 1966, after the disaster of the Great Leap Forward had threatened Mao's whole power, that he truly rose to prominence. As Mao tried to utilize the cultural as a means of re-cementing his position. It was then that she finally rose to prominence as a member of the Gang of Four. Over the next decade, her influence over China was entirely nefarious. The Cultural Revolution ultimately led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers are unknown. Worse still was the collective scarring of Chinese society as it attacked itself for the better part of a decade. Though Mao could never be criticized by the government of the country he shaped so much in the 20th century, after his death, those who had survived sought revenge against the Gang of Four. Far from claiming any sort of power for herself, the Cultural Revolution was ultimately the undoing of Jiang Qing as well. What do you think of Jiang Qing? Does she deserve to be as reviled as she is? Or has she been unduly demonized, as her detractors could never publicly criticize Mao? Since criticizing Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed. In the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 11th of March 2018. Nearly 3,000 delegates have flooded into the Great Hall of the People in Beijing, in China. They are there for the first session of the 13th National People's Congress. This inaugural session is different from most others, however, as an amendment to the Constitution has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Congress and is due to be voted on as the first act of the new Congress. The amendment is wide-ranging, but the key feature of it is the removal of the clause in Article 79, one which limits the President to serve no more than 2 consecutive terms. The vote passes by almost unanimous consent, and so the way is cleared for the incumbent President to rule China indefinitely, become the most powerful ruler of the country since Mao Zedong. His name, Xi Jinping, leader of the People's Republic of China. The man known to history as Xi Jinping was born on the 15th of June 1953 in the city of Beijing in the People's Republic of China. Because of the way Chinese naming conventions work, Xi is his family name, while Jinping is his personal or given name. The reverse of Western naming traditions, where the personal name comes first. Ping's father was Xi Zhongshun. As barely a teenager, he had joined the Chinese Communist movement back in 1926 as the Northern Expedition that had brought the Chinese nationalists to power quickly turned into a civil war between them and their recent allies, the Communists. Zhongshun sided with the Communists in the Civil War, which began thereafter. He remained so into the 1930s, despite coming under severe ideological scrutiny at one time. After the Japanese invasion of China in 1937, the nationalists and communists had temporarily put aside their differences to fight the foreign invader. Xi Dongshun was amongst the communist fighters in the years of conflict that followed. After the war, he returned to the communist side, though, as we will see, in later years, his family can hardly be said to have been rewarded for his long service to the communist cause. Jinping's mother was Qi Xin, his father's second wife. He was one of 4 children the couple had, of which Jinping was the second youngest. Xi, too, came from a communist-aligned family. Xi's childhood was tumultuous. The Chinese Civil War, ongoing since the Northern Expedition of the mid-1920s, had only been put on ice because of the Japanese invasion in 1937. It resumed as soon as the Second World War ended in the autumn of 1945. However, where the communists had been on the brink of defeat in the 1930s, they exited the Second World War much strengthened, in large part because of how appallingly corrupt the nationalists or Kuomintang were, to the extent that President Harry Truman of the United States was unwilling to provide them with anything near the support that the Soviet Union gave the Chinese communists after the war. In 1949, the nationalists were driven from the Chinese mainland and established their own miniature state on the island of Taiwan. Today's Republic of China is the direct successor of it. On the mainland, the communists set up the People's Republic of China as the second most powerful communist state in the world, next to the Soviet Union, and the largest in pure population terms. It was led by Mao Zedong, a figure who had emerged gradually in the 1930s and 1940s as the leader of the Chinese communists. He was never quite as powerful as Joseph Stalin was in the Soviet Union, though he wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, he was also willing to engage in policies which aimed to transform Chinese society in a period of just a few years, with dramatic consequences. In Mao's case, he decided he wanted China to become an industrial power on the scale of Britain within a period of about 5 years, and so in 1958 he initiated what he called the Great Leap Forward to massively increase steel, coal and other industrial output. The policy was horrifically mismanaged and led to a massive famine which killed tens of millions of people. Scholars figure it could lie anywhere between 30 and 60 million. It was against this backdrop of famine and revolution that Xi Jinping grew up. Xi's family were insulated to an extent from the worst ravages of what many now call Mao's Great Famine, instead of the Great Leap Forward. After the Chinese Civil War ended and the communists came to power in 1949, Xi's father had been rewarded by promotion into a number of important positions. By no means could he be said to have been a leading figure within the new government, yet he served at the higher end of the middling bureaucrats in the government, acting as a vice chairperson of the National People's Congress for a time in the second half of the 1950s, just as Mao's 5-year program was being initiated. This meant the family escaped famine or excessive privation. All of that was threatened when Xi Dongshun was purged from the party ranks in the mid-1960s. People needed to be blamed for the horrors of the Great Leap Forward, and Xi's father was one of Mao's targets. The ostensible excuse for his demotion was his role in the publication of a biography of Liu Zhidan, a figure who had died all the way back in 1936 during the Civil War, and who was seen as a communist martyr whose legacy Mao was anxious to have erased from the collective memory in China. Xi's father was demoted to become a factory worker overnight. By that time, Jinping was a decent enough primary education by the standards of China in the 1960s. This involved learning communist thought, a skewed version of Chinese history, and other subjects. The family was forced to relocate to the province of Henan, further inland, as a result of his father's demotion and appointment as a worker in a tractor factory. Reports differ on whether this happened in late 1963, 1964, or early 1965. In any event, it was a major fall from grace for the family as Xi neared his teenage years. While the worst of Mao's reign was unquestionably the era of the Great Leap Forward, bad times still lay ahead. The disastrous policies he had pursued had weakened Mao's position. It was not simply the famine and the mass deaths. Part of the Great Leap Forward had involved a mass building program to erect hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built that they were collapsing within a few years. In an effort to shore up his power, in 1960, Mao launched what is known as the Cultural Revolution. Through this, he initiated a campaign whereby he claimed a mass capitalist bourgeois conspiracy was underway in China to reverse the revolution, and that people needed to increase their zeal for his Maoist thoughts in order to save the revolution. School children were particularly stirred up into a frenzy and ordered to denounce their bourgeois teachers. In the midst of this, Jinping's fledgling secondary education pretty much ground to a halt. The family was also further targeted after their demotion a few years earlier. His father was arrested. At time and the febrile atmosphere of zealousness, his family members were urged to denounce him for anti-revolutionary sentiments. Meanwhile, Jinping eventually took part in a movement which Mao promoted to start sending students to the countryside. The Down to the Countryside movement, as it was termed, one which the dictator devised as a means of ridding the cities and towns of gangs of students that himself had stirred up in 1966 and 1968. Jinping spent time in the countryside in Shanxi province. The experience, although under very strange circumstances, was a formative one for him, and it is noted that Xi, as leader of China, has had a reasonable affinity with rural Chinese people and the relative stresses of both urban and rural life in China. Still, he did not enjoy it. On several attempts, he tried to run away to Beijing and other cities, only to be repeatedly found and sent back to the countryside. This pattern continued for Xi into the 1970s. By then, the worst excesses of the Cultural Revolution were beginning to die down, although it went on in one shape or another until Mao's eventual death in 1976. Although Xi's father remained periodically imprisoned and under a cloud, Xi managed to begin his political career in the first half of 1970s. For instance, he was appointed as a regional official to oversee elements of a reform program that lingered in the countryside after the Down to the Countryside movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s. He did apply for more formal positions. Applications were blocked on account of his family being blacklisted. Nevertheless, by 1974, the political thaw was sufficient that he was given a formal position as a local party chairman in Liangjiahe. This was hardly the center of the Chinese Communist world. Liangjiahe is on the northern periphery of Shanxi province, a very rural area at the time. To put this in Western terms, it was as though he was being appointed as a local council chairman of a small Midwestern village in the United States. Still, it was a beginning for a young man in his early 20s whose family had been vilified by the Maoist regime. As part of his work here, he developed an interest in modern fertilizers and how they could improve local agricultural yield, an interest which would later translate into him studying for a degree in chemical engineering, which he obtained in 1979 after several years of study at Tsinghua University. Chairman Mao Zedong The man who had led the Chinese Communists nearly 4 decades, actor ruler of China since 1949, died on the 9th of September 1976. His death had the almost immediate impact of rehabilitating thousands of his victims, and so Xi's father was finally allowed to return to public life. He was quickly promoted again to become one of the senior officials within Guangdong province. Interestingly, after he essentially became the governor of the province in January 1979, he began promoting the idea of special economic zones that would be used to build up China's economy. Meanwhile, his son had begun his studies at Tsinghua University to achieve the degree, which was seen as a major boon to one's chances of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China's political and economic life. It wasn't simply that the Maoist autocracy was at an end. There was a sea change in the ideological outlook of the government of the People's Republic as a new generation of leaders came to power. A miniature power struggle in the late 1970s, though a peaceful one, Deng Xiaoping became the leader of the government in 1978. He was communist of a kind, though one who was not bound by the ideological straitjackets displayed by his predecessors. Instead, observing the huge economic growth that other Far Eastern nations like South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore had begun to enjoy in the aftermath of the Second World War, he decided to open up China's economy and make it more market-orientated. The government would remain an autocratic Soviet-style communist one, but economic policy would take on strong elements of the Western capitalist system, always with the state presiding over affairs. This was the beginning of one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to awaken from its slumber and become the economic and political behemoth that its sheer geography and population meant it always should have been. Deng, more so than any individual, would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xi's luck was that he had just concluded his chemistry degree in 1979 and was ready to embark on his career as China's new economic revolution was commencing. Based on his father's rapid rehabilitation after the death of Mao and the end of the Cultural Revolution, Xi was quickly promoted into the offices of the military departments within Beijing after leaving university. Then, in 1982, he was dispatched to Hebei province to act as the deputy to the party secretary there, an important position for a man just turning 30, whose family had so recently been in the wilderness. He distinguished in Hebei, overseeing several important infrastructure and development programs. His projects were eclectic. Some focused on urban development projects. Another one aimed to develop a local film industry. His efforts caught the attentions of the party planners in Beijing, and he was promoted as vice mayor of the city of Xiamen in Fujian province in 1985. This was the start of a long period of a decade and a half in Fujian, in which he oversaw the economic development of the province and its cities. He wasn't just a doer either, but a theorist. He wrote papers and short books on how to promote economic growth and lift China out of poverty. These were subjects of intense debate in China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. Xi was always a promoter of the idea that Chinese economic growth should focus on islands of development around major cities, which would act as focal points for further economic growth within these provinces. Airports, highways, and building projects were part of his multifaceted work in Fujian province in the second half of the 1980s and right the way through the 1990s. Xi's private life changed in these years. Back in 1979, as he finished up his studies in chemical engineering, he had married Ke Ling. It certainly had the air of a political marriage. Xi's father had just been rehabilitated and made a provincial governor as Deng began reforming China from the top down after the Maoist era, while Ke's father was Ke Hua, a seasoned diplomat who had been appointed as Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom in 1978. After marrying, it was a very tempestuous relationship. Ling is believed to have wanted to move to Britain to join her father there. Xi wanted to remain in China and begin his fledgling political career. At the end of 3 years of arguments, they separated in 1982. Years of focusing on his career in Hebei and Fujian. In 1987, Xi married for a second time. On this occasion, his partner was Peng Liyuan. 10 years his junior, she was a singer who had acquired national fame in the 1980s on account of her abilities, and would later go on to become an actress in a number of Chinese television programs in the 1990s. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were introduced in 1986. They would have only one child, a daughter named Xi Mingzi, born in 1992. She has appeared every so often in Chinese public life, though there is no suggestion she will ever try to succeed her father politically, as political power in the People's Republic of China remains overwhelmingly in the hands of male politicians. Beyond this, Xi's personal life and personality can often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and it is very hard to tell what he is thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades will notice he gives little away. He has a number of long-standing and close friends and political allies, and is broadly characterized by his stability, both in personal and political affairs. In short, the man who would come to rule China in the early 21st century is something of an enigma. Xi's career took off against the backdrop of the beginning of China's economic miracle. The decision under Deng to open up the economy was bearing fruit. While the 1950s and 1960s had been chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing, from 1977 onwards, China entered into a period of sustained economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 11% in the 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown by nearly 15% in 1984 alone, right before Xi was to his new position in Fujian province. At first, this economic growth was about making China the workshop of the world when it came to simple goods. Textiles, small household goods, and trinkets of all kinds became the mainstay of Chinese industrial output. Still, while Xi was in Fujian over the late 1980s and into the 1990s, the Chinese government was developing grand plans. In the 1990s, the Chinese began moving from these cheap, mass-produced goods to more sophisticated industrial hardware, like automobiles, and then into making small components for technological companies from the United States, who found it cheaper to get these goods manufactured in Asia. By the 1990s, the Chinese economy was surging. Hundreds of millions of people were beginning the largest mass migration in human history from the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became cities in a matter of years. The humble eastern city of Linyi, for instance, had a population of not much more than 20,000 people in the mid-1950s. Today, over 1.5 million people live there. According to certain metrics, China was outside the world's 10 largest economies in 1980. A quarter of a century later, it would be pushing to eclipse countries like Germany and Japan as the world's second largest economy, behind only the United States. Xi had proved himself to be an enormously capable overseer of this economic transition within Fujian province. His writings on the topic of economic development helped cast him as a strong promoter of the policy of economic growth and market development. In 1999, he gained his final promotion in Fujian when he was made a governor of the province. 3 years as one of the most powerful regional politicians in China was followed by promotion to become the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Zhejiang is one of the easternmost coastal provinces of China and a center of both trade and economic activity. At exactly the same time, he received notice that he was to become a member of the 16th Central Committee. The Central Committee is the main body of senior politicians of the Chinese Communist Party within the People's Republic. Members had been voted to it since before the Civil War, and its members were viewed as the most senior politicians in the country. These dual promotions in 2002 signified Xi's rise, one of the few dozen most powerful politicians in China. In Zhejiang, he also earned a reputation for taking a strong stance against corruption. Therefore, in 2007, he was appointed to the Politburo Standing Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. This consists of 7 members and constitutes the most important branch of the government of the People's Republic of China. Xi Jinping had arrived at the very heart of power. A year later, he was elected as Vice President of China. He held this office for 5 years, down to 2013. For a half a decade, as the world moved through the great financial crisis post-2008, Xi was the second most powerful man in China. It became evident in the course of late 2012 that Xi was being prepared to succeed Hu Jintao as president of China. He was elected as the General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party and chairman of the operating committees of the 18th Central Committee of the Party. He was theoretically the leader of China from November 2012, though this was only fully acknowledged when he was elected as president of the Politburo in March 2013, in a vote where he received 2,952 votes out of 2,955. The vote confirmed exactly how popular Xi was and how well planned his entire campaign to succeed Hu Jintao had been. He has since become the most powerful political leader in China since Mao Zedong. It is difficult to determine exactly how long people remain in charge of China, because some leaders exercise their power as chairman of the Central Committee, some as general secretary of the party, and others still as president. Deng Xiaoping, for instance, first came to power in 1978 as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Later, he exercised his leadership as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee. Increasingly, though, whoever is president is leader of China. Since Mao's time, all Chinese leaders have served either 1 or 2 terms, regardless of what their official title was. Xi Jinping has served as president for 12 years and counting as of 2025, and is in the middle of his 3rd term. But his was a unique case in the course of 2022, as it became evident elected to a 3rd term in 2023, having already had his position as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party confirmed in 2022. Effectively, Xi is the undisputed leader of China. There are no rivals to him. Xi's president had been a mix of pragmatic economic leadership and ideological rigidity. His overwhelming focus is on socio-economic life in China. While China had enjoyed an economic miracle between the 1980s and 2000s, much of its wealth was unevenly divided. Large parts of the country had been left behind, and there were hundreds of millions of people who still aspired to become middle class. Xi championed this program, calling for what he called common prosperity. One of the ways he sought to do so was to break down the huge level of wealth that a class of Chinese people in the major cities had acquired during the 1990s and 2000s, and to try to redistribute it to a broader mass of society. instance, Xi, perhaps in his experiences in his youth, when he spent years living in the countryside as a result of the Cultural Revolution, introduced policies to favor greater development of rural communities. This was needed in other ways. China's miracle had seen dozens of cities of millions or even tens of millions develop. In order to stop them developing even further and becoming congested, large towns and villages in the countryside were fostered by Xi's government. He also prioritized home construction. China entered into the largest middle-class building boom in history, with state companies erecting enormous residential tower blocks all over the country. Many of these were planned cities and districts. There are parts of China that can be visited today that are enormous urban centers and which were part of the countryside only a few decades ago. Xi is not solely responsible for this transformation of China's built infrastructure, but he has played a huge role in it. Being said, it has become evident that Xi's building program is excessive. China's building conglomerates are in big financial trouble, and some of the planned towns and cities that have been constructed during Xi's time in power now lie as ghost estates or entire ghost towns. These broader domestic economic challenges aside, Xi has promoted a new form of Chinese economic development which has surpassed even what Deng Xiaoping championed back in the 1980s. Back then, the idea was to make China the world's workshop for cheap industrial goods. Anyone who grew up or was alive in the 1990s will remember that all manner of small manufactured items came with stickers saying "Made in Taiwan" on them. In the 1980s and 1990s, China determined that these would be replaced with "Made in China" stickers. A more mature economic policy was developed in the 2000s and then really took off in the 2010s under Xi. Through this, Xi's governments have invested huge amounts of state capital into thousands of companies. Imagine that the Chinese government under Xi Jinping has become a giant startup investment agency. It invests into companies that develop electronic cars, technologically advanced solar panels, mobile phones, computers, software, online commerce platforms, search engine companies, and much more besides. The vast majority of these companies that Xi's government has funded have failed, often losing hundreds of millions of dollars in the process. However, for every 10 such companies that fail, one succeeds. Then there are the enormous success stories that make it big, pay off the initial investments tenfold, and have become giants of the world economy. These are companies like DeepSeek, TikTok, and Unitree. Others like Alibaba, Tencent, BYD, Xiaomi, and Huawei set up before Xi rose to power. Yet the way his government has championed them as international and not just domestic brands has seen them become worldwide entities. BYD, for instance, was established in the mid-1990s. There is no denying that Xi's government redirected it to become a rival to Tesla in recent years. Often these earlier companies are now engaged in completely different activities, outperform American rivals, and becoming key suppliers in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even Europe. However, the success of these companies has not come without accusations from Western competitors that intellectual property theft and industrial espionage are rife within China, with many claiming that Chinese companies, backed by the Chinese government, reverse engineer Western tech before mass producing cheaper alternatives, which undercut the price of Western competitors for a comparably or slightly inferior standard of quality. Therefore, it could be stated that China's economic model is not based on innovation, but rather on copying Western products for the mass production of cheap alternatives. The Chinese government also uses state ownership of companies to maintain more effective control over China. Companies are expected to share massive amounts of data with the government in order to control Chinese society more effectively, or to promote values which align with the regime's goals. This extends also to Western companies that have major presences in China, because Apple has become so embedded in the Chinese economy. It has become a kind of foreign lobbyist for China, even within the United States, as seen in the clashes over US-China tariffs in 2025, when Apple was essentially lobbying for tariffs on China to be kept low. Similarly, Volkswagen has become so dependent on the Chinese market in recent decades that it has become a kind of foreign promoter of Chinese interests in Europe, fostering stronger ties between Beijing and Berlin at a time when China is looking to expand its influence into Europe as much as possible. Mass-producing advanced technology and equipment is fine, and while China does have an enormous domestic market, with a population of around 1.4 billion people, it also needs to sell to other nations. Xi made this a top priority. In 2013, just as he took over as President of the People's Republic, he launched the Belt and Road Initiative, sometimes referred to as the New Silk Roads. This is a program whereby China either loans or simply gives money to scores of nations to develop key infrastructure, which allows for the speedy transport of Chinese goods to markets all over Asia, Africa, and Europe. There are a number of different roads. The main ones are the traditional Silk Roads, running from China westwards across Eurasia. One runs north of the Himalayas towards countries like Kazakhstan, and then into Eastern Europe. Others run south of the Caspian Sea into the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. Another runs into India. Two routes are marine ones, running from China's ports to Indonesia, and then further west into the Indian Ocean, splintering off to either run north to the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal, or else moving off southwards towards East Africa and the Cape of Good Hope. China has invested over $1 trillion in developing roads, bridges, ports, airports, and other pieces of vital infrastructure as part of the Belt and Road Initiative. A sign of how ambitious this has been is that when Greece was effectively bankrupt and involved in emergency loan negotiations with the European Union in the mid-2010s, the Chinese attempted to buy the port of Piraeus in Athens to use it as a major endpoint of one of the new Silk Roads. Xi's ambitions are vast. The Belt Road Initiative has helped to foster China's soft power. The concept of hard and soft power is a fairly easy one to distinguish. When a country invades its neighbor and takes over a border territory, this is a clear case of hard military power. Soft power is where a state acquires influence and power through more amiable and conciliatory means. For decades after the Second World War, the United States was the great soft power of the world, winning friends and allies by providing aid where needed and fostering democratic governments that mirrored its own. China is slowly pushing it out of the way. If we go back 50 years, the biggest source of aid and cooperation across Africa was from successive American governments. Now China is the biggest foreign player on the continent. If one arrives to a resource-rich part of the Congo today, one is more likely to find the locals acquiring the expertise of Chinese mining companies rather than American ones. Xi's Belt and Road Initiative has accelerated this process, not least because he identified a number of key countries that China wants as allies there, notably Ethiopia, a regional power in the Horn of Africa, which plays a huge role in controlling access to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Nearly $10 billion worth of Chinese investment has been made in Ethiopia under Xi's direction. Many other examples can be cited. Although first created in 2004, the number of Confucius Institutes designed to promote Chinese culture and interests in foreign nations has also ballooned under Xi. Indeed, he ordered the creation of the International Communications Center to direct foreign-related propaganda programs and efforts. Xi is very alive to the value of soft power. Note how his foreign minister, Wang Yi, seemed to be on an endless tour of world capitals in 2025 as the United States launched a tariff war against practically every nation on Earth. Xi's government's message was clear. China can be your new partner in a new world order. Perhaps one of Xi's foremost accomplishments, though it does not generate a lot of international attention, is the campaign he launched against corruption. Whenever a country experiences a huge economic boom, one the size of China, there are lots of opportunities for illegal enrichment. A building project can be located in a certain district if a local party official is given a payment. A sprawling system of social service abuses developed in China. Payments were being made to long-dead relatives or to people who never existed in the first place. In other cities, people pretended to be government officials with fake cards. This extended all the way to the top of government, and Xi made it a cornerstone of his government to net what he called the tigers and flies of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, flies those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted in the years that followed, and this set a clear example to the rest of Chinese society. Corruption would never be tolerated. A system of mass surveillance was put in place, and it is believed that more than 2 million officials have been censured or charged with one corruption crime or another, though many of these are small infringements. And this can be about in the winds those who they believe are becoming too powerful. The example of Jack Ma, the head of Alibaba, active. Late in 2020, after a number of thinly veiled criticisms of the government, Ma was basically removed from public view and had his positions drastically reduced. An IPO of his company on the Shanghai Stock Exchange was halted, and Ma was basically demoted out of existence by Xi's government, though he nominally retains much of his wealth, if not any influence. The anti-corruption drive is just one prong of Xi Jinping action and thought. Xi Jinping thought is big orthodox Chinese political and cultural life. This builds on earlier views expressed by Marx and Mao, while offering a 21st century vision of Chinese communism. The official name of it is Xi Jinping Thought on Socialism with Chinese Characteristics for a New Era. In many ways, it is actually a more developed form of Deng Xiaoping's views on China's open economy with socialist elements. Xi Jinping Thought is derived from both Xi's public speeches over the years and his unpublished papers and books. It takes a long view of history and China's development, with Xi stating in one of his speeches that the achievement of China's goals will take a long time and is the struggle of generations. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China avoid the same fate, he has wondered. His core belief is that strong at the center collapsed, and Putin took hold among semi-independent rulers of provinces of the USSR. Hence, Xi Jinping Thought holds that a very strong central government must continue to hold enormous control over all parts of Chinese life. He also maintains that the government must have complete control over China's expanding military, perceiving that Mikhail Gorbachev's reform program in Russia collapsed in 1990 and 1991 after he lost the support of the military. It is clear from studying Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Marxist-Leninist who is committed to a communist future for China. There have been many controversial elements to Xi Jinping's rule over China. Mao is seen as the great tyrant by many. the man who killed millions through the ill-conceived Great Leap Forward, and then followed it up with the terror of the Cultural Revolution. His successors have not been saints either. For all but Deng liberalized China, he also oversaw the infamous Tiananmen Square massacres of 1989. Xi's list of crimes is larger. The most infamous concerns the treatment of the Uyghur population of the province of Xinjiang in the northwest of China. This part of China has been inhabited by Turkic and Mongol people since the middle of the first millennium BC. Many converted to Islam over the centuries by their Turkish brethren further west in Central Asia. Ever since 1949, the communist government had been trying to establish greater control over the huge province by colonizing it with the Han Chinese people. These efforts failed, and in some instances provoked resistance. The Urumqi riots of the summer of 2009, in which nearly 200 Han Chinese people were killed and thousands more were injured by Turkic Islamic Uyghur radicals, in point. The Chinese government began a repressive approach. This started under Hu Jintao, but it was really under Xi that the worst elements were perpetrated. Xinjiang has been turned into a surveillance province. Cameras are everywhere in cities and towns. An estimated 16,000 mosques have been destroyed. Huge re-education camps and prisons have been set up through which millions of Uyghurs have passed. Mostly, birth rates in Xinjiang province have plummeted over the last decade, and it is understood that forced sterilization is being practiced by Xi's government amongst the Uyghurs. Policies like this constitute genocide under international law, although as other international crises have emerged in recent years, the Uyghur atrocities have simply disappeared from the international agenda. The other element of Xi's provincial stance that has attracted international headlines over a period of years is his approach towards Hong Kong. The island Hong Kong was acquired by the British as a colony at the start of the 1840s and remained so until the UK granted it independence in 1997. In the process, it became a thriving metropolis and major Asian financial center. When independence was granted in 1997, it was so of the one country, two system rubric. This was the idea that Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China, but it would retain autonomy as a Western, liberal-style city-state for 50 years until 2047. In power, as leader of China, Xi has crushed the one country, two systems arrangement. In 2019, the Hong Kong government was pressured into passing an extradition law whereby people from Hong Kong could be sent to the Chinese mainland to face prosecution under Chinese law. Then, in 2020, came the much more serious Hong Kong national security law. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong and to begin dismantling all of the things which made society here different to mainland China. With the process far along, despite protests that captured the world's attention, Xi visited Hong Kong to appoint John Lee Ka-chiu as the chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong. Chiu is a hardliner who is now overseeing the final dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement on Xi's behalf. Since 2022, the pair have worked hand in hand, with Xi publicly praising Chiu in 2024 for his oversight of security laws which crush free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong correlates broadly with the decline of human rights in China under Xi. China, the state, its development under Mao mirrored the Soviet Union system of Joseph Stalin at the end of the Civil War and has never looked back. Indeed, a strong reason for the Sino-Soviet split that occurred gradually during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese were more keen to defend Stalin's legacy than the Russians themselves. Under Xi, this system of control has been expanded and has begun to make use of every instrument of new technological surveillance. The internet is heavily regulated, as is state media. This can include everything from Wikipedia to sites on Marxism and the history of communism being banned in China. The result is that ordinary Chinese people have virtually no access to information on issues which Xi's government does not want them to have access to. Notably, the long-standing controversy over China's occupation of Tibet. Xi allows businesses to operate in China, but under heavy censorship rules. Although the United States is the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, comes second in terms of populations worldwide, and is miles ahead of any other country when it comes to the number of citizens which it executes. Xi, it must be said, has relaxed the figure. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed each year back in the 2000s. Under Xi, the figure is believed to have fallen to around 2,000 to 3,000. Clearly, Xi's human rights record is not good. It must always be remembered, though, where the starting point was. Before he ever even became vice president, let alone president, practitioners of the minority Falun Gong religious movement were appallingly persecuted in China, including a program whereby tens of thousands were allegedly forced to engage in organ transplants in the late 1990s and 2000s. Xi has continued China's human rights abuses, though he did not start them. The takeover of Hong Kong and the dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement just halfway through the 50 years it was meant to run for is simply one element of Xi's more aggressive foreign policy in the Far East. It was an easy target. More difficult has been his attempt to claim control over the South China Sea. The South China Sea is a relatively small body of water compared with something like the North Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean routes between Japan and America. However, for all its small size, it is one of the world's busiest shipping routes. It encapsulates the waters between southeastern China to the north, Vietnam to the west, the Philippines to the east, and then southwards towards parts of Indonesia. Huge amounts of container ship traffic run through here as goods pass from places like Japan to India or from parts of Africa to the ports of eastern China. According to international law, territorial waters only extend about 22 kilometers away from the mainland of any country. This means most of the South China Sea consists of international waters. But under Xi, China has aggressively tried to take over this vital waterway. There are lots of small islands and atolls here that China has claimed as a means of extending its jurisdiction, while it has also engaged in a program of building artificial islands under Xi's guidance. Much of this focuses on the Paracel Islands, the very center of the South China Sea. It consistently argues that these traditional Chinese territories and prove China's claim over most of the South China Sea. Yet some of the islands are little more than shallow coral reefs. China has consequently built up around them. Xi has also sponsored aggressive Chinese naval activities in the region to restrict Vietnamese and Filipino shipping in the region. While the South China Sea issue is a controversial one, it looks unlikely to lead to war and an international crisis. In the long run, China will simply exert its control of the South China Sea, and its neighbors will be able to do little to stop it. Taiwan is another matter entirely. The island has been ruled as the independent Republic of China, remnants of the nationalist movement fled there in 1944. The People's Republic of China has never made any attempts to suggest that it considers it to be an independent nation, and it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island extremely valuable because of its large population and high-tech electronics industry. Xi is no different than any other Chinese leader in this respect. A striking element of this was a New Year's speech which he gave at the end of 2024, in which he proclaimed that no nation or power can stop the eventual reunification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered naval drills around Taiwan in a way which have been much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao in the 1950s, who was eventually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat from the United States if he did so. But does Xi intend on ever actually invading Taiwan? That is possibly doubtful. Addition could destroy the Taiwanese economy and would lead to enormous international sanctions of the kind which Vladimir Putin's Russia has faced for invading Ukraine since 2022. Instead, Xi will probably try to take a play right out of the Putin lesson book and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with economic pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to voluntary union with the People's Republic. It is hard to say, but an actual invasion of Taiwan does not seem like something which the prudent and conservative Xi will attempt at any stage in the near term. Early in 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. For most of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic came to their attention gradually in the first months of 2020. As the name suggests, though, it was first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial and disputed. The most accepted theory is that the novel coronavirus jumped between possibly species in a pangolin in a wet market in the Chinese city of Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that not far from this wet market is one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps, quite understandably, people soon began to question whether the virus had actually leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic that followed is well known. The world ground to a halt from March onwards as billions of people were told to remain at home to stop its spread. For Xi, this was a twofold crisis. Not only was he the leader of a nation that is home to over 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with lots of questions about the origins of the virus. There was a boom at first too. As Western nations struggled to maintain lockdowns, China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to dealing with such a crisis. However, soon Xi was running into criticism. In 2022 and 2023, as vaccines were rolled out and Western economies reopened, Xi maintained lockdowns that seemed draconian and garnered a level of criticism within China which was unprecedented. It was one of the first times his control over China was in any way shaken. More broadly, the way in which the pandemic was dealt with in China points once again to the totalitarian nature of Chinese society. Where large outbreaks occurred in buildings, they were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about Xi Jinping in the Western world these days, it is in the context of his relationship with the United States. There is no doubt that there is a kind of economic Cold War underway between China and the US, and that Xi has fostered it in his own way by ordering what could largely be called property theft from US technology companies and by trying to undercut American businesses in doing so. This strategy has been enormously successful. Consider the manner in which the electronic car manufacturers like BYD have completely undercut much more expensive American rivals like Tesla, or the shock to the world in January 2025, when China's cheap AI model DeepSeek burst onto the scene, demonstrating that it can do what OpenAI does for a fraction of the price and energy demand. As all of this has occurred, American presidents have become more antagonistic towards Xi. The relationship that has captured the imagination of the public is that between Xi and Donald Trump, although Joe Biden was perhaps even more strident in his criticism of his Chinese counterpart, often referring to him as a dictator and slamming Chinese governance. Trump's relationship with Xi is peculiar. It clearly despises China's undermining of the American economy, although in reality, China has simply taken jobs that would be much more expensive to perform in the US. Strangely, he was decidedly muted on Xi in the first month or two of his second presidency in 2025, before his all-out trade war began to focus on China in particular in March and April of 2025. He has not been docile. In a number of public pronouncements in the spring and early summer, that China is not some economic minnow to be bullied by the United States. It will back with sanctions of its own in the developing economic war. What implications all of this will have for future Sino-American relations remains to be seen. Xi Jinping's biography cannot be fully. He is still alive. A healthy man who turned 72 years of age in June 2025. There is no sign that he intends to relinquish power anytime soon. Since Mao's death, tradition had been established that no Chinese leader served for longer than 2 5-year terms as president or leader in some other manner. Xi is third, will almost certainly serve a fourth. If he does so, he would be entering his 80s upon seeking a 5th term. This might not happen. Unlike in the Western world, where in some countries the halls of power have seen a growing flood of octogenarians unwilling to hand over power to a younger generation, China does generally believe in the idea that politicians should be young enough that they have some stake in the future. With the exception of Xi aside, Chinese political leaders are ineligible to be elected to the Politburo Standing Committee and other major governing bodies once they reach 68 years of age. Therefore, while it is likely Xi will serve a 4th term as supreme ruler of China, he might possibly step aside thereafter. As to how the remainder of his time in office will go, it remains highly debatable. Will he attempt to take over Taiwan? Unlikely, unless it can be done by undermining its politics from within. Will China continue to massively expand its global influence through its soft power? Almost certainly. More pressing are problems at home. China's one-child policy, which ran for over a quarter of a century from the late 1970s, has left a lopsided and aging population. Furthermore, the days of the Chinese economic miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing many challenges. How Xi responds to these issues in the next 5 to 10 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xi Jinping is the most powerful leader of China since Mao Zedong, eclipsing even the heights to which Deng Xiaoping scaled as the architect of China's economic miracle back in the 1980s. What is so surprising about this is the straitened circumstances from which it came. It all could have been very different. Although his father was a long-standing communist and had fought diligently for the cause all through the long-running Chinese Civil War, he fell from grace in the mid-1960s during the Maoist purges, which followed the disastrous Great Leap Forward. The Xi family were banished to a provincial city, and Xi's father spent much of the Cultural Revolution that followed in and out of prisons. Then, everything changed rapidly after Mao's death in 1976. Xi's father was rehabilitated and made a provincial governor, and Xi soon acquired a foothold in the government. This was not nepotism, though. His rise to power was based on his consistent animation as a skilled regional administrator in Hebei, Fujian, and Zhejiang in the 1980s, 1990s, and early 2000s. This brought him to national attention and finally into the Politburo, where he successively became vice president in 2008 and then president in 2013. His years in power have witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful nation and a rival to the United States for economic power around the world. His successes have meant that no one challenges his rule in China, even 12 years after he assumed power, while Xi Jinping thought has become an ideology in and of itself. There are certainly a lot of controversial elements to his rule as leader of China, not least the quasi-genocide of the Uyghur people in Xinjiang province, the aggressive dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement in Hong Kong, the aggressive rhetoric surrounding Taiwan, and the efforts to take over the despite it effectively constituting international waters. But few can doubt that under Xi's leadership, China has continued on the path to power that was started by Deng decades earlier. Unlike the Soviet Union, which experienced its own economic miracle in the 1950s and 1960s, and then descended into decline, Xi has charted a path where China continues to grow and will quite possibly become the world's preeminent power in the second half of the 21st century. Whatever one thinks of him, and he is something of a chameleon in any event, there is no denying his impact on the history of the 21st century so far. What are you thinking? Is he as nefarious a leader of communist China as Mao Zedong was? Or is he basically a figure focused on an ordered state that maximizes economic growth and Chinese power at the expense of civil liberties? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
אם האבא כולו נוגע בבן אדם, אז הוא יורד, זה כל פעם יורד מדויק, תמיד יורד, אז הוא יהיה ראשון. והראשון נוגע באושי. עדיין ממש חלשים מאוד, וכמעט חלשמות. מה הם יכולים לעשות בעצם? איזה נזק שאני יכול לעשות? הוא יכול לעשות שלישי. הוא יכול לעשות שלישי. אבל לא חולי. משהו מאוד מאוד רביש, יש תמונה של שני, אם יש דבר שכבר שני, הידיים של שני, לא יכולים לעשות, סתם תפוח בין של השולחן, ובן אדם שכדאי לפגוע של שני, לא יכול לתפוח אותה. אבל זה ממש ישמור, אז זה יעשה את הגבול השלישי, זה יעשה את העבוד השלישי. שהידיים שלך יכולים לומר בבשר הזה, למה? בבשר לא יכול לקבל תרומה, יש לו מחיצה, מחסור נגד תרומה, למה? הוא לא מקבל נוזלים. אם היו נוגעים בו בנוזלים של מים, או ביין, או בדם, שזה ממש נורמלי, כל שליטה, אז הוא מקבל תרומה. היה כאן שליטה מאוד מוזרת, שלא היה מוזרה, לא היה כאן מוזרה, שלא? אם השליטה יכול להוציא את הכיסו של העיר מן הפרעת, אז השליטה יכול להכיר את זה בדיוק להקשיב את זה. ולא סולדה, ולא שעוד שאלה פשוטה, מה קורה? כי לא היה דם, אפילו כן היה דם, אני נוגע בזה, יצא דם. זה מקבל תקומה, אבל הידיים שלי כל כך חלשות בתקומה, אני לא תקומה חזקה, ידיים שיימי. הנה היו ראשון קצת, הם שיימי. אז מה הם יכולים לעשות? הם נתנו לו בשר, מה היה עכשיו? הם לא מדבר כאן, עוד שלי לא הולכו. זה לא היה חושב למה, אני מביאה אותם היום, זה בטוח. הידיים שלי יוצא, לא נקרא כל המיליון, ידיים צורה, אבל זה מה, ידיים שלי יצא. הידיים ממראה, מדרבונו, מעין ושני. מעין שני יוצא שלישי, וכולי. אם הם נוגעים בבשר, בשלחטוס כאן, בבית שמש, זה שכולי. ושני לא עושה כלום לכולי. ואין שני יוצא שני כולי. הוא בית פה כל להסכים. מי אמר לך שהמשנה מדבר כולי? או, בוא נגיד לקרוא מחיה. אין חיה בבית המקדש, שאי אפשר להביא צבי לבית המקדש.
It is 1991. The Soviet Union is in a state of collapse. After years of decline and attempts at reform, die-hard communists within the regime launch a coup d'etat against the Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon halted when the ringleaders fail to gain the support of the army and public, who are increasingly desperate for change. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet republics declare their desire for independence one by one, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas Day 1991, the leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 70 years. His name, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. Known to history as Mikhail Gorbachev, was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in the village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol Krai region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya lies between the Sea of Azov at the northern end of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, south of both Rostov-on-Don and the city, the latter of which was known at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a birthmark on his head, a small one at the time, caused by a malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was Sergei Gorbachev, an ethnic Russian in this part of the USSR that straddled southwestern Russia, Ukraine, and the North Caucasus, and consequently an ethnic melting pot. Konva Maria came from a Ukrainian family that had migrated from Ukraine sometime earlier into southwestern Russia. Sergei married in 1928, when they were very young. Mikhail was their first child. They would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later, following the Second World War, by which time Mikhail was already a teenager. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. 14 years earlier, in 1917, in the midst of the First World War, a series of revolutions had eventually brought the Bolshevik communists to power. A bitter civ followed over the next half a decade, one in which millions of people had died and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists had established control over Russia and maintained their dominance of Ukraine and Belarus, as well as much of Central Asia and the Caucasus, though they had lost the former territories of the Russian Empire in the Baltic States region and Poland. In 1924, the first leader of the Soviet Union, Vladimir Lenin, died. Power struggle. Joseph Stalin established himself as a ruthless autocratic dictator over the USSR. In 1928, the first five-year plan, an economic program designed to begin transforming the Russian economy and transitioning towards socialism and communism. What this meant early on was trying to shift away from an overt reliance on agriculture as the primary basis of the Russian economy and towards industry. Trying to rapidly achieve this was chaotic and brutal. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine, Western Russia, that killed people. In the long run, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry would be compounded by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s, Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion in the 1950s. Thus, by the time Mikhail would enter his adult years, the changes that were underway when he was born in 1931
would have utterly transformed Russia from the rural agricultural country, which it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917, into an urban, industrialized nation that was the world's second largest economy. Mikhail and his family experienced many tribulations while he was growing up. To begin with, they were living in the epicenter of the region worst hit by the famine of the early 1930s. Though Mikhail would have been blissfully unaware of how bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were poor peasant farmers trying to adjust to government's traumatic imposition of the agricultural collectivization policy. Extended members of the family, including young Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food shortages. Nevertheless, both his father and mother's families were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had organized one of the first collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later, as Stalin emerged of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfathers in the second half of the 1930s. Finally, in 1991, there came the trauma of war, as Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers invaded the USSR that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became the focus of the conflict in Europe a year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against the Soviets by taking both Rostov-on-Don and Stalingrad and securing the Caucasian oil fields further south from these two key cities. This completely disrupted life for the while Sergei had already been recruited into the Red Army by then. Though reported as being amongst the millions of Russian men who had died in the conflict at one point, he later turned up alive in 1943. By then, the tide had been comprehensively turned in what Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic War. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, one of the genuine accomplishments of the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state terror of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available to all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other hand, young Mikhail's education had been interrupted several years by the war, and it was only in 1944 that classes resumed. When they did, he began to emerge as a gifted student, with an interest in both Russian and Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led to him after the war, the name of which was the All-Union Leninist Young Communist League, the youth division of the Communist Party. He was soon in charge of the local branch and used his position to organize a theater group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theater already by that time, one which would remain with him for the remainder of his life, often visiting the theater in Moscow in later years once or twice a week. Other interests that he began to develop in the more settled times of the post-war era included an interest in playing the piano and chess. His life was tougher in many other respects. His secondary school was many miles from the family home in Privolny, and he had to walk nearly 20 kilometers to and from it every weekend. Summers were spent long and hard days on the farm, but Mikhail had a good role model in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948 for both his farm work and his wartime service. Mikhail was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped not long afterwards when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the Russian capital, the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950, he set off north to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He had full membership of Communist Party, a prerequisite for any future political career, while at the same time, he continued to advance within Komsomol. He also met his future wife in Moscow. Raisa Titayenko came from the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia and had arrived at the capital around the same time as Mikhail to study philosophy. They married in 1953. The marriage was one of love and respect, though they would only have one child, a daughter named Irina, who was born in 1957. Raisa would work for much of her adult life as a teacher. Married life for her and Mikhail began just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1953 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader who began a program of de-Stalinization through which he aimed to move away from the overt authoritarianism and state terror that had characterized the dictator's reign. Furthermore, after a quarter of a century of Stalinist terror, famines, war, and social turbulence brought about by communist policies, those same policies finally began to bear some fruit as Russia, Ukraine, and the other parts of the Soviet Union entered into a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. As all of this was occurring, Gorbachev completed his studies in politics and law in Moscow, and then acquired his first postings as a government official back in his native Stavropol region in the southwest of Russia. Over the next several years here, he began a slow but steady progression up the local government administration. For his generation of Soviet politicians, this was how one earned promotion. It had been different in the days of the revolution, when promotion could be achieved much faster through having performed some daring act in the midst of the civil war. Mikhail would spend the better part of 2 decades working as an official in Stavropol. His ascent in the regional politics of southwestern Russia was aided by the fact that he was personally inclined towards the more reform-minded politics of the age. He agreed with Khrushchev's criticisms of the excesses of Stalin's time in control of the USSR and believed that a more open and transparent form of politics would be better for Russia and its communist empire, a belief which he would hold for his entire life. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, while he was still a young man himself, his primary role in Stavropol was to head up the regional Komsomol branches. In the mid-1960s, he was promoted through a number of different positions, working fine within the Agriculture Bureau and on environmental policies. His relationships with several senior officials eventually led to his acquiring a position as a secretary within the local administration. In the second half of the decade, he undertook numerous trips to other parts of Eastern Europe, and these would prove formative in the development of his political ideology, as he came into contact with people who were a lot less happy about Soviet control over East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland via the Warsaw Pact. Its Eastern European military alliance Soviet propaganda back home in Russia would have suggested. He was also sympathetic towards the cause of the reform who led the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and looked with disapproval at the violent Soviet repression of it later that year. The removal of the reforming Khrushchev from power in Moscow and his replacement with the much more conservative Leonid Brezhnev back in 1964 had also depressed him, and for a time he considered an alternative career path, though he ultimately remained in politics. His decision to continue in politics began to reap a dividend in the 1970s after he was promoted to become first secretary of the regional government of Stavropol. This made him the leader of one of the larger provincial administrations of the country. It also came with a big budget, not least because the Great Stavropol Canal had been under construction here since the 1950s and would take many more years to complete. Gorbachev was a guiding influence in the further development of this 480-kilometer-long artificial waterway. Other duties included oversight of the region's large collective factories. As first secretary, Gorbachev was also regularly called to Moscow for meetings of the heads of provincial government, and he began to develop relationships with senior Soviet ministers in the capital. He was also appointed to several delegations of Soviet dignitaries that were sent to Western Europe at a time when a different strand of communism was developing in France and Italy. Just like his visits to East Germany and Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, these trips abroad were formative for Gorbachev. He found the Western countries to be different to the received view of them back in Russia, and that some things worked inherently better within them than in the USSR. This is not to suggest that Gorbachev's ideology ever became one of thinking the Soviet system was inferior to the Western one, that he was able to evaluate both on their own terms and see the pros and cons in each. It was this which would mark him out from other leaders of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's ascent to become leader of the Soviet Union was fortuitous. He had already been one of the youngest regional first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol government back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, late in 1970, he was appointed as the secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. This meant that he and Raisa had to relocate to Moscow, though she was soon offered a new teaching position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here. Much of it focused on the centralized management of harvest and agriculture. Other work was more operational and administrative, and his abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to his promotion yet again in 1980 to the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the most powerful governing body of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member at that time, at 49 years of age. His timing could not have been better. The governing council at the time was staffed by aged individuals in their late 60s and 70s, men who had first risen within the Communist Party establishment during the war. Since 1964, Leonid Brezhnev had led this generation of Soviet politicians. He had been ill since the mid-1970s and eventually died in 1982. The former head of the Secret Services, the KGB, Yuri Andropov, succeeded him. But he was already nearing his 70th year in 1984. The third leader was Konstantin Chernenko. At 72 years old when ending office, his appointment was hardly a long-term solution. And so it proved. Chernenko died after 13 months at the helm of state. It was then that the party establishment began considering whom from amongst them might make for a suitable leader that would last more than a year or two. A younger man with new ideas was surely what was needed, and thus Mikhail Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the Communist Party and the new leader of the Soviet Union in March 1985. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in problems for many years. While the 1950s and 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and a transformation of the material standards of ordinary people, thereafter the system had completely stagnated. Some of this was related to international developments. 1970 also triggered nearly a decade of so-called stagflation many Western countries, whereby economic growth flatlined even as inflation remained at a persistently high level. However, the Russian case was different. There were some parts of the Soviet economy that had simply become dysfunctional. For instance, in order to ensure that everyone was employed, there were often 2 or 3 people carrying out work that could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, there were overt levels of bureaucracy. Perhaps most worryingly, there simply wasn't the same level of innovation which was present in the US or indeed in countries like Germany and Japan that had been devastated in the war but had bounced back as high-tech economies boosted by association with the US economy and the dollar. Moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s receded and countries like the US and Britain entered into a fresh period of economic boom in the 1980s, the Soviet economy continued to flatline. These economic problems were also reflected in the military situation, and there was little doubt that the US was winning the Cold War in the 1980s, a far cry from the 1950s when the Russians had been in the ascendant. Gorbachev was aware of all of these problems, and unlike the older generation of conservative leaders that he was now replacing, he was determined to do something about it. He would embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the Soviet economy grow and would revitalize the communist system after a long period of decline. Gorbachev's reform program was complex, all on 2 things, one economic, the other more political and social. From the economic perspective, Gorbachev favored perestroika, which translates into English from Russian as restructuring. This concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos in the Soviet Union. Communism is based on the idea of property and goods being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is an equal division of resources amongst the entire population. This requires a command economy where all elements of life are mediated to some extent by the government. However, because of the myriad problems which the economy had in the 1970s and into the 1980s, many were casting a more critical eye on the communist system within Russia than they would have done in the 1950s and 1960s. Gorbachev was sympathetic towards the idea of some limited reforms whereby elements of free market economics would be introduced into the communist system. This is hardly so unusual. Within capitalist countries, there are capitalism. Some capitalist economies emphasize free market enterprise economics, where governments take the view that they should interfere in the economy as little as possible. But others are more interventionist, to balance out what are viewed to be imperfections in the free market system. In adopting perestroika, Gorbachev was claiming that some elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. What this meant in practice was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property by Gorbachev's government that had not been seen in the country since the end of the Russian War over 60 years earlier. Reforms were also introduced into how the USSR traded with other countries. The second major prong of Gorbachev's reform program was encompassed in the term glasnost, which transliterates as openness or transparency. This was the idea that ordinary Russians, Ukrainians, and people from the other constituent parts of the USSR should be free to discuss politics in a more open and transparent fashion than they had in the past. For virtually the entirety of its nearly 7 decades in power, the Russian communist movement had governed along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the long dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so severe that even talking about political affairs in a public context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps
of Siberia. Things in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working one's way up through the established communist hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose worldview rarely looked beyond preserving the status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new approach through glasnost. The Soviet Union would not become a democracy overnight, but there would be greater transparency in terms of how people were put into positions of power and a more open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, a more open media, one which was not to all intents and purposes simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In 1986, Gorbachev began regularly using these two terms, glasnost and perestroika, to describe the new approach he was employing towards governing the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's effort to implement these policies was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1985 to 1990. Through this, a range of other policy measures were implemented. One was uskarenia, meaning acceleration. This was an expansion of something which Andropov had tried to adopt between 1982 and 1994, and which was similar to the concept of economic stimulus in Western capitalist countries. Money was pumped into the system to try to develop a amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately this had an inflationary effect and was abandoned in favor of a less aggressive form of perestroika before long. Elsewhere, new administrative measures were introduced. Several government ministries and entities were amalgamated into Agroprom, a giant government body in charge of Soviet agriculture and food production. This then engaged in efforts to local ownership and production, the idea to create elements of a more free market economy. In all of this, he stressed that what was being introduced was a latter-day version of economic policy which Lenin had followed back in the early 1920s. Finally, a prong of Gorbachev's economic policy, one with a social element, was an effort to curb excessive alcohol consumption, which had become a scourge of Russian society, leading to deaths, ill health, and huge amounts of lost productivity. Overall, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly unsuccessful. Conversely, his political reforms could be viewed as a great success story. People began to really question the society they lived in and how it operated. The only problem, as we will soon see, is that this served to undermine the integrity of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact that it led in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev's reform program was not restricted to domestic affairs. He also wanted to reorientate relations with the United States and the Western Bloc. When he came to power in 1985, the Cold War was in one of its hottest phases of the entire conflict. Not since the early 1960s, when the erection of the Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis had pushed the world closer to nuclear war, had things been as bad. Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald Reagan after he entered office as President of the United States in 1981. Reagan and his advisors see that the USSR was on the back foot, and Western economies rebounded in the early 1980s, and the Soviet Union remained static. America also had growing technological advantages as it entered a period of dynamic personal computing. Washington consequently decided to commence a new space and arms race of three. Reagan had announced the inception of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The idea was to create a missile defense system in space, which would make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads
if they were fired at the United States. It was fanciful to imagine that such a system could be developed in the 1980s. And indeed, many people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing it, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a new space race at a time when they had neither the resources nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. More broadly, it led to growing tensions between the US and the Soviets, which manifested in November 1983 when the Soviets came close to initiating a nuclear strike after they became convinced that NATO training exercises in Europe, codenamed Able Archer 83, were possibly a front for a real attack on Eastern Europe. Though it is little known about today, barring the Cuban Missile Crisis, this was the closest the world came to a nuclear confrontation during the Cold War. Gorbachev immediately embarked on developing a new relationship with the United States. In November 1985, he and Reagan met for the first time at Geneva in Switzerland. The summit was markedly successful. Reagan and Gorbachev liked each other and were able to get along, though their political ascents could not have been more different, with Reagan having been a Hollywood movie star before he rose through Californian and then national politics to the White House. They both came from humble, rural backgrounds. They also got on to discussing how both countries had to gain by diffusing the Cold War than by continuing it. Meetings often ran over at Geneva as they discussed a range of matters that went beyond the agreed itinerary. At one point during it, Kenneth Adelman, an American diplomat at the time, remembered Reagan arriving back to the American team after meeting with Gorbachev and proclaiming that Mikhail was a fundamentally different type of Soviet leader to those which the US had dealt with before. This initial good start was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik in Iceland in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a major deal that would cement the détente or major de-escalation of the Cold War. To this end, Gorbachev was primarily looking to persuade Reagan to abandon the Strategic Defense Initiative, the new American effort to extend its program of nuclear deterrence into space. Reagan wanted to press Gorbachev on domestic reform and issues related to human rights in Eastern Europe. At the end of it, no agreement was reached, as Reagan walked out of one meeting on the issue of the Strategic Defense Initiative. But both had realized how eager the other was to drastically tone down the nuclear after heightened tensions. Reykjavik paved the way for the end of the Cold War. In the end, the Geneva and Reykjavik summits bore fruit in 1987, specifically in terms of a wide-ranging agreement on nuclear de-escalation. In the aftermath of the initial meetings in Geneva, Gorbachev had made it publicly known that he wanted an agreement with the US that both nations would begin to scale down their nuclear arsenals with a view to potentially banning such weapons of mass destruction altogether in the 21st century. While this was fanciful, it did demonstrate his commitment to drastically reducing the nuclear threat. The failure to reach a binding agreement at Reykjavik did not scupper these negotiations, and early in 1987, further progress was made when the Americans and their allies in West Germany declared that they would remove some of their nuclear-capable long-range missiles from Central Europe. This gesture of goodwill was followed by a third summit between Reagan and Gorbachev in December 1987 in Washington, D.C. Both leaders were facing some domestic turmoil, and Reagan's second term in office and time as president was nearing a conclusion, with elections scheduled for November 1988. As such, they both wanted a success out of the summit in the American capital. That's exactly what they achieved. Shortly after lunch on the 8th of December 1987, they signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. This banned American and Soviet intermediate range missiles that could carry nuclear warheads distances to 5,500 kilometers. As a symbolic act, it demonstrated a desire to end the Cold War to defuse decades of tensions. Numerous other agreements were reached between Gorbachev and Reagan and his successor George H. Bush between 1988 and 1991. Notably the 1990 Chemical Weapons Accord, which aimed to massively reduce chemical weapons. These agreements constituted the most wide-ranging race between the US and the USSR of the entire Cold War, though unfortunately many of these agreements have been abandoned by either the Russian Federation or the United States in the early 21st century. Gorbachev was undertaking his ambitious reform program and the efforts to improve relations with the United States while he was confronted by a number of major problems. One was foreign and inherited, and one was domestic and came like a bolt from the blue. On Christmas Eve of 1979, Soviet forces had invaded Afghanistan on the southern border of the USSR, Central Asia, in an effort to shore up support for Afghan communists that had come to power in the spring of 1978 through the Saur Revolution, yet which faced growing resistance from numerous parties in the country, including Islamic militant groups. The Soviets became bogged down in Afghanistan in much the same way that the Americans had in Vietnam in the 1960s, unable to defeat an enemy with much more limited resources, but which was able to survive through a tenacious campaign of asymmetrical warfare. By the time Gorbachev came to power, the war in Afghanistan had turned into one which seemingly could not be won, with religious mujahideen being supplied by the Americans operating from bases in the mountains. Gorbachev viewed the war as an unwelcome inheritance. It was clear by 1985 that there was little to be gained from continuing it. He attempted a strategic alteration of approach in 1986, and when this failed to have any impact in 1987, he declared that Soviet forces would be withdrawn from the country. This engagement began in the summer of 1988, and the last Soviet forces withdrew in February 1989. Moscow continued to provide support to the Afghan communist regime, but it was on borrowed time after the withdrawal, and the country descended into a more anarchic civil war in the early 1990s, from which the Taliban would eventually emerge as the new government. The other major crisis which Gorbachev faced early on in his time in charge emerged suddenly. On the 26th of April 1986, the number 4 reactor exploded at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant in northern Ukraine, near the border with Belarus and north of the city of Kyiv. When the incident happened, staff had been running tests on the cooling system. Woefully inadequate response to the security team on the ground compounded the situation. Long after the incident, exposing them to toxic levels of radiation. Gorbachev himself was not blameless in terms of the response. He followed the Soviet textbook approach of limiting the amount of information being released to the public and pushing through a state solution. Though in evaluating his risk, it should be borne in mind that he was not a subject. Instead, he was operating with the information provided to him, which was very poor early on. Eventually, the entire area had to be emptied, and a vast containment zone was established. Gorbachev would later reflect that the Chernobyl disaster was probably the single biggest cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It fundamentally mined faith in the system in Ukraine, and
led to the sundering of one of the core elements that held the union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. It also which Gorbachev had not fully intended. What else could be expected, other than more openness, when it was the secrecy of Soviet government that had allowed the disaster to become as deadly as it did? The area around the plant remains uninhabited today, and cleanup costs are still significant for what was the most destructive nuclear accident in history. While just a few dozen people died in the immediate incident and the days thereafter, thousands died from health complications owing to radiation exposure in the years after. The Chernobyl disaster added to a sense of growing unease in Eastern Europe about Soviet rule. Moreover, in the more open environment which Gorbachev was allowing to develop, people were willing to express their discontent in a way which had previously not been possible. This was particularly the case in the Warsaw Pact countries. Nations like East Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, which were not part of the USSR, but which had formed part of the Soviet bloc of Warsaw Pact countries in Europe since the alliance was created in 1955. Earlier attempted revolutions in Hungary in 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, and the way they were crushed by the Soviets, had convinced a generation of Eastern Europeans living in the Warsaw Pact nations that resistance to Moscow's dictates was pointless and would only lead to a more repressive environment. But now it seemed as though change was in the air. In 1986, there were mass student demonstrations in many parts of Eastern Europe. These were followed in 1988 by nationwide strikes in Poland, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner and future president of Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small at numerous steelworks in the country and swelled in the months that followed, to the extent that the communist government was forced to enter into negotiations with the workers early in 1999. These culminated in an agreement to reform the political system, to introduce a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev played a significant role in these developments. In the summer of 1988, he visited Poland and informed the government there that they could not expect Moscow to come to its aid with a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968. Had it been almost any other Soviet leader in charge in Moscow, there would have been a military response. Developments in Poland, further revolutionary developments in Eastern Europe in 1989. This was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop a vast population drain from East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, a city that was divided up between the Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War, the government of East Berlin began building a physical wall around West Berlin. It had become the very symbol of the Cold War, dividing a city, a country, and a continent. Moreover, while West Germany had boomed economically as the powerhouse of the European economic community, East Germany had stagnated. In late 1989, the wall would come crashing down very abruptly. These events began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Picnic, an event held in August 1989 to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from there to Austria, and north again to West Germany. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous, and tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then, on the 9th of November 1989, the East German government declared that people could visit West Germany. Within hours, people had gathered to begin physically tearing down sections of the Berlin Wall. By the end of the year, thoughts were turning to the reunification of Germany after 4.5 decades of being a tree. Its response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, if he had chosen a more hardline approach, he could probably have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and Hungary and curb the movement of people in the autumn and early winter of 1989. Indeed, one of the concerns of those who organized the Pan-European picnic in August 1989 was that if Gorbachev was to tolerate this breaching of the tight border arrangements in Central Europe, it could lead to a coup in Moscow and his replacement as Soviet leader or Cold War leader. This did not occur, and while not explicitly sanctioning it, Gorbachev referred positively to Miklos Net, the Hungarian premier, when asked about the developments. Nor did he attempt to stop what was happening in Germany. Freedoms were held in the East in February 1990. Monetary union between East and West was agreed to 3 months later. October 1990, the two parts of the country were reunited. Incredibly, Gorbachev was more positive about these developments than some of his Western counterparts. Both the Prime Minister of Britain, Margaret Thatcher, and the President of France, François Mitterrand, were both reluctant to see Germany reunited, believing, with some justification, that German unification back in 1871 had destabilized the European balance of power to such an extent that it led to the two world wars of the 20th century. They had grave reservations about allowing Germany to re-emerge as the most powerful economy in Western and Central Europe again. One of the provisions that were placed on the French agreeing to this was that the German Deutschmark would be transformed into a pan-European currency used by the members of what was soon to be renamed the European Union. Therefore, Gorbachev allowed German reunification to happen, whereas Mitterrand demanded the euro currency in return. The fall of the Berlin Wall and German reunification opened up an issue which continues to have striking significance today, 35 years later. West Germany had been a member of the US-led military alliance and North Atlantic Organization since 1955. The problem, insofar as it involved an extension of NATO eastwards towards Russia and the Soviet Union, as East Germany effectively united with West Germany. This opened up an immediate debate about the future of NATO, as the Soviet Warsaw Pact collapsed in Eastern Europe. Given that Vladimir Putin has simply argued that the core reason for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been to ensure that the country does not become a member of NATO. There was never a formal agreement that NATO would not expand further eastwards, and Gorbachev's statements over the years were not consistent about what had or had not been said in diplomatic discussions in the early 1990s. However, there is little doubt from examining the statements of leading diplomats and government ministers from various countries at the time that there was a tacit understanding that NATO would not expand further east after the reunification of Germany. Indeed, the first months of 1990 seen Gorbachev involved in debate about whether German reunification should be contingent on its leaving NATO altogether, so as to avoid an extension into East Germany. There was clear consensus when Germany was granted what was termed a special military status as a member of NATO, that this would be the final extension of the alliance. And yet the unwritten agreement was soon abandoned. As America's power reached its peak in the mid-1990s, and Russia descended into economic and military collapse, NATO was expanded. notably through mass enlargement in 1999, as Poland, the Czech Republic and Hungary joined, and then the Baltic states, Slovakia, Slovenia, Romania and Bulgaria in 2004. These concessions on German reunification and a wide range of other matters in the Warsaw Pact countries were leading to a growing wave of unrest within the core of the Soviet Union itself. Gorbachev could, for liberal reformers who wanted to create a Western-style market economy, he was not moving fast enough to change the very nature of Soviet society. While for many conservatives and communist ideologues, what he was engaging in was a complete aberration, a seeming abandonment of 3/4 of a century of Soviet policy and a capitulation to the West. It did not help matters that when Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, Gorbachev broadly agreed with the approach of President Bush in commencing what would become the first Gulf War to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. Of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by elderly politicians who had come of age back in the 1950s and 1960s when the Cold War was at its height. In a clear sign of how perceptions of Gorbachev could differ within Russia from the rest of the world, in 1990, when he won the Nobel Peace Prize for his role in the radical transformation of Europe's politics the previous year, he actually received quite a lot of criticism within Russia itself. The award was viewed in some circles as a sign of how much of a stooge of Western interests Gorbachev had become. Still, he retained enough support to remain in charge and was with the communist leadership at the 28th Communist Party Congress in the summer of 1990, despite a vocal opposition group presenting itself there. Gorbachev's position as leader might have been reaffirmed in the summer of 1990, but the opposition to his leadership in some circles continued to increase. The events of the second half of 1990 and into 1991 were too much for many. During this latter period, several of the constituent republics of the USSR, like the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, affirmed ends from the Soviet Union, meaning that it was no longer Warsaw Pact countries that were falling out of Moscow's control, but actual part of the USSR. While Gorbachev made a strong effort to prevent any further erosion of the Union by negotiating a new Union treaty with republics like Kazakhstan, Georgia and Moldova in 1991, a conspiracy to overthrow him was already brewing within the Communist Party by then. On the 18th of August 1991, the plotters struck in what has become known as the August coup. At the time, Gorbachev was holidaying at his dacha in the Crimean Peninsula. A group of men, including the leading KGB figure, Yuri Plekhanov, visited him there and after gaining access detained him in the house while the coup was being launched in Moscow. In the capital, the vice president of the Soviet Union, Gennady Yanayev, was soon revealed as the head of the conspiracy. He moved to seize control of the government and was appointed as acting head. The plotters had not accounted for Boris Yeltsin, a leading figure within the Communist Party who had been acquiring more and more influence as Gorbachev's position weakened in 1990 and 1991. On the 19th of August, Yeltsin famously climbed up on top of a tank outside the Russian parliament in Moscow and spoke out against the plotters. It was a defining moment, one which played an important part in the collapse of the peace that followed, but it also symbolized the manner in which Gorbachev was being completely outflanked by forces that his reforms had unleashed. His days as head of the Soviet Union were numbered. As the August coup collapsed on the 21st and 22nd of August, released and made his way back to Moscow. There he realized that he was increasingly the man of the hour, the new leader of Russia as matters move very quickly. The pair were engaged in a tug-of-war for weeks thereafter. Yeltsin criticized Gorbachev openly for his handling of the country's politics in such a way that had led to the attempted coup. Meanwhile, the Communist Party's normal activities were being suspended in a highly fluid period in which communism seemed to be collapsing, but in which it was highly unclear what the end result would be. Gorbachev continued to try and promote plans for an alternative union that would keep Russia united with Belarus, Ukraine, the smaller Caucasian republics, and the states of Central Asia like Kazakhstan. In this, he was working at cross purposes with Yeltsin, who was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia. The end came in December 1991. On the 8th day of that month, Yeltsin met with leading figures from Ukraine and Belarus at Vyskuly in the Byela-Veja forest region of Belarus, where they signed the Byela-Veja Accords. Under the terms of these, it was declared that the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics had ceased to exist, and that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus would henceforth be independent nations. The accords were agreed to out of a fear that if a voluntary dismantling of the USSR was not effected, then it would descend into war, much like it erupted all across the Balkans in 1991, as Serb-dominated Yugoslavia tried to retain control over places like Croatia. In the days that followed, the other smaller republics of the USSR agreed to the dismantling. With this, Gorbachev's position became tenable. In 1991, his union effectively relinquishing control over Russia to Yeltsin. His goal had been to reform the USSR, but in the space of 6 years in charge, it had collapsed with surprising speed. Gorbachev now stepped entirely away from frontline politics. He played little role in the chaotic politics of Russia in the 1990s. This was a vast country, and one of the world's wealthier nations, yet one in which the state had run everything, from heavy industry and national infrastructure to home ownership and local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet system in such a tumultuous fashion, rather than the gradual reform of it that Gorbachev had found, the entire country moved into a period of hyper-privatization. Vast state assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring in an environment of lawlessness, as the systems which had governed Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Hyperinflation was also setting in. To combat this, the advice of Jeffrey Sachs, an American economist whose use of so-called economic shock therapy to combat hyperinflation had proved reasonably successful in Bolivia in the 1980s, was sought by Yeltsin's government. His approach did not have the desired effect in Russia, and by 1998, the country would be mired in such an economic quagmire that it had to devalue the ruble and default on its national debt. At the same time, the country's vast resources were acquired by a collection of several hundred Russian oligarchs, individuals who exploited Russian in the 1990s to acquire enormous assets for a fraction of their value. This corrupt enriching of a small and newly emergent elite occurred even as ordinary Russians had their standards of living plummet as the Soviet system collapsed and was replaced by utter instability throughout the 1990s. The Russia of the 21st century was carved during this chaotic period. Gorbachev observed these shifts in Russia's fortunes from outside of the political sphere. He entered semi-retirement in 1992, but he continued to work on projects, both domestic in Russia and on the international scene. Much of this centered on the International Foundation for Socio-Economic and Political Studies, otherwise known as the Gorbachev Foundation. It was a mix of a philanthropic entity and a think tank that sought to develop ideas for Russia's development in the post-Soviet era. It also aimed at preserving Gorbachev's legacy to an extent. For instance, in the mid-1990s, the foundation conducted work on exploring what perestroika and glasnost had been, and what Mikhail had been trying to achieve during his time in charge of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was also intent on establishing himself as an international elder statesman of sorts. While his reputation at home in Russia, abroad was a Nobel Peace Prize winner who, along with Reagan and Bush, had brought the Cold War to an end peacefully. He spent much of the 1990s traveling the world in this capacity. The end of the decade, though, was a troubling time for him. His wife, Raisa, was diagnosed with leukemia in 1999. Her condition was advanced by the time it was detected, and despite traveling to Germany to avail of advanced care, she died within a couple of months of her diagnosis in September 1999. In the years that followed, as he entered his 70s, Mikhail slowed down, though he was always reasonably active, speaking out against the US invasion of Iraq in 2003, and even considering a re-entry into Russian politics in the 2000s. In the midst of his own life-changing considerably in the 1990s, Mikhail kept a close eye on how post-politics were developing. He was critical of Yeltsin, who served as president of Russia down to the very last day of the 20th century, the 31st of December 1999. On the one hand, Gorbachev did not believe that he was managing the transition to a free market democracy well, while on the other, there were personal criticisms to be made of Yeltsin, a figure with a considerable alcohol problem. Gorbachev initially viewed Vladimir Putin more favorably, a former member of the Soviet Secret Services, the KGB, who had risen from obscurity in the final years of the USSR to become Yeltsin's successor when he left office at the end of the 1990s. Yet as Putin began overtly manipulating the political system to remain in power beyond the end of his first 2 terms as president in 2008, Gorbachev became a vocal critic, especially so once Putin decided to run for a 3rd term in 2012. At the same time, he's not entirely opposed to all of the new president's actions. He agreed with Putin that the Crimean Peninsula was fundamentally more a part of Russia than Ukraine, and so was not opposed to the annexation of it in 2014. Nor did he think that the Western nations had any right to criticize Russia for playing a role in the Caucasus, given their own history of global imperialism. When the war between Russia and Ukraine was expanded in February 2022, however, Gorbachev was said to have been extremely critical of it in private, but he made no major public declaration concerning it. This was because his health was very poor by then. He had suffered from numerous ailments since the 2010s, including deteriorating eyesight, a heart condition, a bout of pneumonia, and kidney problems. Eventually, on the 30th of August 2022, he died from an accumulation of issues at 91 years of age. He was not afforded a state funeral, and the plaudits for a man who more than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War, a process of nuclear détente, and the tearing down of Europe's physical and ideological barriers, was notably warmer internationally than it was in Russia. Angela Merkel, the long-serving Chancellor of modern Germany, perhaps captured this best, stating, quote, To this day, I can still feel the fear that I shared with many people in the German Democratic Republic in 1989, where the tanks would roll again. But this time, no tanks rolled, no shots were. Mikhail Gorbachev was in many ways an unusual political figure. He rose from relative administrative obscurity to play a highly significant role in the history of the 20th century, and then faded away again almost as quickly. Born in Russia during a period of immense change, he lived through the trauma of the Second World War and came of age in a period of vitality for the Soviet Union, when Russia was experiencing seemingly boundless economic growth and it appeared to be gaining the upper hand in the Cold War. Thereafter, he played a role in provincial administration and rose to a reasonably high position in the central government by the time he reached his 50s. However, he only managed to become the leader of the Soviet Union because of a rapid turnover of leaders in the first half of the 1980s. Once in power, he set about trying to reform the Soviet Union, a polity that had been in decline for many years and which was now clearly losing the Cold War. However, while he was a reformer, he certainly did not wish to bring about the end of the Soviet system. Instead, he wanted to introduce some minor elements of the free market system to buttress the Soviet system, while also liberalizing society. His tragedy was that in attempting to reform the system, he destroyed it. Once a more open environment presented itself, pent-up demand for change led to the collapse of the communist governments in East Germany and the other Warsaw Pact countries. This in turn led to political chaos in Russia, during which he was politically outflanked by Boris Yeltsin, and the whole communist system came crashing down. Gorbachev's career as a major political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in lieu of the gradual reform which Gorbachev wished to implement, Russia descended into a decade of crisis, from which Vladimir Putin emerged as a successor to Yeltsin. Had Gorbachev's intended reform program been successful, the world might be a more stable place today. What do you think of Mikhail Gorbachev? Was he naive to think that he could reform the Soviet Union without having its power collapse? Or could a reformed version of the Soviet system have prospered if it had not collapsed between 1989 and 1991? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
מיד שקראתי את זה, אמרתי יש כאן בעיה. הכל לא נשאר, יש מישהו מפורשת. זה נשאר, איך אני יודע ששניים בעיה זה מתאר, זה משנה מפורשת. איך אני יודע איך אתה יודע. אז ברור שזה ברייס, אחרת בצד, ברור שזה ברייס בצנן. מבינים בראש אומרים, כתובה ברייס, שמבינים בראש, אומרים, בריקים, זה הראש של הגז, זאת אומרת, הגז כבר נוגע ברצפה, ואתה מתעצל, דורסת לרצפה, ואתה סוקח אבל מתקות ספיתות בדור העם ולכלל, חלק הוא ברצפה, חלק הוא מאמין, ואתה נוגע בזה זה בסדר. מגביל מגיבל, אבל הוא גם לא מנודעת, שמגביל את האבי, הוא נגע באבי. אתה לא התכוון להגביר בכלל. איך אנחנו יודעים שלא צריכים להתכוון סנאפ. ואירוי שנוח כאילו לסנאפ. ואירוי שנוח כאילו לתור את המצב הזה. ידוע שהסוגיות הכי קצות, כמו בשס, והדברים שתקרנו זה חמור. ורואים גם פייסס, אבל אין שם חוקה לתמורה, זה לא דבר. בלי בן תשומה, אלא
It is the 20th of August 1940 in Koyokan. A man in exile reading in his study is attacked from behind by a Stalinist agent, hitting the man hard in the head with an ice axe, penetrating his skull and brain. Despite this terrible blow, the man gets to his feet and struggles with his assailant. Too late, the man's bodyguards come to his aid, beating the assassin off, but a day later, the man succumbs to his injuries. Name: Leon Trotsky, the arch enemy of Joseph Stalin. The man known to history as Leon Trotsky was born Lev Davidovich Bronstein on the 7th of November 1879, according to the Gregorian calendar, the 26th of October by the Julian calendar, which was in use at the time. He was born in the small village of Yanovka in what is today central Ukraine, part of the Russian Empire. He was not born with the name by which he is popularly known, but was actually called Lev Davidovich Bronstein in his youth. His father was David Leontievich Bronstein, a relatively prosperous Jewish Ukrainian farmer. The family lived in a somewhat isolated part of Ukraine, which was over 20 kilometers from even the nearest post office. His mother was Anna Lvovna. Although the family was Jewish, they were not particularly religious, and Russian and Ukrainian was spoken at home rather than Yiddish, the language typically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. The world in which Trotsky would grow up was one in upheaval. For centuries, Russia had been underdeveloped politically, culturally, and socially by comparison with its neighbors in Central and Western Europe, like Britain and France. This began to change in the 19th century. The population of the Russian Empire doubled between 1850 and 1900. Coal production increased 12-fold during this period, while iron and steel production doubled. Great technological advances, such as the introduction of the railway phones and telegrams, also brought Russia and Russians into much closer engagement with mainstream European ideas and made the vast country stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Pacific Ocean more interconnected. Accordingly, a vast movement began from the mid-19th century onwards. Russian society and end the autocracy and inequality characterized Russian rule under the autocratic emperors or tsars. In 1861, Russia became the last major European power to abolish serfdom, under which approximately 40% of the Russian population effectively under the control of the landholders on whose estates they lived. Further reforms were in store. For instance, censorship of the press was relaxed, allowing for a greater dissemination of political ideas. New political groupings began to emerge in this more permissive political environment. For example, Mikhail Bakunin founded Modern Collectivism in Russia in the mid-19th century, which theorized the complete dismantling of centralized state authority in response to the autocratic Tsarist regime. Other groups, such as the Emancipation of Labour Party and the Narodniks, argued for socialism in Russia in the 1870s and 1880s, following the political ideas of the German political theorist Karl Marx. Their ideas began to find increasing support in Russia from 1891 onwards, following a catastrophic famine that year, which claimed the lives of approximately 500,000 Russians. Such was the unrest created by the famine that Orlando Figes, the leading English-speaking historian of revolutionary Russia, has argued that the roots of the Russian Revolution of 1917 can ultimately be traced back to 1891 and the death of 500,000 people at that time, owing to food shortages. Compounding all of this were the Tsars themselves. While Alexander II, Tsar of Russia between 1855 and 1881, had started out as a liberal reformer, he retreated from this stance over time. His son and heir, Alexander III, was a highly reactionary autocrat. This was the political and social background against which the man who would one day become known as Leon Trotsky grew up. When he was 8 years old, his father sent him to school in Odessa, the major city of the Crimea on the Black Sea in southern Ukraine. Here, he was placed in an environment in which a historically multicultural city was becoming increasingly Russified, in line with imperial policy. From early on, his rebellious streak was evident, and while at Odessa, he organized a strike against an unpopular teacher. The events of this time also appear to have been formative in the life of the young Trotsky. Writing towards the end of the 1920s, in an autobiography he wrote entitled My Life, an attempt at an autobiography, Trotsky stated of 1891 that it marked, quote, the official date of the political breaking point in this country. Trotsky was not alone in his thinking, and the struggles engendered by the famine led to the rising popularity of the Russian socialist movement in the 1890s. The disparate socialist groups eventually coalesced in 18 to form the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a revolutionary socialist party formed to unite Russian socialists in the cause of advancing the lot of Russian industrial workers. The teenage Trotsky was soon involved in these revolutionary political movements, and by 1886 he had relocated to the Black Sea town of Nikolaev, where he joined the Narodniks. A year later, he helped organize the South Russian Workers' Union in the town. In 1898, he was imprisoned for the first time owing to political activities. But Lev Bronstein, the future Trotsky, was undeterred. Later, in 1898, he joined the newly formed Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. Following his arrest at Nikolaev in 1898, Trotsky had been sent to Moscow to face trial for his actions in organizing revolutionary groups in southern Ukraine. After months of inaction in 1900, he was sentenced to 4 years hard labor in Siberia, the thinly populated vast region of eastern Russia, which served as a penal colony for dissenters against the Tsarist regime. His life in exile in the east, tempered somewhat by his marriage to Alexandra Sokolovskaya in the summer of 1899. She had been a member of the political group which Trotsky associated with in Nikolaev, and was a major influence on his decision to shift from being a Narodnik to Marxism or communism. She accompanied him to Siberia. 2 daughters, Zinaida and Nina, were born in the 2 years that followed. Lev Bronstein never served his full 4-year sentence in Siberia. In the summer of 1902, at the urging of his wife, he escaped from the penal colony by hiding in the back of a hay wagon. As he made his way back to Europe, Bronstein reputedly utilized a passport he had obtained bearing the name of one of his jailers from Odessa several years The surname on the passport was Trotsky, and Bronstein now adopted it as his alias, along with an alternate version of his first name, Leon, as his revolutionary name. Bronstein, Leon Trotsky, the name him by ever since. The newly free Trotsky didn't remain in the Russian Empire and instead kept heading west, all the way to London, after escaping from Siberia. Here he made contact with several leading members of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party, who had gone into exile in England after the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II. Another poor Tsar, who had come to power in 1894, had cracked down on its membership. These exiles included Georgy Plekhanov, a leading editor of the Russian socialist newspaper Iskra, or The Spark, and also viewed as the founder of the social democratic movement in Russia in the 1870s. He was generally regarded as having been a highly accomplished writer and brilliant polemicist, was soon putting his own literary abilities to work with the newspaper. It was also during this period, after his escape from Siberia, that Trotsky met Natalia Sedova. Alexandra had remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 1903. His second marriage resulted in two sons, Lev and Sergei, in 1906 and 1908. Trotsky and Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. In London, Trotsky came into contact with Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, or Lenin as he has become known, a figure of some controversy within the party. In 1902, Lenin had published a pamphlet entitled "What is to be Done?" This had opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Party over the future of the party. On the one side were purists such as Lenin, who believed that the movement should build its support exclusively around the industrial working class against the Tsarist regime, the landholders and the bourgeois middle class back in Russia, while a separate faction argued that the party should seek the support of the middle class against the Tsarist government and the upper class of Russia, which broadly consisted of the church and the aristocracy. As such, the division came down to one between ideological purists led by Lenin and an opposing faction of more pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the Second Congress of the party, held jointly in Brussels and London in August 1903. The conference was held symbolically between two cities that Karl Marx had lived and worked in around the time he wrote and published the Communist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into two opposing factions, known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Bolsheviks means majority, while Mensheviks means minority, which reflected the results of a vote held on the issue at the party congress. However, this somewhat confusingly did not reflect the actual support the two factions enjoyed. In reality, the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, had the support of only a minority of the party membership, while in the years ahead, the Mensheviks, led by Julius Martov, were the more popular and powerful of the two factions, which resulted from the split in the Socialist Democratic Labour Party in 1903. Trotsky's initial response to this split in the party was to affiliate himself with the Mensheviks. However, by the autumn of 1904, he had become increasingly disillusioned with the Mensheviks' excessive courting of Russian liberals and the Russian middle class. As a result, he removed himself from affiliation with both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and would spend the next 10+ years as a non-aligned but but nevertheless prominent actor within the Russian socialist movement. Unbeknownst to Trotsky at the time, his departure from the Mensheviks occurred just as the cause of political reform in Russia was to undergo the growth that had been seen since the famine of 1891. On the 22nd of January 1905, Father Georgy Gapon led a large demonstration of unarmed protesters through St. Petersburg towards the Winter Palace of Nicholas II to protest against the firing of several workers from the Putilov ironworks in the city over their membership of a workers' assembly. The protest was peaceful, but the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of Russian troops. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, when the dust settled, as many as 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders had been killed. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, inflamed opinion towards the Tsar, Nicholas II, although he had not ordered the attacks. Strikes broke out in most cities throughout the country. This revolution, 1905, was further driven by Russia's loss in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern state in modern times. In response to the escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established the Russian Duma, or parliament, in an attempt to conciliate public opinion, but the country had entered into a phase of increasingly radicalized politics, particularly in the industrialized cities, such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Riga. In the tumult following Bloody Sunday, Trotsky elected to return to Russia from his exile in Western Europe. He traveled home through Kiev in his Ukrainian homeland, and then turned northwards to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire in those days, in the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with the Mensheviks. His activities quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime, and within weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee across the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian Tsars, but it was ruled separately as the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. During this time, he took over the running of the Russian and increased its readership to some 500,000 Russian readers. It was also during this period that Trotsky became highly influential in the formation of councils or Soviets of non-elected workers in St. Petersburg. These were being established in many Russian industrial cities to represent the workers of the capital's factories. By the autumn of 1905, a St. Petersburg Soviet was in operation and had signaled its opposition to the Tsarist regime. Moreover, Trotsky temporarily served as its chairman. It was this role, as a writer and lead agitator, which led to Trotsky's second period of imprisonment. Late in 1905, government troops arrested many senior members of the St. Petersburg Soviet, including Trotsky. He spent much of 1906 in prison, before finally being convicted of inciting an insurrection in St. Petersburg. Thus, in October 1906, Trotsky found himself yet again sentenced to hard Liberia. However, yet again, Trotsky would not serve his sentence. Indeed, on this occasion, he did not even make it to Siberia. While en route to the east in the winter of 1906 or 1907, he yet again escaped from official custody and made his way back west, eventually returning to London in the course of 1907. In London, Trotsky was soon contributor to the Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. 35 sessions were held in Hackney at the Brotherhood Church there between May and June 1907. These were stormy, with debates ranging from serious policy discussions about how to foment dissent back in Russia to petty squabbles over whether the Congress should be named the Fifth Congress or the Fourth Congress, as the Mensheviks did not recognize an earlier Congress held by the Bolsheviks official. Trotsky retained his relatively neutral position within the party and was consequently employed as an intermediary between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. The Congress is also notable for having been attended by Jugashvili, better known as Joseph Stalin. Within a few months, Trotsky had relocated to Vienna, and it was while living in the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire that he would conduct his work for much of the next decade. Here, he became involved from 1908 onwards with the Russian Marxist and psychoanalyst Adolf Joffa in the publication of an underground Russian language paper, Pravda, or Truth, pulled into Russia. 1912 saw efforts to reunite the varying factions with the Russian socialist movement. In January, Lenin held a conference in Prague Trotsky lived in the center of the city. Others who either lived in or visited this part of the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time included Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Josip Broz Tito, the future leader of Yugoslavia, and Sigmund Freud, the famed psychoanalyst. There are few similar examples of so many individuals who would shape the 20th century living in such close proximity to one another. Beyond his involvement in the Russian socialist movement during his exile in Vienna, Trotsky was working on his theoretical views on Marxism. In 1908, he published Results and Prospects, a lengthy essay which built on some theoretical ideas he had conceived and written about in 1905, while in St. Petersburg during the aftermath of Bloody Sunday. These writings outline Trotsky's views on permanent revolution, his singular contribution to Marxist theory. Trotsky here developed the idea, promulgated by Marx, that sections of the middle-class bourgeoisie would be required to carry out a revolution to implement proper political democracy and a redistribution of land and wealth as a step towards achieving a communist society. Trotsky argued that in Russia, the bourgeoisie could not be relied on to contribute in this way to the revolution, and so the proletariat, or working lower classes, would have to assume the role of carrying out these tasks, a class struggle which would have to be permanent until communism was attained. This theory has gone on to have a substantial impact on Marxist thought well beyond Russia and throughout the 20th century. In combination, these ideas of Trotsky's informed the development of the subfield of Marxism known as Trotskyism, which at this early stage was distinctive from Marxism in stressing the need for permanent revolution and support for social revolution in the more advanced capitalist countries through proletarian or working class agitation. Trotsky's view, which was somewhat in opposition to Marx, was that permanent and gradualist social reform would be needed in these countries, whereas Marx had conceived society moving through different stages of development, first capitalism, then socialism, and finally attaining communism. Yet Trotskyism was still a fluid concept, and it would evolve in the years ahead in response to the actual experience of revolution in Russia. While living in Vienna, Trotsky had spent some time in 1912 in the conflicts which racked the Balkans during this period. His perennial interest in struggles of all kinds, based on class and ethnic divisions, was exhibited during this time in his reportage on the Serbian army's policies of ethnic cleansing against the Albanian people. The Balkans shaped Trotsky's career in exile in more ways than one. It was here in the summer of 1914 that the assassination of the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, while on the 28th of June, created the spark which eventually ignited into the First World War. By the end of August 1914, Europe was arrayed into two opposing alliances: Britain, France and Russia on one side, and Germany, Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire on the other. As a Russian émigré in Vienna, Trotsky was now forced to flee Austria-Hungary and briefly resettled in neutral Switzerland, where Lenin also moved after a period of imprisonment in Austria. In Switzerland, Trotsky began working with the Swiss Socialist Party and wrote a book, The War and the International, in which he opposed the war, in contrast to many prominent socialists throughout Europe, who had favored the conflict for varying reasons, based on domestic circumstances, and also as a conflict which might upend the political situation across the continent and pave the way for the advent of socialist governments. This anti-war stance, which saw the perennially nomadic Trotsky relocating again in 1916. While in France early in the year, he was arrested on account of his anti-war stance and deported to neutral Spain, from where he was yet again deported to the United States. He was there by early 1917 and lived briefly in the Bronx in New York City. Millions of people from the Russian Empire, many of them Jewish people like Trotsky, had migrated to the Americas in the 19th and early 20th century, and in New York, Trotsky quickly slotted into an established Russophone community. Though he only lived there for a small time, he wrote two publications, the Russian socialist newspaper Novy Mir, meaning New World, and the Yiddish daily Der Vorwärts, Forward. It was while Trotsky was in New York that the defining moment for the Russian socialist movement occurred. As with the Russian defeat in the Russo-Japanese War in 1905, Russia's performance in the First World War, which had swept Europe since 1914, had seriously destabilized the political situation at home in Russia. The Tsar, Nicholas II, had taken personal command of the Russian armies in 1915 and was viewed as personally responsible for a series of major military reverses on the Eastern Front. More critically, heavy borrowing and printing of money to pay for the war effort had seen rapid inflation in Russia, and by 1917, the cost of basic foodstuffs had increased fourfold on what they had been in 1914, pushing the poor to the point of destitution. This, combined with increasing food shortages, saw more radical political movements within the country gaining support. From his exile in Western Europe, Lenin called for the war effort to be turned into a civil war of the proletariat against the Tsarist regime. Within the government, this disaffection was not aided by the Tsar's family. Nicholas II's wife, Alexandra, the Tsarina, was originally German, and her nationality became a focus for criticism and suspicion as Russia found itself losing the war to Germany. Moreover, the royal family had begun to place an increasing amount of faith in the abilities of Grigory Rasputin, a mystic who had befriended the Tsar's family, and who popular opinion increasingly saw as being the power behind the throne in St. Petersburg. Although Rasputin was assassinated on the 30th of December 1916, his rise had severely tarnished the reputation of the imperial family in the mid-1910s. These social, political, and economic factors coalesced early in 1917 into severe unrest in St. Petersburg, or Petrograd as it was called after 1914. Once it was renamed to make the city sound less German with its Berg suffix. The population of the city had grown from approximately 1 million people in 1890 to over 2 million in 1917, many of whom were poor, overworked and severely disaffected industrial workers. In early February 1917, workers in Petrograd began strikes and demonstrations occurred throughout the city. In particular, strikes began at the Putilov mill, by far the largest employer in the city, with upwards of 20,000 workers. The strike here was sparked by the company reneging on a pay increase, which had been promised to allay the workers' difficulties over the food price increase in the capital, when a lockout from the factory began after the strike. Further demonstrations occurred throughout Petrograd, and by early March, well over 100,000 workers were protesting throughout the capital. The Russian Revolution had begun. Things moved quickly. The Tsar was absent from the capital at the Eastern Front, but commanded the army to intervene to suppress the rioting and demonstrations in the capital. This move backfired, however, as many of the rank-and-file soldiers either refused to comply or simply deserted. The Russian parliament, known as the Duma, now moved to establish a committee to establish law and order, while measures were underway to also establish a Soviet or city council of the industrial workers of Petrograd. Meanwhile, Nicholas II, on his way back to the capital from the Eastern Front, was facing increasing pressure to abdicate as the situation in Petrograd spiraled out of control. Confronted by senior members of the Russian military and urged to do so, he agreed to abdicate on the 15th of March 1917 in favor of his brother Mikhail. However, realizing that he lacked the support to restore order, Mikhail Romanov refused the title of Tsar the following day. Accordingly, on the 16th of March, the Russian Empire of the Tsars effectively came to an end. A provisional government now came to power, headed by the liberal aristocrat Prince Georgy Lvov. While power within Petrograd itself largely lay with the Petrograd Soviet, over the next 8 months, a power struggle would play out between these two contenders for power, the aristocratic Consilia government and the populist Socialist Soviet. When news of the events in Russia reached Trotsky in New York, he immediately began preparing to return to his homeland. He departed the United States on the 27th of March 1917. While crossing the Atlantic Ocean, he was detained for a month at Nova Scotia, in northeastern Canada. Trotsky's commitment to the workers' struggle was evident here. While detained at a British internment camp, he helped organize mass meetings and workers' agitation. Eventually, the British government released him at the end of April, and he reached Russia in mid-May. Finally, back in Petrograd, he became a major player in the struggle which was materializing. Lenin had also returned to the capital from Western Europe in mid-April, facilitated by the Germans, who believed he would serve to destabilize Russia further and thus indirectly aid their own war effort in the process. In Petrograd, he had quickly established the Bolsheviks as one of the foremost groups in the divided politics of Russia in the weeks after the February Revolution. Despite his non-alignment with either the Bolsheviks or Mensheviks in the years gone by, Trotsky drifted towards Lenin's position once he arrived back to Russia itself. Both figures and many of their socialist allies increasingly sought to overthrow the provisional aristocratic regime and establish a radical socialist government. Government crackdowns on some of the more militant groupings in Petrograd had seen Lenin flee over the border to Finland. However, a failed attempt by the military to seize power in Russia and place General Lavar Kornilov in charge of the government in September 1917 saw Lenin return to the capital in October. Upon his return, the Bolshevik Central Committee voted to launch a revolt and seize power, in response not only to the failed military coup d'etat, but also major military reverses on the Eastern Front, which had seen the German army advancing into Russia itself after seizing Russia's possessions throughout most of eastern Poland and Lithuania. Trotsky's role in inciting the revolution, which followed Lenin's return to the capital, cannot be overstated. It was he who authored the resolution, which was passed by the Petrograd Soviet on the night of the 22nd of October. One specifically called for the creation, quote, military revolutionary center to facilitate the revolutionary defense of Petrograd and the safety of the people from the attacks being openly prepared by military and civil Kornilovites. The resulting revolt occurred on the night of the 7th of November 1917, according to the Gregorian calendar, which is in use all over the world today, but has become known as the October Revolution, having occurred on the 25th of October, according to the Julian calendar, which was in use in Russia at the time. The Revolutionary Military Committee had appointed Trotsky as its chairman, and he was instrumental in the seizure of power in Petrograd through the October Revolution, by bringing the garrison in the capital over to the Bolsheviks' cause. As a consequence, within 24 hours of the inception of the revolt, many government buildings in the capital had been occupied. Then, on the 9th of November, the Winter Palace, the seat of government itself since the 18th century, fell under the control of Lenin, his party, and the Petrograd Soviet. Thus began the long and checkered history of the Soviet state. Within days, the new socialist government began to tighten its control over Russia, with Moscow declaring in favor of the new regime on the 15th of November. Major policy changes were quickly made to begin creating a communist state. All private property was nationalized, as were the Russian banks. Foreign debt was defaulted on. The vast properties of the Russian Orthodox Church were taken into state possession, while factories were placed under the control of workers' Soviets, the members of which were given pay increases and had their working day reduced 8 hours. In many industrial societies at the time, workers had been expected to work upwards of 12 hours a day, often 6 or 7 days a week, something which had facilitated the emergence of socialist movements in the 19th century. Trotsky's star was in the ascendant in the first weeks of the new Soviet state as a result of his role in the October Revolution and the regard he was held in by members of the Petrograd Soviet. In these days of the revolution, nobody other than Lenin was more powerful within the new regime. His role in the months that followed reflected his status as the second most powerful figure in the government of Soviet Russia. Trotsky was appointed as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs in November 1917, the Soviet equivalent of the Minister for Foreign Affairs. His first task was the war effort, which Russia was losing badly in 1917. Trotsky's first act was to publish the term the Triple Entente, the alliance between Britain, France, and Tsarist Russia, which stated the alliance's agreements to redraw Europe's boundaries and redistribute a significant proportion of the lands of the Central Powers amongst themselves in the aftermath of the conflict and as new colonies in Africa and the Middle East. This betrayal of British and French intentions effectively ended the Triple Entente and put Russia in a war on its own against Germany. It also made life difficult for the British and French, as the President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, had just brought his country into the war against Germany, but was flagrantly opposed to any expansion of the imperial system once the war was over. Beyond these initial moves on the international stage, Trotsky was also soon brought in as a founding member of the Politburo, the political bureau of the Bolsheviks that would govern the new Soviet Union centrally. Soviet Union in the 1920s. As part of his position as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Trotsky began peace negotiations with the German government in Berlin to bring Russia's involvement in the First World War to an end. These talks began in December 1917. From the very beginning, the Germans laid out highly punitive terms, which involved their annexation of huge tranches of the Russian Empire around modern-day Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic Sea region. The government in Petrograd was highly opposed to such terms, but from early 1918, it was facing increasing opposition from within Central Russia to the establishment of the Soviet state. With a major civil war brewing at home, and the Russian army in no state to undertake a resumption of the war on the Eastern Front, the regime reluctantly agreed to most of Germany's terms in the spring of 1918. Trotsky, who was loath to agree to territorial concessions to a capitalist regime, from casting a vote in the decision to accept the German terms, which he had overseen the negotiation of. He had hoped that while the negotiations were underway, the German proletariat would overthrow the Kaiser's government in Berlin, but his optimism in the revolutionary cause proved unfounded on this occasion, or at least premature. Socialist revolts would commence in Germany late in 1918. Under the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, signed on the 3rd of March 1918, and named for the Belarusian town where it was agreed, the infant Soviet state ceded all of Russia's territories in Poland and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia to Germany, as well as some territories in the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea region to the Ottoman Empire, Germany's Turkish ally. Russia also recognized the independence of Finland, Ukraine, and Georgia, thus creating new buffer states on its borders. The total losses amounted to over 1 square miles of Russian territory and 55 million people, as well as a huge proportion of Russia's coal, iron, and steel factories. Lenin was clear that this was an utter humiliation, but the treaty provided the Russian state with time to secure itself at home against its domestic enemies. It was a necessary evil for the revolution to survive. These enemies were multiplying in the spring of 1918 as the Russian Civil War spread throughout the country as far as the Pacific Ocean. By the time peace was established, with the Germans and their allies, the Bolsheviks' enemies, a broad coalition of aristocrats, former supporters of the Tsarist regime, Cossacks, army officers, the Orthodox Church, centrists, and even leftists, such as the Mensheviks, who were opposed to the Bolsheviks had begun organizing themselves into an opposing White Army in opposition to the Soviet Red Army. The Whites acquired significant foreign backing in the shape of aid from Britain, France, the United States, and Japan. Less significantly, other groupings such as the Black Army and Green Army arose in regions such as Ukraine to fight for local rights in these areas against the Soviet regime in Petrograd. There was even a Czechoslovak Foreign Legion involved in the Russian Civil War. These were soldiers from Bohemia and Moravia in the Austro-Hungarian Empire who had joined the Russians years earlier to fight for Czechoslovak independence from Austro-Hungarian rule. They were in Russia when the revolution occurred and ended up fighting against the Soviets in a campaign far to the east in Siberia in what was one of the stranger episodes in the war. What was clear from all of this to Trotsky and the other Soviet leaders in 1918 was that the great powers and many other vested interests were determined to overthrow and destroy the revolution. Having led the peace negotiations with Germany, Trotsky now took center stage in the Civil War effort and the movement to preserve the Soviet Revolution. In mid-March, just days after the finalization of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, he resigned as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs and was then appointed as People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs. Thus, at the height of the Civil War, Trotsky was effectively placed in charge of the Soviet war effort. The initial problems facing him were the small size of the Red Army and the lack of professionalism within it. Consequently, his first act was an enormous recruitment drive. Within 6 months of his taking charge of the Red Army, its numbers had swelled from 300,000 men to 1 million troops. Eventually, this would increase to 3 million men as new fronts opened, particularly in Poland from early 1919 onwards, as Polish separatists undertook the Polish-Soviet War, backed in particular by Britain and France, to establish what eventually became the Second Polish Republic. Trotsky's methods as Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs were brutal. In order to instill greater discipline in the rank and file, he devised the notorious blocking units, special units which were placed behind the front line of the Red Army troops, charged specifically with gunning down any of their own soldiers suspected of trying to desert or retreat. Many years later in his autobiography, he laid out his thoughts on this. An army cannot be built without reprisals. Masses of men cannot be led to death unless the army command has the death penalty in its arsenal. So long as those malicious, tailless apes are so proud of their technical achievements, the animals that we call men will build armies and wage wars. The command will always be obliged to place the soldiers between the possible death in the front and the inevitable one in the rear. These blocking units remained a common feature of the Red Army for many years and were used extensively again during the Second World War. Beyond this brutal tactic for enforcing discipline on the rank and file in the Red Army, as Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs, Trotsky was also a firm proponent of the Red Terror, the ruthless suppression of political dissent within the military establishment and the use of labor camps to provide arms and other supplies for the war effort. As a zealous revolutionary and communist, he believed that such measures were justifiable insofar as they would lead to the destruction of the property and the initiation of a new global socialist world order. In this respect, the example that he set during the Russian Revolution spoke of an individual who could display a savage streak, which was often out of step with his concern for the rights of the downtrodden proletariat. Many of Trotsky's methods would shape the autocracy and violence of the Soviet state in the years and decades ahead. Trotsky's command of the Red Army had also brought him into conflict for the first time with Joseph Stalin, whom, as we have seen, he had met as early as 1905 in London, and who was a rising star of the Soviet regime from Georgia, and had established himself as one of Lenin's closest confidants in 1917, and had been given command over elements of the army in 1918, particularly on the southern front in the Caucasus, near his native Georgia. In the autumn of 1918, Trotsky sought to appoint General Pavel Sitin as commander of the Red Army in the south, but Stalin successfully blocked his appointment, the first in a series of increasingly antagonistic clashes between the two figures, which would have serious implications for the Soviet state in the years ahead. Late 1919 saw the tide turn in the Civil War. At that time, various White Army factions, Polish forces, and the military contingents of newly independent states, such as Finland and Estonia, all backed with foreign support from Britain, the United States, and France, who had sent expeditionary forces to the White Sea around Arkhangelsk, threatened Petrograd and Moscow. However, after the breaking of a brief siege of Petrograd in the late autumn, the Red Army finally went offensive in the winter of 1919 into early 1920. The end of the Polish-Soviet War in 1920 and the retreat of a British expeditionary force from Central Asia was a turning point, following which rapid advances were made in 1920 and 1921. Eventually, the Civil War was brought to an end in October 1922, when Vladivostok, the last White Army-held city on the Pacific coast of Russia, fell to the Red Army. When the fighting stopped, the Soviet state had lost some of the territory formerly held by the Tsarist Russian Empire, notably in Finland, Poland, and the Baltic region, where the new states of Finland, Poland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania had fully established their independence. However, Russia had retained most of its territories, including Belarus, Ukraine, and the Caucasus. The country was devastated, though. On top of the violence and bloodshed, famine had racked the country in 1921 and 1922, difficulties that were compounded by disease pandemics from the Spanish flu, cholera, and typhus, killing upwards of 10 million people when all factors are taken into account. Trotsky's own father died of typhus in 1922. The Russian Revolution had prevailed, though, and the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics had come into being as the first major communist state in world history. With the establishment of peace after 5 years of revolution, civil war, and unrest, the focus of the Soviet state turned to rebuilding and restructuring in line with socialist principles. In 1921, Lenin's government began introducing the new economic policy, a market-orientated economic policy which allowed individuals to own small amounts of private property and included various other elements of a capitalist system. The NEP, as it has become known, was conceived as a temporary retreat from more radical socialist policies, while the Civil War emergency persisted. It was fiercely opposed by Trotsky, who had placed himself at the far left of the Soviet hierarchy, a government which was headed by Lenin, but which was not a dictatorship like that which emerged in the 1930s under Stalin. Trotsky effectively believed, in line with Marxist and socialist principles, that the state should have complete control over the allocation of all output, and that Russia should develop an exemplary command economy. He viewed the NEP as being a betrayal of this concept. Nevertheless, the NEP was adopted despite the objections of Trotsky and other members of the left wing of the Soviet leadership. Indeed, despite claims at the time that it was an emergency measure brought in to deal with the famine and other crises, it lasted well beyond the cessation of the war and was the central basis of the Soviet economy until 1928. Trotsky's opposition to it, as well as his immense intellectual and rhetorical capabilities, saw him emerge as the leader of the left wing of the Soviet regime. Many have gone so far that it was he, not Lenin, who was the, quote, genius of the revolution, with his organization abilities and ideological heft, winning the Civil War and ushering in the creation of the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, as the Civil War was being brought to an end, Lenin's health had begun to deteriorate, opening up serious questions about who would succeed him as head of the Soviet state. He suffered 3 strokes in relatively quick succession between May 1922 and March 1923, finally culminating in partial paralysis and loss of his motor functions, including the ability to speak. When he eventually died on the 21st of January 1924, the Soviet hierarchy, the Politburo, had been preparing for his passing for over 2 years. As Lenin's health had deteriorated from 1921 onwards, it had become apparent that there were 2 major figures who might succeed him as the ostensible head of the Soviet state, Trotsky or Stalin. From the October Revolution of 1917 onwards, Trotsky had effectively been number 2 in the administration, second only to Lenin. His leadership of the Red Army had cemented the wider public perception of Trotsky as the successor designated to Lenin. However, within the Politburo, things had begun to shift. Trotsky was a zealous, often aloof and introverted intellectual, one who was not the most naturally ruthless of politicians. His opponent was the very opposite. As Lenin's health deteriorated, Stalin had obtained the position of Central Committee General Secretary, through which he exercised enormous powers of patronage within the government. Between his appointment as General Secretary in 1922 and Lenin's death in January 1924, Stalin focused on building a coalition within the Politburo to support him and undermine Trotsky's position. He was also responsible for overseeing the formal creation of the USSR in December 1922. Stalin's ascent was particularly assisted by the formation of a triumvirate of himself and 2 of the other most senior members of the Politburo, Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev. This troika would allegedly share much of the power in the post-Lenin world by opposing Trotsky's succession to Lenin. Lenin had his suspicions about Stalin. They were significant enough that in 1923, shortly before his 3rd stroke effectively incapacitated him, he changed his last will and testament to warn the party about Stalin and anoint Trotsky as his successor. Nevertheless, by mid-1923, Stalin's monopolization of power was too far advanced, and he had placed his followers in many important offices, alliances within the higher brass of the Politburo, which held firm in their support for him against Trotsky. At first, Lenin's death in January 1924 seemed to usher in little explicit change in the workings of the Soviet government. The revolutionary government's first leader had been incapacitated for months anyway, and the Politburo seemed to go on governing by collective assent. However, the reality after his death was quite different to those familiar with the internal workings of the Politburo. The troika of Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev now effectively predetermined the decisions that were made by the Politburo. Moreover, Trotsky's diminished position was signified and made public a year after Lenin's death when, on the 6th of January 1925, he was removed from his position as Commissar of Military and Naval Affairs, and even his chairmanship of the Revolutionary Military Council, the position he had occupied in 1917 as arguably the single most decisive character in the inception of the October Revolution. He was allowed to retain his position as a member of the Politburo, but Trotsky increasingly found himself ostracized from any real power within the Soviet regime. 1925 saw him becoming an increasingly isolated and remote figure, estranged from effective power and outside the decision-making circles he had once been so prominent within. When the troika of Stalin, Kamenev and Zinoviev broke up later and Stalin turned against his erstwhile allies, he is notable only for playing no role in the machinations that followed their downfall. Stalin's split with Kamenev and Zinoviev ushered in the final episodes in the scramble for power in the post-Lenin years. Ultimately, the last acts of Trotsky's career as a revolutionary in his homeland at the 14th Congress of the Bolshevik Party in Moscow in December 1925 saw Kiev and Zinoviev against Stalin and his faction to form what has been termed the new opposition. The speeches they made laid bare that this was now a fight for control of the party, but it was ultimately one in which Stalin was victorious in the months ahead. The death knell of opposition to Stalin's monopolization of power within the Bolshevik Party and the Soviet state did not finally come until 1927. In October that year, Trotsky and Zinoviev were expelled from the Central Committee. When they then attempted to organize counter-events to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Bolshevik seizure of power in Wien, the police intervened to break these up. In early November, the pair were expelled from the Communist Party. Eventually, Kamenev and Zinoviev capitulated to Stalin at the 15th Party Congress in December 1927. However, Trotsky refused. As a consequence, in January 1928, he was removed to Kazakhstan, east of the Caspian Sea, before being deported to Turkey a year later. Consequently, the lifelong revolutionary yet again found himself exiled from Russia. He would never return. Perhaps Trotsky's fate was better than those who remained. Russia, in the years of Trotsky's last exile in the 1930s, descended into paranoia, terror, and bloodshed as Stalin tightened his grip on power. Other dissenters in the years ahead, who favored Trotsky's approach to communism, often faced hard penal labor in Siberia. Many more were disappeared or killed by Stalin's regime. The culmination of this reign of terror was the Moscow show trials, when Sergei Kirov, a senior Bolshevik politician, was assassinated on the 1st of December 1934. His murder was used as a pretext for the removal of Stalin's former allies, Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev, who had formed the Troika with Stalin in the mid-1920s, and who had helped him to reduce Trotsky's influence within the party. They were arrested, found guilty of involvement in Kirov's murder, and both executed by firing squad on the 25th of August 1936. The Great Purge, or Great Terror of 1938 followed, during which Stalin and his secret police wiped out all opposition to the regime in Russia by branding individuals as opponents of the state and Trotskyists. When all was said and done, as many as 1.2 million people died in these years, either through judicial executions or, more commonly, in the horrendous Stalin's forced labor camps, known to history as the Gulag. As a result result of Stalin's reign of terror in the 1930s, Trotsky outlived nearly all those who had remained behind in Russia and opposed fashion, or indeed many people who had simply tried to live in political obscurity in the USSR in the 1930s. After his departure from Russia, he spent 4 years in Turkey, before then living in France for 2 years, between 1933 and 1935. These were often years of limited liberty. In Turkey, for instance, the government of Kemal Atatürk placed Trotsky and his family under close observation and restricted his interactions, wary of having such a noted revolutionary living in their country. That said, it was not an entirely uncomfortable existence. They were given the use of the Yanaros mansion of the island of Buyukura here in the Sea of Marmara, not far from Istanbul, from where Trotsky wrote while looking out over the sea. One of his major concerns at the time was the rise of fascism across Europe in the wake of the Great Depression, an ideology which in Germany in particular was rabidly antagonistic towards Russia. After 2 years in France, Trotsky was moved on by the French authorities and he departed for Norway. But following official pressure there from Russia, he was deported to Mexico, where he arrived early in 1937. It was his last place of exile, and he would eventually die there in 1940. His last years in exile were not spent idly. He remained a prolific writer, writing several books including his History of the Russian Revolution and his autobiography. He also worked with the Socialist Workers' Party of the United States while in Mexico and gained supporters amongst members of the Chinese Communist Party, which was undertaking its long and bitter struggle to gain control of China. Moreover, in 1938, he and his supporters founded the Fourth International, a communist revolutionary and internationalist alternative to the Stalinist Comintern. It was almost certainly this continued activity and Trotsky's never-ending revolutionary zeal which led to his death, fueled by the paranoia under which all of Russia was suffering in the 1930s. Despite the fact that he had been in exile for many years and that his own position in Russia was unassailable, Stalin had determined in the latter part of the decade to dispense with Trotsky permanently, even in faraway Mexico City. Indeed, Trotsky had lived for many years under the threat of violence. In Turkey, for instance, he had lived near to exile communities of former white counter-revolutionaries from the Russian Civil War, themselves in exile in Turkey since the early 1920s. Many were potentially plotting against him, and he had a permanent bodyguard in Turkey. The threat seemed to have diminished when he relocated to the other side of the world, but now, on the 24th of May 1940, the fear of violence returned when Trotsky barely survived a raid on his home by Stalinist assassins. It was only a temporary reprieve. 3 months later, another assassin was successful. On the 20th of August 1940, Ramon Mercader, a Stalinist agent, broke into Trotsky's home in Mexico City and drove an ice axe into Trotsky's skull. The blow was poorly delivered, and it was not until the following day that Trotsky finally died in a Mexico City hospital after he had been operated on extensively. He was 60 years of age at the time. Despite being very far from his homeland, some 300,000 people made their way to his funeral service in the days that followed, in a country which had experienced decades of left-wing politics and revolution itself in the first half of the 20th century. He was laid to rest in the grounds of his home in Mexico City, which is the Leon Trotsky House Museum in the city today. Trotsky's death did not bring the specter of Trotskyism to an end in the manner which Stalin might have hoped for. As the revelations concerning Stalin's megalomania and tyranny back home in the Soviet Union mounted, particularly so in the 1950s after he died, and once his successor, Nikita Khrushchev, denounced his excesses, Trotsky became a revered figure. For many, he emerged as the counterpoint to what Stalin had been. Where the Georgian was viewed as a dictator who simply used communism as a smokescreen to attain absolute power in Russia, his great rival of the 1920s was perceived as an ideological purist, a true communist who was the driving force behind the Russian Revolution and a figure who would have led the USSR along a much better path had he emerged victorious in the power struggle that followed Lenin's death. As a result, a very large number of communist and radical socialist movements in the second half of the 20th century identified themselves specifically as Trotskyite in their ideological approach. This included numerous communist movements in Africa, Asia and Latin America, as well as European intellectuals like Jean-Paul Sartre, while Trotskyism also has had a significant bearing on the Labour Party and various prominent socialist political parties in Britain and France since the 1960s. Consequently, for many, Trotskyism became the acceptable face of communism, a way of viewing what the Soviet Union could have been if the revolution had not been corrupted by Stalin. Though this view is perhaps overly simplistic in overlooking Trotsky's ruthless disregard for human life in the manner in which he led the Red Army during the Russian Civil War. Lev Bronstein, who is known to the world as Leon Trotsky, was one of the most fascinating figures of Russian history. A deeply committed socialist and believer in the cause of communism. He spent his entire adult life fighting for that ideal, twice fleeing exile to the penal colonies of Siberia and spending 15 years as a revolutionary nomad between Russia, London, Vienna, Switzerland and the United States, before finally returning triumphantly to Russia in 1917. And playing a leading role in the October Revolution. Following the creation of the Soviet state, he was instrumental in the civil wars that followed, essentially becoming the key figure in the early professionalization and development of the Red Army as a formidable revolutionary army. But Trotsky's abilities and intellectual significance extend beyond his practical impact on the government of early Soviet Russia to his role in shaping the very nature of communism itself in the 20th century, particularly with the theory of permanent revolution, which influenced communist thinkers in Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America for decades to come. Yet there is also a paradoxical quality to Trotsky. While at times he was a seemingly humane man, committed to workers' rights and the good of the proletariat, he could also be brutal in defense of the cause of revolution, as his development of the concept and units within the Red Army testifies. Overall, though, his ruthlessness was no match for that of Joseph Stalin in the power struggle which followed Lenin's death in the mid-1920s. Trotsky ultimately ended up the loser in this clash of wills, and his later years were something of an anticlimax, spent yet again in exile from Russia as his rival for power plunged the new Soviet state into years of repression and blood. What do you think of Leon Trotsky? Was he a humane revolutionary under whose influence the history of Soviet Russia could have been spared the worst excesses of Stalin's regime? Or was he a ruthless ideologue who would have made any sacrifice to make communism a reality? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
sono invece un tempo sul occhio ma adesso se viene un sulla come io in tutto ma bisogna che sia c'era poi fa da uscire poi non serve la che poi fa mai bisogna fece sono io lo è stato io da poi dopo da Ozzo se sono molto magnifico finché Ozzo che fa ci fa anche ci posso io poi la terra Après, j'apprends la mode. Chaque fois, il y a Charles, il shift à Shrita. Lama. Bon, chaque fois, il parle de ce temps. C'est une équipe. On sait la sorte de Capozada. Dopo il mio che posso. Ma poi, quando sono l'uomo che è uscita da Shama, ho uscito dopo. Per esempio, sono canzoni che voglio poi cominciare bene. O המשנה שאומרת, וגם הגוי, כל מסתכל לך, וגם הגוי, ולא ישניים בבית, וזה הסייפו. ואז זה מדבר על מה אנחנו יכולים, זה קודשים יכולים. זה קודשים, אז לא אפשר לסייפו זה קודשים. כמו מאמר, יום לא יבנה להגיע פוסו. אני חושב שמולו עשה רוב, ובגוד לא פתח רוב, הנה בסוף. כן, אבל לעבוד באחר. הבעיה זה, שהכהן השני ימשוך את העבוד, דניאל כל העבוד זה לדיבור ולקשור זה לבוא. יש בעיה? והכהן לא יכול לעשות כל הדבר. אבל הוא אמר, לא יכול להיות פוסים בלבוא. נכון, לדבר זה בסדר. אבל אולי היה כדי למישהו אחר להמשיך את השקידה, כי זה יצור דרך מדרבו. זה כדאי לפעמים יהיה יצור דרך מדרבו, לא? למה? כי אצלו לא יצא כל אדם, רק אצל השני. וגם שלנו לא יגעו בו, ושם ואין בו בסדר גמור. אין שום עניין למישהו אחר לעשות את זה. אבל לגל, לא מלא למורים. אז מה העניין שהשני יעשה את זה? מצווה למורים. אז הם כן רוצים שכל אדם יצא, אז מילא יש כן מצווה, אבל זה לא מפריע להשחיטה בכלל. אם ההוא לא ממשיך, אז הוא לא ימשיך.
It is 1968, the height of the Vietnam War. From a secret bunker, an aging revolutionary plots an audacious offensive. The objective, to strike at the heart of the enemy in the south and drive them out of the country. He knows the immense risks and the colossal scale of the undertaking as his health is failing, but his resolve is unshaken. The battle for the future of Vietnam is about to begin. The man's name, Ho Chi Minh, the communist who defeated the West. The man known to history as Ho Chi Minh was born Nguyen Sinh Cung on the 19th of May 1890 in the village of Kim Lien in the province of Nha An, in what was then the French protectorate of Annam in present-day central Vietnam. His father, Nguyen Sinh Sac, was orphaned at a young age and was adopted by a scholar named Hoang Duong, who educated him in the Confucian classics. In 1883, Sac married his adoptive father's daughter, Hoang Thi Luan. The couple moved into a small hut next to the Hoang family house, with 3 children over the next 7 years, including the future Ho Chi Minh in 1890. During this period, Nguyen Sinh Sac was studying in preparation for the civil service examinations, while his wife worked the rice fields and looked after the children. The 19th century was a tumultuous period in the history of Vietnam. The region's society and culture had been heavily influenced by Imperial China to the north since the early first millennium BC. Vietnam enjoyed long periods of independence from Chinese rule, but on other occasions, when a strong government prevailed in China, Vietnam was effectively a vassal of its more powerful northern neighbor. From the 15th century onwards, Owing to the periodical instability of the Ming and Qing dynasties in China, Vietnam, which was known primarily as Da Viet in pre-modern times, was broadly independent. At the beginning of the 19th century, the southern warlord Nguyen An defeated his rivals to become Emperor Gia Lung of Dai Viet, or Great Viet, in 1802. 2 years later, the country was officially renamed Vietnam. Nguyen An had come to the throne with the assistance of a small force of Frenchmen. The French presence in Vietnam dated to the 17th century, at which time French, English, Portuguese, Spanish and Dutch explorers, traders and missionaries had all been trying to gain a foothold in the Far East. Increasing numbers of French missionaries arrived in the region in the first half of the 19th century. By the 1850s, the Vietnamese court viewed the Catholic missionaries as a political threat. Hostilities between the French and Vietnamese began in 1858, and by 1867, the southern third of Vietnam had become the French colony of Cochin, China. From 1863, the neighboring kingdom of Cambodia became a French protectorate, and in 1883, the French continued their campaign into central and northern Vietnam. Despite attempted Chinese intervention on behalf of the Vietnamese, by 1885, the French had gained control of central and northern Vietnam, which became the protectorates of Annam and Tonkin, respectively. While the Nguyen dynasty remained in place at the capital of Hue, the French authorities exercised effective power over Vietnam, which together with Cambodia and Laos formed the colony of Indochina. During the latter part of the 19th century, the colonial authorities faced several revolts from the Vietnamese. In 1885, the scholar official Phan Dinh Pung launched a revolt from the province of Nha An. While Pung and his revolutionaries resisted the French for more than a decade, he failed to restore absolute power to the Nguyen emperors and died of illness in January 1896. Although Nguyen Sinh Sac failed to pass the regional examinations in 1891, his performance was impressive enough that he continued to study and opened a school to educate local children to support the family. After a second attempt in 1894, he received the grade of Phu Nhan, equivalent to a master's degree. This was a rare honor for the village, and Sac was granted a plot of land for his achievement. The following spring, he went to Hue to take the imperial examinations, but was unsuccessful. He remained in the capital and enrolled in the Imperial Academy, briefly returning to his home province to bring his wife and 2 sons. Soon after their arrival in the capital, the family moved into an apartment near the Imperial Palace. The young boys received instruction in Confucian classics from their father and observed the palace guards performing drills and marching in parade. In 1898, after Sac failed the imperial examination for a second time, he decided to take a job as a teacher in the nearby hamlet of Duong No, where the 2 boys were first introduced to the Chinese language. Then, in August 1900, Sac was appointed as an examinations clerk in Tan Ngoor, in northern Vietnam, and left the capital to carry out his duties. While his elder brother joined his father, 10-year-old Kung remained in Hue with his mother, who was pregnant with her 4th child. Shortly after giving birth to a son, she became ill and died on the 10th of February 1901. Kung's father, Sac, had made a detour to Kim Lien on his way back to Hue when he heard of his wife's death and hurried to the capital to bring the children back to. At less than 11 years of age, young Kung had lost his mother, and his father's employment situation in French-ruled Vietnam was precarious. Despite this unrest, Kong's education had been progressing well during these years. Returning to his native village, his father entrusted his studies to the local scholar, Vong Tuk Do. Vong's elder brother had fought alongside Pan Din Pung in the struggle against French rule, and he was fond of telling stories to his students about the exploits of patriotic heroes from Vietnam's history. A few months later, Sac returned to Hue, and Kong was placed in the care of his maternal grandmother. The boy enjoyed fishing, flying kites, and climbing nearby hills, one of which was crowned by a temple to Nguyen Duc Du, a 13th century general who defended the country from Mongol invasion. Meanwhile, his father passed his exams at Hue at the third time of asking, and was awarded a Po Ban, or second-class doctorate. Despite this great honor, Sac had no interest in serving a bureaucracy controlled by the French. While Vietnamese elites had been accustomed to writing the language using the Chinese script, the French colonial authorities promoted the use of Latin scripts, known as Quoc Nu, which would become mandatory in 1910. When Sac returned to the village to teach, his son Nguyen Sinh Kung was 11 years old. In accordance with Confucian tradition, Sac gave his son a new name, Nguyen Tat Tang, meaning he who will succeed. Tang initially studied at his father's school before being sent to another school in a neighboring village. He eventually returned to study with his father, who believed that education was about improving character rather than memorizing texts to pass exams. Young Tang enjoyed reading the Chinese classics, Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West, but was irritated that most of his school texts were about Chinese rather than Vietnamese history. On one occasion in 1901, he walked over 10 kilometers to the provincial capital of Vinh in an attempt to buy books about Vietnamese history, but found he did not have enough money, so he had to make do with memorizing key passages which he repeated to his friends after returning home. Despite growing up in an anti-French environment, Tang was keen to understand more about the French and wanted to learn the language. In September 1905, he enrolled in a Vietnamese school at Vinh. In 1906, his father finally decided to take up a better-paying government job, and Tang and his brother joined their father in Hue, where they enrolled at the Nong Ba school. There, they received instruction in Vietnamese, French, and Chinese. The following year, both brothers entered the National Academy in Hue, founded by the French in 1896, to offer Western-style education for aspiring officials. Under the influence of his teacher, who had studied art in Paris, Tang began to appreciate French culture. At the same time, he became increasingly involved, and when peasant unrest reached Hue in May 1908, he served as an interpreter in negotiations between the demonstrators and the authorities. The talks failed, and the demonstration was eventually suppressed by French troops. Tang was dismissed from school the following day. The Vietnamese patriotic movement was, at the time, split between Easternizers led by Phan Boi Chau, who was inspired by the mainland Japan as a model for resistance against Western colonialism, and Westernizers led by Phan Chu Trinh, who believed that it was possible to work with the French colonial authorities to achieve gradual independence for Vietnam. Tang remained undecided in his stance towards the French colonial regime at this time. In 1910, he took a job as a teacher at the patriotic Duc Tan School in Phan Thiet, near the border between the French colonial provinces of Annam and Cochin, China. After several months, Tang suddenly left his teaching post and went to Saigon, the capital of colonial Vietnam and the center of French commercial activity in Indochina. There, he re-established contact with his father, who had been dismissed from his government position in 1910 for attacking a local landlord. With his father's encouragement, Tang decided to leave Vietnam and head to France. He found work as a cook for the Chargeur Réuni steamship company under the pseudonym Van Bar. Then the 21-year-old Nguyen Tat Tang left Saigon on the 5th of June 1911. He would not return home for 30 years. He arrived in Marseille a month later, in July 1911. His first impressions of France were generally positive. After stopping at various French ports, the steamer returned to Marseille in September ahead of its return to Asia. Before his departure, Tang wrote a letter addressed to the President of France, Armand Fallier, seeking admission to the colonial school in Paris with the ultimate intention of returning to Vietnam to improve the livelihoods of his compatriots as a government official. When he returned to France several months later, Tang found that his application was rejected. After briefly working as a gardener at Le Havre, Tang returned to sea and traveled throughout Africa and Asia, where he witnessed the colonial rule of other European powers. A visit to the United States in late 1912 and 1913 was something of a surprise. He had read about the United States as a bastion of freedom in his textbooks, but instead found a country where segregation was in force in some states and where ethnic tensions were widespread, as huge numbers of Irish, Italians, Germans, and other groups had moved to the country in the second half of the 19th century. By 1914, he was working as a cook in England, where he studied English and began to correspond with Phan Chu Trinh, whom he had met in Paris. After the outbreak of the First World War in August, he argued that the Vietnamese should stand aside from the conflict and await a possible imminent collapse of French colonialism as the European powers battled each other. The time spent in London by the man who would one day become known as Ho Chi Minh, but who, while in the British capital, still went by Nguyen Tat Tang, is poorly documented. In late 1917, he returned to France and settled in Paris. The same year, the autocratic Tsar of Russia had been overthrown, and by the end of the year, Vladimir Lenin's Bolsheviks had seized power in a communist revolution. The events in Russia encouraged Tang to be optimistic about the prospect that Vietnam might also liberate itself one day from oppressive domination. In Paris, he set up the Association of Annamite Patriots, a Vietnamese nationalist group in the French capital. Although the members refrained from criticizing the French government during the First World War, after the German surrender in November 1918, they produced a petition to the Allied leaders at the Paris Peace Conference demanding autonomy and political freedom for Vietnam, according to the principle of self-determination. Among the signatories was Nguyen Ai Quoc, or Nguyen the Patriot, the new name adopted by the 29-year-old Nguyen Tat Tang. Thus, the future Ho Chi Minh became known as Quoc from 19... He joined Socialist Party as well that year, but soon became disillusioned by his comrades, who were more interested in class struggle than in anti-colonialism. Quoc hoped to persuade the socialists to join the Third International, or Comintern, founded by Lenin in Russia, who stressed the importance of the colonial question and envisaged the liberation of nations through global revolution. In December 1920, Nguyen Ai Quoc attended the Congress of the French Socialist Party, where he drew attention to exploitation of the French colonies and supported a proposal to join the Third International, which was passed by the majority and led to the formation of the French Communist Party in 1921. Quoc founded the Intercolonial Union, where he worked alongside individuals from the French colonies. He became a leading contributor to the organization's weekly journal, Le Parisien, and in 1922, he wrote a play entitled The Bamboo Dragon, which satirized the French puppet emperor Khai Dinh in Vietnam. By 1923, Kwok felt that the French communists were as ambivalent about the colonial issue as the socialists, and decided it was time to return to Asia. On the first leg of the journey, he went to Soviet Russia and arrived in Moscow in July. He hoped to meet Lenin, but the latter had been incapacitated by a stroke in 1922 and would die in January 1924. Kwok is believed to have studied at the University of the Toilers of the East. The school trained aspiring communist leaders from Asia, though it is unclear whether Kwok formally enrolled or attended lectures informally. He attended several communist meetings, including the Fifth Congress of the Third International, where he argued that the first stage of revolution was to deprive imperialist countries of their colonies. This was in opposition to Marxist theory, which held that industrialized countries with an organized working class were most vulnerable to revolution. Kwok argued that Asian peasants brought up with traditional Confucian values, such as egalitarianism, had as much revolutionary potential as the working classes. In October 1924, he left Moscow after securing an appointment as the Comintern's delegate to China, which had been in a state of disorder since the collapse of the Qing dynasty empire in 1911. An uneasy coalition between the general Yuan Shikai and the nationalist leader Sun Yat-sen broke down in 1912. After Yuan's death in 1916, Paris and his subordinates vied for power in the north, while Sun consolidated his power in the south from his base at Canton. Sun requested Soviet assistance to build an army to fight the warlords and formed an alliance with the newly formed Chinese Communist Party, while Soviet advisors trained cadets at the Whampoa Military Academy, led by Chiang Kai-shek. When Nguyen Ai Kwok arrived in Canton in November 1924, tensions were already emerging between Chiang Kai-shek and the communists. He worked for a time as secretary to Mikhail Borodin, a Comintern agent in China. Kwok also helped found the Revolutionary Youth League of Vietnam in China at this time. At Whampoa, he re-established contact with Chiang's political commissar, Zhou Enlai, a future Chinese premier under communist rule, and a person whom Kwok had met previously during his time in Paris. With financial support from the Chinese communists, Kwok set up a school to train young revolutionaries. He produced a pamphlet entitled The Revolutionary Path, where he created an ideological framework suited for Indo-Chinese conditions by combining Marxist-Leninist ideology and traditional Confucian principles. In October 1926, he also married a 21-year-old Chinese midwife by the name of Zhang Shuiming, but the couple's happiness was short-lived owing to political developments in China. After Sun Yat-sen's death in March 1925, Chiang Kai-shek became leader of the Nationalist Party. He purged the communists in April 1927, and in May, Kwok left his new wife behind and fled back to Russia. With the Chinese Communist movement struggling for survival, Kwok recognized there had to be an autonomous Communist Party in Indochina and received approval from the Comintern to return to Asia to commence efforts to set one up in late June 1928. Kwok didn't head home to Vietnam. Instead, he headed for Thailand, where he arrived in July 1928. The Kingdom of Siam in Thailand, few small nations in Asia or Africa that had managed to remain independent of the colonial powers. Chinese nationalists were operating from here in the era of French colonial domination to the east in Indochina. In Thailand, Kwok based himself at the town of Nakhon Phanom in northeastern Thailand on the border with Laos, where there was a large number of Vietnamese emigres. Here he traveled throughout the surrounding countryside and observed the people in their daily lives, while keeping up with developments in Vietnam, where 3 separate communist organizations had emerged. He was exasperated by the division, and acting on the instructions of the Comintern, he invited representatives of the 3 bodies to a conference in Hong Kong in December 1929. After arriving at the British colony, chaired 4 days of meetings between the rival factions in February 1930, resulting in the creation of the Vietnamese Communist Party. The party's platform reflected a compromise between those who prioritized national unity and liberation and those who called for social revolution. Under pressure from the Comintern, the party renamed itself the Indo-Chinese Communist Party to encompass Laotian and Cambodian communists. Despite his role in founding the party, Kwok felt that he was being sidelined by the party leaders and expressed doubts about a mass peasant uprising organized by the party in May 1930, but suppressed by French troops. The French authorities, by the radicalization of the formerly docile peasants, and launched a crackdown of communist revolutionaries. Despite being disguised as a Chinese businessman, Kwok was arrested in Hong Kong by British police in June 1931. He was fortunate to be in British captivity, since he was able to secure the services of British solicitor Frank Loseby as his defense lawyer. Kwok was soon transferred to hospital to receive treatment for tuberculosis, while Loseby defended his case. He was acquitted in September 1932, but was still at risk of being extradited to France. While Kwok secretly left Hong Kong in January 1933 and escaped to Russia via Shanghai, Loseby announced that his Vietnamese client had died of tuberculosis in prison. In spring 1934, the 44-year-old Nguyen Ai Kwok arrived in the Soviet Union, where Joseph Stalin, who had outmaneuvered his rivals after Lenin's death, wielded supreme authority. He praised the country's development since his previous visits in the 1920s. In Moscow, Kwok seemed to be sidelined by his comrades in the Comintern. He was desperate to return to Indochina, but was refused permission on several occasions. In the interim in Moscow, he wrote his thesis, The Land Revolution in Southeast Asia, and translated Karl Marx's The Communist Manifesto into Vietnamese. During this period, he also enjoyed frequent visits to museums and theaters in Moscow, sometimes accompanied by the 24-year-old Nguyen Thi Minh Khai, who had served as his assistant in Hong Kong several years earlier. Although Kwok was still legally married to his Chinese wife, whom he had not seen for many years, there is evidence indicating that he sought permission to marry Khai, and the pair effectively lived as man and wife in Russia. Despite this, in the summer of 1935, Khai married Le Hong Pong, the leader of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, perhaps having despaired of Kwok ever freeing himself legally to marry her. Beyond this, Kwok's time in Moscow coincided with Stalin's Great Purge, which saw many loyal Communist Party members and leaders arrested, exiled, or executed on spurious charges of supporting Stalin's old rivals, such as Leon Trotsky. In 1938, Kwok was himself brought before a Comintern disciplinary board, though he probably was not guilty of any crime. He escaped any punishment, but still decided that it was time to return to Asia and left Moscow in October 1938. Kwok crossed into northwestern China by land and spent 2 weeks at Yan'an, the main base of the Chinese Communist Party, which had been established by Mao Zedong in October 1935. after Chiang's nationalist forces attacked the remaining communist strongholds in southeastern China a year earlier. There was now an uneasy truce between the nationalists and communists, as both sides agreed to temporarily set aside their differences following the Japanese invasion of China and occupation of the main cities in the east of the country in the second half of 1937. The establishment of the Second United Front between the nationalists and communists gave Kwok the opportunity to re-establish contact with Vietnamese revolutionaries in southern China. In addition to helping to train guerrilla units to fight the Japanese, Kwok kept the Comintern informed on the latest developments in China and Indochina. In early 1940, Kwok made contact with a branch of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party in Kunming, in Yunnan, which borders Vietnam in southern China. There he heard of developments in Europe. Nazi Germany had invaded France in May 1940 and forced its surrender in July after a blistering campaign of conquest. In Kwok's mind, these developments presented an excellent opportunity for the Vietnamese to overthrow the colonial authorities once and for all in his homeland, at a time when little aid would be forthcoming from France itself, where the Nazis were settling into ruling Paris and the north, while the Vichy collaborationist government was being established in the south. Accordingly, he began making plans to return to his homeland of Vietnam after a 30-year odyssey through France, America, Britain, the Soviet Union, China, Thailand, and Hong Kong. A major problem was that the Japanese were also beginning to enter Indochina and occupied the region in the autumn of 1940, though leaving elements of the French Vichy collaborationist regime in place too, to placate their German allies. On the 8th of February 1941, Kwok crossed the border into Tonkin with a group of fellow Vietnamese communist revolutionaries, returning to Vietnam for the first time in 3 decades. He set up his base in a cave at Pat Bo, close to the Chinese border. They recognized that the alliance between the nationalists and communists in China was a necessity to fight Japan. But Chiang Kai-shek would eventually turn against the communists again. Kwok had argued for many years that the movement had to welcome so-called class enemies in order to achieve national liberation, but make sure that the communists remained in control. At a meeting with his comrades in May 1941, Kwok established the League for the Independence of Vietnam, better known as the Viet Minh. Over the following weeks and months, he issued proclamations urging a national struggle against the French colonial authorities. During this period, he also wrote 2 booklets on guerrilla warfare and military organization. This was a particularly important topic after the Indo-Chinese Communist Party launched a failed uprising in Vietnam against the French and Japanese in 1940, which resulted in the execution of several prominent leaders. Kwok considered the uprising premature and argued that guerrilla tactics would prove much more effective than direct confrontation. Meanwhile, on the 7th of December 1941, Japan attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, bringing the United States into the conflict that had been raging in the Far East since 1937. With this, Kwok reiterated his call for the peoples of Indochina to mobilize against the Japanese occupation and the French colonial governance that would try to re-emerge as soon as the Japanese were defeated. In the early summer of 1942, he gave instructions for Viet Minh forces to begin marching south. After organizing the beginning of a communist revolt against the Japanese in Indochina, Kwok headed for Chongqing, the wartime capital of the joint nationalist and communist government in central China. The city was home to his old acquaintance amongst the Chinese communists, Zhou Enlai, and hosted the Soviet mission in China. Following America's entry into the Second World War, in It served as the command post for US operations in the China-Burma-India theater, under the command of General Joseph Stilwell. On the night of the 13th of August 1942, when Kwok left for Chongqing, he assumed a new alias, the name which the world knows him by today, Ho Chi Minh, meaning enlightened will. Unfortunately, his first 2 months as Ho Chi Minh were inauspicious. His travel pass for Chinese territory had expired just after entering China. He spent the next year being moved between prisons in southern China, taking note of the conditions in a prison diary consisting of over 100 short poems. Upon hearing of his captivity, Ho's comrades in Vietnam reached out to their Chinese contacts, but despite improved conditions, he was not freed until the 17th of August 1943. Ho impressed the nationalist general Jiang Fa-Kuei, who, as head of the 4th Military Command in Huizhou Province in Guangxi, was organizing rival Vietnamese nationalist groups. Despite Ho's communist beliefs, Jiang recognized that he was a person capable of leading the Vietnamese nationalist movement. After helping Jiang organize a Vietnamese National Congress in March 1944, Ho developed a plan for national revolution that brought together the Indo-Chinese Communist Party and allies of the Chinese nationalists. Before leaving for Vietnam in August 1944, he promised General Jiang, quote, "I am a communist, but what is important to me now is the independence and freedom of my country, not communism. I personally guarantee you that communism will not become a reality in Vietnam for another 50 years." 54-year-old Ho Chi Minh arrived at Pac Bo in mid-September. During his absence in China, the Viet Minh had prospered and were effectively in control of the 3 northern districts of Cao Bang, Bac Son, and Vu Nai, as Japan's war effort soured from late 1942 onwards. On the international stage, American forces pushed west and liberated Japanese-occupied islands in the Pacific, while in Europe, the Western Allies went in June 1944 to liberate France from the Nazis by September. Ho was eager to secure American military assistance, and in December, he set out to Kunming, accompanied by Lieutenant Rudolph Shaw, an American pilot who crash-landed and was captured by the Viet Minh. While Washington did not pay much attention to the desires of the Indo-Chinese peoples, the situation developed to Ho's advantage in March 1945, when Japan removed the last vestiges of the French Vichy collaborationist government and installed nominally independent monarchies in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. The Americans were now inclined to accept Ho's offer of cooperation against the Japanese and agreed to supply arms to the Viet Minh. By April 1945, Ho was directing fresh military attacks against the Japanese. He received American support. He was struck down during this period by malaria and owed his survival to local herbal remedies. But things were looking up elsewhere as the war came to an end in Europe in May 1945, and the Allies turned their full attention to defeating the Japanese, now that Nazi Germany and its other allies in Europe were defeated. It was while he was still convalescing from his bout of malaria that Ho received news of the American atomic bombing of the Tsushima and Nagasaki on the 6th and 9th of August. As the Japanese prepared to surrender, Ho called a national congress at the Viet Minh's base at the village of Tan Trao. Ho initially kept a low profile, but as he rose to speak, it became apparent to those gathered that the frail, bearded figure who called himself Ho Chi Minh was the same Nguyen eyed while in prison in Hong Kong back in 1932. Such was the shadowy manner in which he had organized the Viet Minh's war against the Japanese since 1940, that few knew that he was the same person. With the Japanese out of the way, Ho stated the Vietnamese would have to negotiate with the French again for independence. On the 16th of August, the day after Emperor Hirohito of Japan announced the surrender of the Japanese, Ho was chosen to lead a 5-man Provisional National Liberation Committee to serve as a provisional government. Ho left Tan Trao for Hanoi several days later. There, in early September, he declared the unilateral independence of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, which encompassed Tonkin, Annam, and Cochin, China. At 55 years of age, Ho Chi Minh achieved his lifelong ambition of leading Vietnam to independence. However, Ho's new government lacked full legitimacy, and it remained unclear if France would now try to reassert its colonial control over all of Indochina. At the Potsdam Conference in late July, the American, British, and Soviet leaders left the task of disarming the Japanese in Indochina to the Chinese nationalists north of the 16th parallel and the British Army south of that line, while surviving French troops who had been in Japanese captivity moved into Saigon. Faced with these threats, Ho's makeshift government managed to rally considerable support from the Vietnamese population, including social and economic elites. In his quest to build a broad coalition, Ho invited Emperor Bao Dai, the head of the Nguyen dynasty that had ruled Vietnam prior to the establishment of French colonial rule, and who had recently served as a Japanese puppet ruler, to serve as supreme advisor to his government, an arrangement that only lasted a year, until Ho sent him into effective exile in China. In line with the Potsdam Agreements, over 150,000 Chinese soldiers moved into North Vietnam in the autumn of 1945 to occupy government buildings and communications networks. Ho was obliged to come to an agreement with the pro-Chinese nationalist parties in Vietnam. They were guaranteed 70 seats in advance of a National Assembly in January 1946. The Viet Minh won the rest of the seats, demonstrating the overwhelming support they enjoyed amongst the common Vietnamese people. Despite the initial agreement, clashes soon broke out between Viet Minh and Chinese forces in North Vietnam. In China itself, the end of the Second World War saw the rivalries between the nationalists and communists, and Chiang Kai-shek needed extra manpower to fight in the Civil War. The Chinese nationalists entered into negotiations with the French, who were seeking to restore their authority in Indochina. Even before proclaiming independence, Ho Chi Minh anticipated the return of the French and recognized that he had to negotiate with them. At the core of his proposal was to temporarily recognize French authority in Indochina in exchange for eventual autonomy and a transition to a fully independent Vietnam in 5. Both sides were keen to avoid bloodshed, and in March 1946, Ho made an agreement with the French, which designated Vietnam as a free state at the heart of the French Union. The agreement provoked opposition from within the ranks of the Viet Minh, and Ho had to justify the agreement as a tactical retreat, which would help their government gain legitimacy on the international stage. In the meantime, French troops arrived in North Vietnam to replace the Chinese, who completed their evacuation in June 1946. On the 31st of May 1946, Ho Chi Minh left for Paris a conference on the future of Vietnam. In the French capital, he carried out his duties as head of state of Vietnam and won concessions from the left-wing French government, which would be decided by a popular referendum. In his private travel journal, Ho expressed his admiration and respect for French culture, and remarked on the generosity of the welcome he had received. Nevertheless, the political issues could not be fully solved in Paris. where the French were anxious to delay Vietnamese independence, and Ho returned to Vietnam. Back home, despite some positive initial signs, a skirmish broke out at the northern port of Haiphong on the 20th of November 1946 over a customs dispute. Both sides blamed the other for the violence, and over the next 4 weeks, tensions built up until mid-December, when French parachutists dropped into Hanoi. A last-minute approach to the French colonial administration went unanswered, and on the evening of the 19th of December, Ho and the other Viet Minh leaders resolved to launch a preemptive offensive against the French colonial forces, marking the beginning of the First Indochina War. The Communist forces gradually withdrew from Hanoi, though the city was not fully occupied by the French until March 1947. In May, Ho set up his capital in Dinh Hoa district in Tai Nguyen province, some 80 miles to the north of Hanoi. The Viet Minh would once again begin conducting a guerrilla war from a network of caves and villages in what came to be known as the Dinh Hoa Safety Zone. Despite this designation, the area was attacked in force by the French in October 1947, and Ho narrowly avoided falling into enemy captivity. As President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh served as the country's political and military leader. He left strategic and tactical decision-making to Vo Nguyen Giap, a talented guerrilla military leader of the Viet Minh. Ho's army, which adopted the name People's Army of Vietnam in 1950, applied Mao Zedong's advice that the soldiers and the people ought to be one family, like fish in water. Ho's role was to lead by example, encouraging his comrades to show respect to local farmers. On one night, Colonel Vo Dinh Huynh was startled by a noise and fired a shot from his gun in the darkness. At daybreak, he discovered that he had shot a villager's water buffalo, and Ho ordered him to apologize and compensate him for the loss. Despite the wartime disorder, Ho wanted to demonstrate that his government had the people's interests at heart, and he instructed his ministers to ensure that the refugees who evacuated from Hanoi had adequate food and shelter. He made occasional visits to the front line, disguised as a peasant, which gave him the opportunity to observe the living conditions of the porters who helped keep the army supplied. Ho continued to insist on the good treatment of French prisoners of war and insisted that they did not go hungry. Ho's magnanimity was not universally shared by his subordinates, and he struggled to restrain zealous security operatives who carried out arbitrary arrests and executions. By the end of the decade, the Indochina War was assuming greater international significance as part of the Cold War between liberal democracies in the West and communism in the East. In October 1949, the Communists claimed a major victory when Mao Zedong proclaimed the founding of the People's Republic of China and forced Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces to flee to the island of Taiwan. In 1950, Ho traveled to Beijing and then on to Moscow, where he met Stalin and Mao and received Soviet recognition of his government. The two major communist powers agreed that China would provide the People's Army of Vietnam with supplies. Although the Viet Minh controlled most of northern Vietnam, the important RC-4 highway near the Chinese border remained under French control, and in late 1950, Ho's forces launched an operation to seize control of the road. Vietnamese soldiers were trained by Chinese instructors in southern China, while experienced Chinese officers served as military advisors both at Ho's headquarters and at the front line. In the meantime, France established the state of Vietnam in southern Vietnam in 1949, with Emperor Bao Dai re-established as chief of state. From 1950 onwards, as the Viet Minh drew closer to Moscow and Beijing, The Viet Minh's activities became increasingly influenced by communist ideology, and in 19 the Indo-Chinese Party was refounded as the Working Party. Thus did the government of the fledgling Republic of Vietnam begin to resemble a conventional communist dictatorship, with Ho as the head of the new regime aligned closer with the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China in order to acquire military aid in the growing Cold War. Ho himself may have expressed doubts about these developments in private, but followed Chinese advice with few exceptions. According to an account by the party's head of propaganda, Huang Tong, Ho was once presented with a list of officers whom the Chinese wanted to dismiss due to their non-working class backgrounds. Ho saw that Vo Nguyen Giap, his leading military commander, was at the top of the list and ordered it to be burned. By 1954, the war with the French had been going on for over support in France for its continuation was waning. In the spring, the French began an operation to cut off the Viet Minh supply lines into Laos by strengthening their position at the fortress of Dien Bien Phu in northwest Vietnam, near the Laotian border. The French hoped to draw the Vietnamese forces into a battle of annihilation at Dien Bien Phu. On the 13th of March 1954, General Giap's army began its attack on the fortress. With the support of Chinese artillery, including anti-aircraft guns, the People's Army of Vietnam bombarded the French defenses and laid siege to the French garrison. Over a 2-month period, Vietnamese forces gradually eliminated French outposts until the main garrison surrendered on the 7th of May. In the meantime, American, British, Chinese, and Soviet diplomats were meeting at the Geneva Conference in Switzerland to discuss the situation in Korea, where an armistice had been signed the previous year, following a 3-year struggle for control of the peninsula between Communist North Korea and anti-Communist South Korea. The fall of Dien Bien Phu led to the collapse of the French government in June 1954, and the new Prime Minister, the aptly named Pierre Mendès-France, was appointed with a mandate to withdraw from Indochina. A ceasefire was soon agreed, and a temporary demarcation line between the communist-controlled Democratic Republic of Vietnam in the north and the state of Vietnam in the south was agreed along the 17th parallel. Earlier that month, Zhou Enlai left Geneva to consult with Ho and General Giap on the proposals. While there is no record of the meeting, Zhou appears to have played a decisive role in convincing Ho to deal. The Chinese government wanted to focus on economic development within China, and its recent military interventions in both Korea and Vietnam were costly endeavors. The Vietnamese army had also suffered heavy losses over 8 years of fighting, and Ho was keen to have some breathing space. Ho was ultimately a pragmatist who recognized that international recognition for half of Vietnam was a major initial victory. In October 1954, Ho and the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, what would increasingly become known as North Vietnam, returned to Hanoi. There he turned his attentions to land reform. The availability of land had been an acute issue for decades. Northern and central Vietnam were densely populated, and there was relatively limited arable land cultivated by small farmers. Land reform had been on the party agenda since the 1930s, but Ho's efforts to promote national unity meant that relatively little changed during the early Communist rule. Soviet and Chinese pressure compelled the Vietnamese communists to take action in the early 1950s. And in November 1953, the Workers' Party of Vietnam announced, quote, "We must abolish the system of colonial land ownership in Vietnam, abolish the system of feudal property, and establish the system of peasant land ownership." In December, Ho signed decrees launching the land reform program. Guided by the experience of the Chinese communists, Ho did not insist on enforcing the new laws immediately, but laid the foundations with an education campaign to raise class consciousness. The process often entailed widespread and denouncements, breaking the village solidarity that Ho tirelessly cultivated in wartime. After the end of the war, landlords who supported the Viet Minh were forced to forfeit their assets without compensation, while other victims included veteran party members, many of whom were rich peasants. Estimates of the death toll from the land reform campaign range between 15,000 and 50,000, most of whom were innocent of the charges brought against them. While Ho expressed his personal horror at the scale of death and destruction, it was only in the spring of 1956 that the Vietnamese communists began to publicly acknowledge errors in the implementation of the land reform program. The change in policy may have been influenced by developments in the Soviet Union, where Stalin's successor Nikita Khrushchev shocked audiences by denouncing the crimes of his predecessor, who died in 1953. In Vietnam, Ho also admitted that the party leadership had made mistakes with land reform, and following a party meeting in September, the leading members of the Land Reform Commission were dismissed. The officials in question included Truong Chin, Secretary General of the Workers' Party of Vietnam, who was replaced on a provisional basis by Ho himself. The land reform program was not abandoned, but many of the surviving victims who had been unfairly dispossessed were given back their land, albeit often in a much poorer condition than they had left it, while over 20,000 political prisoners were released. The party's retreat from the zealous pursuit of its ideologies was part of Khrushchev's thaw in the post-Stalin Soviet Union. The relative liberalization proved short-lived, though, and the Vietnamese government quickly cracked down on criticism of the party. Land reform continued, and by 1957, 2 million acres of confiscated land had been redistributed to more than 8 million peasants. In 1958, the peasants were invited to form agricultural collectives, creating larger plots of land which could be farmed more efficiently. Collectivization became compulsory in 1960, and the government announced that 90% of agricultural families had joined a collective farm. Collectivization was not only restricted to agriculture, and between 1958 and 1960, all private businesses were also collectivized. These internal developments took place at a time when Vietnam was once again at war. Under the terms of the Geneva Accords of 1954, there was to be an election in 1956 that would deter of the entire country, both the communist North and the Western-supported South. In the days following the French surrender at Dien Bien Phu, Ngo Dinh Diem assumed office as Prime Minister of the state of Vietnam in the south. In October 1955, Ngo ousted Bao Dai, the former emperor, as chief of state and proclaimed the establishment of the Republic of Vietnam, or what would soon become known more popularly as South Vietnam, with himself as president. With the assistance of his brothers and a cleric who led the Catholic Church in South Vietnam, Diem consolidated his power and governed the country as a dictator, eliminating both communist and non-communist opposition. The antagonism between the two ideologically opposed regimes in North and South Vietnam meant that there was no prospect of any elections that would move the country closer to reunification in 1956. While Ho was keen to avoid the resumption of hostilities, the influential party official Le Duan, who often deputized for Ho on party matters, was a strong advocate for starting a new war with the South to forcibly bring the entire country under North Vietnamese rule. During the war against the French, Duan had been responsible for political and military operations in the South, and he maintained a network of agents there. In 1958, he made a secret visit to South Vietnam and produced the report The Path to Revolution in the South, which recommended additional aid to the communists there. In July 1959, North Vietnamese forces invaded Laos in order to establish a supply route to the south that came to be known as the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In September 1960, Le Duan was formally named as first secretary of the Workers' Party of Vietnam, as Ho began to step back from some of his responsibilities as he entered his 70s. The responsibilities of governing the country on a day-to-day basis led by Duan and Le Duc Tho, the chairman of the party's organization department, were supported by General Nguyen Chi Thanh, who was head of the political department of the People's Army of Vietnam and took control of communist forces in the south. As chairman of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Ho remained head of state. But as his health declined, he was less powerful than he had been in the 1950s. On the 20th of December 1960, the new party leaders officially established the National Front for the Liberation of South Vietnam, better known as the Viet Cong. Hence began a major intensification of the Second Indochina War, one fought between North Vietnam, with Soviet and Chinese aid, and South Vietnam, with American support. Between 1961 and 1963, 40,000 communist troops infiltrated the South via the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In the meantime, US President John F. Kennedy sent military advisors to support the Army of South Vietnam. In 1963, as part of a French diplomatic initiative to create a federation of North and South Vietnam, which would be neutral in the Cold War, Ho corresponded with Diem and was keen to come to an agreement, praising his rival as a patriot who opposed French rule. The Kennedy administration was sufficiently alarmed and authorized a coup that overthrew Diem in November 1963. His fall created a power vacuum, and several South Vietnamese military officers struggled for power until General Nguyen Van Thieu seized power in 1965. The de facto collapse of the Army of South Vietnam in 1963 and 1964 prompted the direct intervention of American forces in August 1964. Up until this point, the role of the US had been as supposed military advisors, though the scale of the American presence in South Vietnam had been growing since 1960. The mysterious Gulf of Tonkin incident in August 1964, in which the North Vietnamese fired on American ships carrying out covert operations on the coast of North Vietnam, provided the necessary diplomatic excuse for a drastic escalation of the US presence in Indochina, and President Lyndon B. Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy after the latter's assassination on the 22nd of November 1963, began sending hundreds of thousands of American troops into Vietnam. The Second Indochina War was now developing into an outright confrontation between the Viet Cong and the United States, with South Vietnam simply acting as the base of operations for the US. At home in America, a draft to conscript troops was introduced, and at its peak in 1968 and 1969, there would be over 500,000 American troops in Vietnam. Before that, in March 1965, American and South Vietnamese aircraft launched Operation Rolling Thunder, a sustained campaign to bomb the North Vietnamese into submission. The war would eventually spill over into Laos and Cambodia, with Johnson and his successor, Richard Nixon, engaging in bombing missions in the two neighboring countries, when the Viet Cong began using those countries for marching south and resupplying their positions in South Vietnam. It would all be to zero effect. The Viet Cong had perfected the guerrilla warfare needed to defeat the Goliath that was the US military, and anti-American sentiment amongst the South Vietnamese had escalated to the point where the Americans were fighting to allegedly defend a people who didn't want them there in the first place. While all this was occurring, a severe split had opened up in the communist world between China and the Soviet Union after Mao criticized Khrushchev for repudiating Stalin's legacy. With his country at war and battling poor health, Ho, who was no longer playing a hugely active role in guiding the Viet Cong war effort, found a new role acting as a mediator in the Sino-Soviet disputes. As a communist moderate, Ho's personal sympathies lay with Khrushchev. However, his country shared a border with China and relied primarily on Mao's government for military and logistical support against the US. Hence, Ho was playing a delicate balance. He was also personally reliant on the Chinese. During the 1960s, he made regular trips to China for medical treatment for a variety of ailments which could not be well treated in North Vietnam, a poor agricultural society still in those days that was prevented from development by the necessities of the war effort. He met Mao for the last time in 1965. While China was reluctant to provide direct military aid, and the North Vietnamese were reluctant to accept it, in 2017, the Chinese government officially acknowledged that 320,000 Chinese soldiers were sent to North Vietnam, and they were involved in combat duties alongside the North Vietnamese army and the Viet Cong. Even after Khrushchev was toppled in a coup in 1964, Soviet aid to Vietnam continued in the form of aircraft and ground-to-air missiles. Ho played his part well in ensuring that the Soviets and Chinese both supported North Vietnam throughout the era of the Sino-Soviet split. With the Soviet and Chinese aid continuing apace, and with a massive anti-war movement at home in America severely hampering the US war effort, on the 30th of January 1968, the North Vietnamese Regular Army and the Viet Cong launched the Tet Offensive, named after the Lunar New Year festival of Tet in Vietnam. This massive attack against over 100 targets across South Vietnam took the Americans and their South Vietnamese allies completely by surprise. They knew the Viet Cong and the North Vietnamese were proving as strong, but they had not expected a massive coordinated offensive of this kind. The Tet Offensive went on in an aggressive phase through the spring and summer of 1968, and then it fizzled out over the autumn. Strategically, it was a failure for the communists. They had hoped that a major counteroffensive would trigger revolts among the South Vietnamese, who would then expel the Americans from the country with Viet Cong aid. However, the popular revolt never materialized, and tens of thousands of Viet Cong and North Vietnamese soldiers were killed or injured in the campaign. However, from a propaganda perspective, the Tet Offensive was a great victory for Ho's government, as it turned an already disillusioned American public completely against the war in Vietnam, as it became wholly clear the talk of imminent US victory emanating from the White House was pure fantasy. Instead, the American commander in Vietnam, General William Westmoreland, estimated that a further 200,000 men were required to win the war. American public support for the war collapsed, and in March 1968, at the height of the Tet Offensive, President Johnson sought to begin peace negotiations to end the war. Peace negotiations to end the Vietnam War and finally bring about full Vietnamese independence in the war Ho had started fighting against Japan and the French back in the early 1940s, commenced in Paris in November 1968. They would drag on for years, in large part because Richard Nixon, who succeeded Johnson as President of the United States early in 1969, refused to make major negotiations in any concerted way. By the time they commenced, he was an elderly man in his late 70s and in increasingly poor health. After he celebrated his 79th birthday in May 1969, his health deteriorated during the summer and he died of heart failure on the 2nd of September 1969, the 24th anniversary of the foundation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in 1945. Against his wishes, his body was embalmed and placed in a mausoleum in Hanoi, which was completed in August 1975, shortly after the end of the Vietnam War. He is believed to have died childless. His marriage to Song Shui Ming had legally never ended, though they had not reunited in any way after separating when he left for the Soviet Union back in the late 1920s. Despite a few relationships thereafter, he had never remarried or fathered legitimate children, though there are unconfirmed stories of illegitimate children, one centering on Nong Duc Man, a figure born in 1940 who is rumored to have been born to Ho and his housekeeper from that time, Nong Thi Trung. He would go on to serve as General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam between 2001 and 2011. The period following Ho Chi Minh's death would see his dream of an independent and united Vietnam realized. Even by the time of his death in 1969, it was clear that the United States, for all its military might and the troop surges it had engaged in, could not win what is known simply as the Vietnam War in America. Moreover, the draft system which had been introduced in the US had created a huge anti-war movement, and public support for the conflict was very low. Indeed, Richard Nixon had entered the White House in 1969 on promises that he would end the war and bring America's soldiers home. In the end, this was easier said than done. It took several years to begin a tactical withdrawal, and even then, a full cessation to hostilities was hard to square with efforts to keep South Vietnam out of the Soviet camp in the Cold War. Peace negotiations continued through the early 1970s, though with little breakthrough. That is, until January 1973, when the Paris Peace Accords enshrined an initial plan for peace between the North Vietnamese, the Americans, and their wholly corrupt allies in South Vietnam. With this done, American forces gradually began withdrawing. As US boots on the ground declined, the North Vietnamese began preparing a new campaign. The 1975 Spring Offensive actually started in December 1974. By the late spring, as the last American troops were withdrawn from the south, the Viet Cong forces descended on Saigon. In the end, after the long war they had fought and the enormous resources expended, the last US officials ended up fleeing from the city in helicopters and planes as the Viet Cong entered the capital of South Vietnam on the 30th of April 1975. Just over a year later, in July 1976, Le Duan proclaimed the establishment of the Unified Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Saigon was renamed Ho Chi Minh City in honor of the late Vietnamese leader. The Communist Party of Vietnam remains in power in Vietnam today, though, like the People's Republic of China, the political system here is more of a form of state-controlled, socialist-orientated market economy, rather than it being a communist country. The country which Ho led to independence is rapidly advancing and is expected to become one of the 20 wealthiest economies in the world in the second half of the 21st century. Ho Chi Minh is best known as the leader of Communist North Vietnam, who led the fight against French and US forces during the Vietnam War, also known as the First and Second Indochina Wars. Over the course of his long life, Ho adopted many different names, perhaps dozens of aliases in all, and some for little more than a few weeks. but his focus on the goal of achieving independence for his native country was singular. He first achieved international recognition as Nguyen Ai Quoc in 1919, when he presented the Vietnamese people's demands for autonomy at the Paris Peace Conference. While he embraced communism as his preferred means to overthrow French colonial rule, he was willing to make ideological concessions in the name of unifying the Vietnamese people. Although he spent much of his life outside Vietnam, primarily in the Soviet Union and China, Ho laid the foundations for Vietnamese opposition to the French and Japanese during the Second World War, enabling him to proclaim the foundation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam in 1945. During the remainder of his life, Ho led his country through two wars, firstly against the French attempt to restore colonial authority, and secondly against South Vietnam and its American ally. Although he did not live to see the eventual victory against the United States in 1975 and the unification of the country under communist rule shortly thereafter, the modern-day Socialist Republic of Vietnam would not have existed without him. What do you think of Ho Chi Minh? Was he first and foremost a Vietnamese nationalist who was guided by a lifelong need to cast off foreign rule in his native country? Or was he a communist dictator whose ideology influenced his approach towards his internal and external enemies? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
בעצם מגיעים אבל גם יש לנו סרטי מאי שיראה לכם את הסרטון, אני לא באתי את הסרטון. Shaver. אז יש כאן רש"י שמסביר מה זה פריט שייבר. קודריקו להגמוי שאל את רבי נחולין שיהיה לו שכר בבית לכתוב, זה מצד טבח, כאילו, טיזר, לא מראה טיזר. טיזר, זה כן גם. זה טיזר לקטויבוס. טיזר, גם זה שעונו.
The man known to history as Vyacheslav Molotov was born, according to the Julian calendar, on the 25th of February 1890 in the village of Kukarka in the Vyatka Governorate region of Russia, on the west side of the Ural Mountains, still theoretically in Europe, though hundreds of kilometers east of St. Petersburg and Moscow. His baptismal name was Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Skryabin. Molotov was a pen name he would adopt in later life. Because of the changing calendar systems used in Russia in the first decades of his life, Vyacheslav's date of birth is also often given the 9th of March 1890, according to the Gregorian calendar, which was in use throughout most of Europe, though not yet in Russia, a development which also creates the unusual situation where the October Revolution of 1917 happened in what was November in most other European countries. Vyacheslav's father was Mikhail Skryabin, a local shop worker in Kukarka. His mother was Anna Skryabin. She came from a relatively affluent family of grocers, and Mikhail worked his way up through business. Vyacheslav was the 9th of 10 children they would have, 3 of whom died in infancy. The Skryabin family were of above average means while Vyacheslav was growing up, though even a relatively affluent family in rural Vyatka in the late 19th century did not live particularly well by modern standards. Young Vyacheslav was school in the town of Nolinsk. Here he was a gifted pupil of clearly above average intellect, though shy and retiring. In his spare time, he helped out in the family business and became a precocious reader of books and pamphlets on social and political matters in Europe and Russia. As he grew up, the perception of him was of an uptight individual, but one who would become a very efficient administrator and organizer, skills which propelled him to the forefront of Russian politics over time. Behind the visage of a seemingly inoffensive individual who dressed sharply but attracted little fanfare was a young man with strong ambitions, peering out spectacles. Skryabin was growing up at a strained time in Russian politics and history. The country was a latecomer to the Industrial Revolution, which had started in Britain back in the 1770s, after over a century of proto-industrial development. Many countries on the continent had begun to industrialize in the 1820s, 1830s, and 1840s, after the Napoleonic Wars came to an end, with Belgium, Germany, and regions of countries like France and Austria doing well thereafter. Russia, far to the east, had not really commenced doing so until the second half of the 19th century, but it was a very limited affair in some respects. Cities like St. Petersburg and Moscow had factories emerging, but the country was held back by its backwards economy and politics. Serfdom, for instance, which tied Russian peasants to the estates they lived on in rural areas, was not abolished until 1861 and had restricted labor movements across the country. There was also very little political representation of any kind. This had led in the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s to the development of a reactionary politics, with extremist groups like the Nihilists engaging in acts of political violence. The radical socialist or communist ideas of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels also found purchase, although Marx would have found it peculiar that a largely rural and agrarian society like Russia would become the home of his political ideas, which he viewed as better suiting England or Germany. All of these political forces underpinned Skryabin's early life. Molotov's political awakening within this extremely tense Russian political atmosphere came early. In 1906, when he was still just a teenager, He developed an association with the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a radical Russian which was gaining in strength in the aftermath of the 1905 revolution in Russia, an abortive revolution which had resulted from political repression and the disastrous Russo-Japanese War, leading Tsar Nicholas II to promise political reforms and the creation of a Russian Duma or parliament, only to try everything possible afterwards to block reform of the autocratic system. The Social Democratic Labour Party was the forerunner of the Russian Communist Party and would later split into two factions, the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. The Bolsheviks being the more radical and aggressive faction, and one which would increasingly come to be led by Vladimir Lenin while he was in exile in Western Europe in the 1900s and into the 1910s. Vyacheslav gravitated over time towards the more radical Bolsheviks. He began writing for the party in the late 1900s. It was in this capacity that he adopted the pen name Molotov that he would forevermore become known by. Molotov derives from the Russian molot, meaning hammer, giving his adopted name an industrial sound and also a sense of a person who aimed to break down political conventions in a revolutionary manner. It was not unusual for revolutionary writers during this time to adopt pen names in this way. Lenin himself adopted his own name, most likely from the river Lena. Molotov's revolutionary activities initially played out in the Kazan region, where he operated under the pseudonym Dyadya, meaning uncle, in order to avoid detection by the Tsarist secret police. Before long, he was responsible for organizing the activities of the Kazan Revolutionary Youth Wing of the Bolsheviks there. Through these, he was involved in disseminating revolutionary ideas from the writings of Marx, Engels, and Russian Marxists in groups of young revolutionaries that met clandestinely. He did not long avoid detection, and in the spring of 1909, he was arrested by the state security services and was exiled to Vologda province, where he spent the next 2 years, primarily in the town of Turma, a small town away from any railway lines where the internal exiles could be closely monitored. He continued his studies while here and passed his exams, such that when his 2 years of exile ended, he was able to attend the Polytechnical Institute in St. Petersburg. There he quickly returned to his work with the Bolsheviks, writing frequent for the Zvezda journal, meaning star. He later contributed and early publications in Bolshevik revolutionary journal Pravda, meaning truth. It was during the years that followed, working as part of the editorial and writing team for Pravda, that he found a young and revolutionary and would have entered into correspondence with Leon Trotsky, a Jewish Russian intellectual who was living in exile like Lenin. Molotov himself continued to suffer persecution and frequent arrests in the Russian capital, culminating in his exile again in 1915, this time to Irkutsk in the desolate Russian east. Though sentenced to 3 years of internal exile here on this occasion, in 1916 he escaped and headed back westwards to Kazan and the Volga region. Molotov's life course would be profoundly shaped by the events of the mid-1910s, as it would be for so many Russians and Eastern Europeans during the 20th century. The Russian Empire was critical in the outbreak of the First World War. It was Russian support for the autonomy of the Kingdom of Serbia in the face of Austrian demands to be allowed to enter Serbian territory following the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria-Hungary by a Serb nationalist, which circuitously led to the outbreak of a pan-European war in the final days of July and first days of August 1914. When the conflict came, Russia was very badly prepared for it and incurred a major defeat to Germany at the Battle of Tannenberg within weeks of the outbreak of the conflict. Things did not improve much thereafter. In particular, in the course of 1916 and into early 1917, the Russian front in Eastern Europe, where Tsar Nicholas II had taken the decision to command the army himself, collapsed around this time. This led to a revolution in St. Petersburg and Moscow in February 1917, one which began the overthrow of the old imperial system, though the February Revolution was not led by radicals like the Bolsheviks. What it did do is create an environment in which the communists and various other groups began contemplating how they might seize power themselves in the highly fluid political situation in Russia in 1917. By the time the February Revolution occurred, Molotov was already back in St. Petersburg, which had been renamed Petrograd, to avoid using the overly German-sounding St. Petersburg during the war with Germany. Here he returned to his work during a period of immense change in the Bolshevik party operations. Figures like Lenin, Trotsky, and the other party leaders who had been in exile for many years were making their way back to Russia from Western and Central Europe, often actively supported by the German government, which was anxious to sow further instability in the Russian Empire. Over the next half a year, figures like Molotov were involved in forming Soviets or workers' governing councils in cities like Petrograd and Moscow, while also trying to plan the overthrow of the conservative revolutionaries that had come to power through the February Revolution. There was a constant fear of arrest and internment, and sometimes individuals had to disappear to Helsinki to avoid arrest. Overall, Molotov, in association with Stalin and several other members of the Bolshevik Petrograd Committee, was central in preparing Red Guard paramilitaries in the Petrograd factories in preparation for the impending attempt by the Bolsheviks to seize power from the conservative government. The October Revolution was launched by the Bolsheviks in Petrograd on the 25th of October 1917, according to the Julian calendar, which was in use in Russia at that time, whereas most of Europe by then was operating under the new style Gregorian calendar, according to which the start date of the revolution was the 7th of November. Just over 2 weeks earlier, the Petrograd Soviet had, under the influence of Leon Trotsky, voted for military action in protest against the course of the broader Russian Revolution, since the interim regime in the capital was well aware that unrest was imminent and had moved to shut down the offices, newspapers, and the main transport routes in and out of the city on the 24th of October. Not to be dissuaded, the Bolshevik Red Guards began occupying government buildings across the city on the 25th, and the Winter Palace, the seat of government, was taken over the following day. By the end of the 27th of October, Petrograd, Minsk, Novgorod, Kazan, Yekaterinburg, and Samara were all under the control of the local workers' Soviets, though it was not until the 2nd of November that Moscow came under the control of the Bolsheviks after more than a week of intense fighting. The conflict in Moscow foreshadowed the Russian Civil War to come and indicated that the Bolshevik seizure of power would not be as straightforward across the vast country and empire as it had been in Petrograd and several other industrial cities in the West. Molotov was in Petrograd when the revolution began on the 25th of October and played a key role in directing the Red Guards there and organizing propaganda efforts. He was in the capital to witness the unfolding of the Russian Civil War, one of the bloodiest conflicts of the 20th century. The initial seizure of power by the Bolsheviks in October 1917 was not a decisive one. While the communists had claimed control of a number of major cities and formed workers' soviets that would form the backbone of a new regime, they were not in control of vast parts of Russia, the largest country on earth, which were only fully controlled by the central government at the best of times. There were a great many groups which were opposed to the drift towards a more radical regime, not least the aristocratic and business classes, which were also supported strongly by the foreign governments of Britain, France, and the United States, none of which wanted the spectre of a radical socialist regime in power in Petrograd and Moscow. Many other groups opposed the Bolsheviks for other reasons. Some were Mensheviks, some were regional interest groups such as the Cossacks of the Pontic-Caspian steppe, and a great many were nationalists in parts of the Russian Empire like Finland, Estonia, and Poland. In the Russian Civil War, which now began, and which would claim around a quarter of the number of people that died in the whole of the First World War, the Bolsheviks became known as the Reds, while the broad coalition of opponents to them were the Whites. There were a great many fronts, stretching from the Pacific port of Vladivostok in the east to clashes with Finnish, Polish, and Ukrainian partisans in the west. Molotov was no soldier and did not play a frontline role in the Russian Civil War as a commander or general. He did play an important organizational and propaganda role, though. Early in 1918, just weeks after the October Revolution had seen the Bolsheviks claim power in both Petrograd and Moscow, he was appointed as chairman of the Council of National Economy in the Petrograd region. In this capacity, he played an important part in the nationalization of factories in one of the few parts of the burgeoning Soviet Union that had been extensively industrialized for many years. Much of this involved training workers how to run the factories, which were now coming under collective ownership. The following year, he took part in a voyage from the River Volga, in which party members such as Molotov aimed to inform people from Moscow south to the Caspian Sea of the new benefits of communist rule. In the course of 1920, as the Soviets began to turn the tide in the Civil War, he served as chairman of the provincial executive in the Nizhny Novgorod region, and later oversaw the industrialization of Donetsk and surrounding regions. A sign of his growing importance in the regime was his election late in 1920 as secretary of the Communist Party in the Ukrainian Soviet. In 1921, with the Bolsheviks finally moving towards victory in the Civil War, though with the loss of extensive territory in the West, specifically Finland, Estonia, and Poland, Molotov was elected as a secretary of the Central Committee of the Russian Communist Party, thus bringing him more clearly into the central leadership of the Soviet Union, as well as becoming a junior member of the Politburo, though without voting rights in the latter body at this juncture. These followed in 1920. Molotov's entry into the central leadership necessarily brought him into the factional struggle that was developing at the top of the emerging Soviet state. There was no doubt that Lenin would be the Soviet Union's first leader when the October Revolution commenced in 1917. But before long, his health problems were becoming all too apparent, and a battle to succeed him was developing. It soon became evident that there were just two realistic candidates, Leon Trotsky and Joseph Stalin. Molotov moved towards Stalin in this succession contest. His relationship with Trotsky seems to have been especially strained, though one particular anecdote of an interaction between them in the early 1920s is revelatory of Molotov's outlook and was prescient of the future. During an argument between the pair, Molotov responding to a sarcastic comment made towards him by Trotsky, rounded on Lenin's possible successor and rebuked him by saying, quote, "Very well, Comrade Trotsky, we can all be geniuses, but we shall see who lasts the longest." For Molotov, politics was sometimes a game of survival, not always of overt intellect. He would survive far longer in it than Trotsky. By 1922, as Lenin's health deteriorated quickly, Stalin was leveraging his position as General Secretary of the Bolsheviks to put himself in a better position to succeed him as leader of the Soviet Union, which was completing the final stages of its victorious campaign in the Civil War. Molotov was effectively deputizing for Stalin as second secretary, and he firmly tied his mast to the Georgians, who he had met so many years earlier in pre-revolutionary Georgia. Lenin died in January 1924, after having previously fallen into a coma. A more open power struggle between Stalin and Trotsky followed, one in which Molotov, unsurprisingly, continued to support Stalin, though he was critical of some of Stalin's views and conduct early on. This all occurred gradually, but by 1926, Stalin had completely outflanked Trotsky, gaining the support of the majority of the members of the Politburo, a process which accounts in part for the promotion of Molotov as a member thereof with full voting rights, who would support Stalin. Trotsky was removed from the Politburo that year, and in 1929 was exiled entirely from the Soviet Union, having been already sent to internal exile the previous year. Years later, after settling in Mexico and continuing to promote a purer form of Marxism abroad, Trotsky was assassinated in 1940. Despite the turbulence of the years of the Russian Civil War, Molotov married and started a family during the 1920s. During the revolution, he had met Pavel Solomonovna Karapovskaya, a Jewish Russian woman who was a committed communist revolutionary herself, and would rise to a fairly senior position within the Food Commissariat in the 1930s. She later adopted Lena, a more Russophile version of Pel. She and Vyacheslav married in 1920, and she elected not to leave the Soviet Union for the British mandate in Palestine, as several members of her family did during the 1920s. Her relationship with Molotov was remarked upon by many contemporaries who viewed Vyacheslav as being dominated by his wife, though it could conversely be argued that theirs was simply a relatively equal relationship of considerable mutual admiration, one in which Polina was simply more outwardly expressive than her reserved husband. Later, the contemporary criticism of the union would have very real consequences for both Molotov and his wife. They adopted a daughter named Sonia in 1929, and might have been surprised when Paulina finally fell pregnant not long afterwards, resulting in a biological daughter named Svetlana in 1930. Molotov was rewarded by Stalin for his support in the clash with Trotsky, with a successive promotions to positions of increasing importance. In 1926, he was sent to Petrograd, which had long since been renamed Leningrad in honor of Stalin's predecessor, to oversee the dismantling of the support base of Grigory Zinoviev, a former ally of Stalin's, that the new head of the Soviet Union now turned on as soon as Trotsky was out of the way. This done, in 1928, Molotov was placed in charge of the Communist Party in Moscow and reformed it over the next year. There he delivered several speeches on rapidly industrialized Russia's cities and towns, and was part of his involvement in the first 5-year plan for agricultural collectivization and industrial development, which was launched by Stalin in 1928, and which Molotov played a part in both devising and implementing. Finally, in December 1930, Molotov was appointed to the position of chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Soviet Union, the position which Lenin had held prior to his death. Because of the peculiar structure of power holding in the Soviet Union, it could be argued that this theoretically made him the head of state for the next 11 years, though in reality, power within the government from the mid-1920s onwards rested in Stalin's hands as General Secretary of the Communist Party. Nevertheless, the appointment of Molotov as chairman is indicative of how high he had risen within the Soviet Union by the beginning of the 1930s. The decade that followed would leave immense stains on Molotov's legacy. Two issues above all: Israel's Soviet famine of the early 1930s and the Great Purge stand out as particular black marks on his reputation. The Soviet famine of the early 1930s was one of several famines in the Soviet Union between the 1920s and 1940s, one often termed the Holodomor, within a specifically Ukrainian context. Between 1930 and 1933, over 5 million people died in Ukraine, southwestern Russia, and other parts of the Soviet Union, owing to food shortages brought about by the government's policies, activization of agricultural production, and also the prioritization of food supplies for industrial workers in the cities and towns, led to the disaster. Molotov was deeply implicated in this, traveling in person to Ukraine and the Caucasus to enforce the government's orders to move grain supplies from the countryside into the towns. The faster Russia industrialized, the faster it would attain a perfect form of socialism, and then complete communism, or so zealots like Molotov believed. It was this notion which led him to enforce policies in 1931, which deepened the crisis and led to further preventable deaths. As with most man-made famines of the 20th century, such as the Great Leap Forward in China in the late 1950s and early 1960s, the Soviet government had not set out to create famine conditions in the early 1930s, but they became aware of what was happening owing to their ill-conceived policies before long, and figures like Molotov then exacerbated the famine by refusing to change course. Molotov's role in the Great Purge was also immensely unethical. Between 1936 and 1938, Stalin engaged in a mass purging of the Communist Party within the Soviet Union, often removing a majority of individuals within leadership roles and governing committees in the Soviets of each region or city. In some instances, as many as 80% of the membership of certain councils was purged. Of those that were, the lucky ones were simply removed from their positions and banished from the Communist Party. Others were sent into internal exile, often to the Gulag labor camps in the cold, inhospitable East. Others still were placed on trial for alleged crimes and plotting against the state, and then executed. As the Great Purge escalated in 1937 and 1938, mass executions became more and more common. When combined with deaths in the labor camps, an estimated 1 million people are believed to have fallen victim to the Great Purge. Molotov, who may have feared suspicion after a rift developed between himself and Stalin in 1934, became complicit in the Great Purge, supporting Stalin's actions. Many decades later, he was still trying to justify his involvement, long after most Soviet officials had accepted that Stalin's purge had represented a tyrannical effort to crush any and all opposition to his dictatorship. In early May 1939, Molotov, important position of Commissar for Foreign Affairs of the Soviet Union, in succession to the out-of-favor Maxim Litvinov. It was a critical juncture to be promoted to the post of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Less than 2 months earlier, Nazi Germany had invaded and annexed Czechoslovakia in violation of the Munich Agreement concluded with the British, French and Italians in the Bavarian capital the previous September. With this, the Germans were in control of Central Europe, having already annexed Austria into a Greater Germany in March 1938. To anyone with a clear idea of Germany's ambition, it was obvious that Poland was the next target of Hitler and the higher-ups within the Nazi setup. And once Poland was invaded, or otherwise conquered, Germany would have a lengthy border with the USSR. Nazism and Bolshevism were ideological enemies, and Nazi rhetoric was filled with statements about destroying the communist spectre that they suggested was haunting Europe. The question for Molotov, as he assumed the position of Commissar of Foreign Affairs, was how he would negotiate the situation as war loomed over Europe, with the British and French having made it clear that any violation of Polish independence would mean war. Molotov was soon negotiating intensely with his German counterpart, the Nazi Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop. The agreement stemmed from earlier efforts by the Germans to negotiate an economic treaty. Both sides might have considered the other to be an ideological enemy, but they had things like petroleum, iron and automobiles that they wanted to buy from one another. 1939, after Molotov's appointment, separated between the two foreigners and their staff, and there was soon progress towards not just a trade agreement, but a much more significant military and diplomatic pact. Eventually, on the 22nd of August 1939, von Ribbentrop flew into Moscow and worked out the final elements of what was revealed the next day to the world as the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, or Treaty of Non-Aggression between Germany and the USSR. Governments were shocked to learn that the agreement involved a treaty of non-aggression between the Germans and Soviets just days before Germany would invade Poland, triggering the beginning of the Second World War in the process. Political leaders in London, Paris and Washington would have been even more alarmed had they known of the secret clauses negotiated by Molotov and von Ribbentrop. These essentially outlined how Germany and the Soviet Union would carve up Eastern Europe between them. Once Germany had invaded Poland, the Soviets would claim the eastern parts of the country, along with Finland and most of the Baltic States region. Thus, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact essentially was designed to allow the Soviets to reclaim the territories lost at the time of the Russian Civil War. Molotov's work was soon being realized militarily by Stalin. On the 17th of September 1939, 2.5 weeks after the Nazis had invaded Poland from the west, and with the Poles incurring heavy defeats to the Germans, the Soviets invaded the country from the east. Over the next 3 weeks, the sectors allotted to the Soviet agreement were occupied. Over time, the terms of the pact would be put into force in other ways. For instance, the Russians would invade the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, and incorporate them into the Soviet Union. But Stalin waited until the summer of 1940, when most of the other major European states were wholly preoccupied with the German invasion of France and the Low Countries. Stalin also acquired some minor border territories around what is now Moldova, in a move which stretched the terms of the treaty Molotov had negotiated. In any event, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact lasts that long. Eventually, with Western Europe conquered in May and June 1940, and with Hitler convinced that Britain would eventually join Germany against the common Bolshevik enemy, the Nazis began preparing for the invasion of the Soviet Union early in 1941 and would launch Operation Barbarossa on the 22nd of June 1941. Thus, Molotov's diplomatic deal lasted less than 2 years. But it was a major development in the first stages of the Second World War in Europe. One particular sphere of military activity for the Soviets that resulted from the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is especially notable in terms of how Molotov's name became synonymous with homemade incendiaries. An element of the secret clauses was that the Soviets could invade and conquer Finland without the Germans objecting in any manner. After they had completed the military operation in eastern Poland in the late autumn, the Soviet Red Army was put into preparation for an invasion of Finland. The belief was that what became known as would be a swift thing, one in which thinly populated Finland with its small army stood very little chance against the behemoth of the USSR. Stalin and his generals could not have been more wrong. The Finns offered determined resistance after the Red Army invaded their country at the very end of November 1939. Eventually, in mid-March, the Russians negotiated a face-saving peace agreement whereby some borderlands in Karelia were acquired by the Soviets. But in reality, the Finns had won the war by avoiding complete defeat and subjugation into the USSR. Eventually, the Finns would join in the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941 and would be a key ally of the Nazis in the siege of Leningrad over nearly a 2.5-year period. It was in the midst of the Winter War that the term Molotov cocktail came into use to describe a makeshift petrol incendiary device that the Finns used extensively against the Russians. In the course of the 3.5-month war, the Soviets were at a distinct advantage in having large divisions of tanks, where the Finns barely had any mechanized cavalry. To counter this threat, the Finns began using incendiary devices where a mixture of petroleum and other flammable substances were placed in a glass flask of some kind, usually with a cloth or large wick that could be lit and then thrown, spreading flames outwards when the glass shattered on impact. The environment with Finland's many lakes and forests was ideal for ambushing Russian tanks and launching these incendiary weapons at them, and it was this which allowed the Finns to destroy hundreds of Russian armored vehicles. Reveling in the success of the weapon, the Finns developed a saying that they were sending Foreign Minister Molotov a cocktail to have with his meal. Such was the awareness that Molotov had negotiated the agreement with Germany that had led 3 months later to the Soviet invasion of Finland. Hence did this makeshift petrol bomb become known as the Molotov cocktail. Admittedly, Molotov's role in the Second World War became a bit more constructive once the Winter War had passed. In the course of 1940, the Germans turned their attentions westwards and invaded and conquered Denmark and Norway in April, followed by the Low Countries and France in May and June. This left only the British standing against the Nazi menace, though Greece too was attempting a brave resistance against impossible odds in the Balkans, with the Nazi ally, Fascist Italy, was intent on creating a new Mediterranean empire. Then a very poor strategic error was made by the Nazis. In late 1940, Hitler turned his attention back eastwards and decided that the non-aggression pact that Molotov had negotiated with von Ribbentrop had served its purpose. After months of preparation in the first half of 1941, Operation Barbarossa, the largest military invasion ever in human history, was launched on the 22nd of June 1941, as 3 million German military personnel streamed into eastern Poland, the Baltic states, and Ukraine, with the ultimate goal of taking Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad, before advancing to the AA line, a strategic endpoint for the Germans in a line running from the port of Arkhangelsk on the shores of the White Sea in the north and the Caspian port of Astrakhan in the south. A frequently overlooked detail of the invasion of the Soviet Union is that it was Molotov, as foreign minister, who made the radio declaration in the Soviet Union on the 22nd of June, announcing that the Germans had invaded the USSR. He was also appointed by Stalin as deputy chairman of the hastily assembled State Defense Committee, meaning that Molotov was officially the second in command of the Soviet war effort, at least so far as the civil government went. Role now switched from maintaining a very fragile peace with Germany to overseeing a new alliance with Britain and the few countries that were at war with the Germans and their Axis allies. This initially involved a volte-face in Russian foreign policy, as tensions had been running high between Britain and the Soviets in late 1939, 1940, and early 1941. And the British had considered sending an expeditionary force to Scandinavia to aid the Finns during the Winter War. Thus, Molotov had to patch things up in the autumn of 1941 with his British counterpart, Anthony Eden. This was easier said than done, as Molotov had become convinced that Eden was trying to orchestrate a joint Anglo-Turkish invasion of the Crimean Peninsula and southwestern Russia after Eden had visited Istanbul early in 1941. Nevertheless, months later, Molotov undertook a risky flight over German airspace in the North Sea to land in Scotland as
Look
part
at
of
this footwork,
negotiations
folks.
for what would become the first stages of the Allied alliance with the British. These negotiations quickly resulted in the Anglo-Soviet Agreement on the 12th of July 1941, whereby the United Kingdom and the Soviet Union agreed to act in accord with one another against Germany, followed nearly a year later by the more detailed Anglo-Soviet Treaty, a full military alliance between the two nations. By then, the United States had also entered the war against the Germans and their far eastern ally, the Empire of Japan, after the well-known Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Molotov would be central to the subsequent negotiation of a wide range of diplomatic initiatives between the three leading Allied nations, notably the agreement between the US and the Soviets that Russia would declare war on the Japanese within 3 months of victory over Germany, in return for which the US agreed to strategically prioritize the defeat of Germany before Japan. The US, British and Soviets were allies during the Second World War, but they knew very well that a new clash was looming between the USSR and the Western powers once Germany, Japan and their allies were defeated. Hence, the US and the Soviets were carrying out their research into developing nuclear weapons during the war under a veil of secrecy. The US program, the Manhattan Project, and its ultimate results are well known. Less familiar is the Soviet program. This commenced in 1942, after the Russian physicist Georgy Fyodorov wrote to Stalin, urging him to initiate a well-funded research program to that end. Molotov was initially appointed to oversee the program, which was run from laboratories near Moscow. Unlike in the US example, the Russian program was nearly entirely overseen by civilian administrators such as Molotov, and the lack of military personnel probably hampered its development. In any event, one of the primary impediments for the Russians was the same faced by the US and even the Nazis: the need for an adequate amount of fissionable material, something made more difficult for the Soviets by American attempts to restrict Russian access to uranium sources in the Congo and other regions. Where Molotov did make some progress was in attempting to establish spies in the US who could infiltrate the Manhattan Project, but Stalin nevertheless removed him from the project at the end of 1944, owing to its slow progress. Molotov's more important role between 1942 and 1945 was in negotiating the post-war world order at various diplomatic summits. Stalin, Churchill, and President Roosevelt often garner the majority of the attention in discussions of things like the Tehran and Yalta conferences, but Molotov, Eden, and figures like the US Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, made major contributions in their own right. Throughout, Molotov garnered a reputation as a tough negotiator at Tehran, Yalta, the post-war Potsdam Conference, and the San Francisco Gathering, where the United Nations was brought into being. Key points of contention tended to arise more between the British and the Russians, with the Americans often acting as arbitrators over thorny issues such as the post-war status of Poland and Greece, two countries that Stalin was anxious to bring into the communist fold after the conflict. The Soviets succeeded when it came to Poland and accepted defeat in Greece. Through these negotiations and diplomatic meetings, Molotov struck an often paranoid figure. When visiting Britain in 1942, Molotov used to search his accommodation for bombs and slept with a revolver next to his bed, or so claimed Winston Churchill after the war. When in Washington, D.C. to negotiate Soviet inclusion in the Lend-Lease program, whereby US aid was extended to the countries directly impacted by the war in Europe, Molotov didn't just bring a revolver, he also brought his own food. The war came to an end in Europe in May 1945. It is well known that in the years that followed, Allies rebuilt the economies of the countries which fell into the Western sphere of influence through the Marshall Plan. What is usually completely overlooked is that the initiative, which was spearheaded by the U.S. Secretary of State, George Marshall, in the Marshall Plan, was accompanied by the Molotov Plan, whereby financial and material aid was given to the newly communist countries of Eastern Europe to rebuild their economies after the devastation of the war, as well as constituent parts of the Soviet Union in Ukraine and elsewhere benefiting from it. Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and East Germany all acquired aid through the Molotov Plan. The plan helped in the recovery at the beginning of a period in which many of the communist economies in Europe were about to enjoy growth levels which exceeded those found in many Western capitalist countries through the late 1940s and 1950s. However, the Molotov Plan was always contradictory, as one of the tenets of the program Molotov devised in 1947 was that East Germany, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, all members of the Nazi-led Axis alliance during the war, should continue to pay war reparations to the Soviet Union. Despite being arguably the most prominent Soviet official of the 1940s other than Stalin, at least in the civil sphere, Molotov's career took a downward turn at the end of the decade. The background to this was the 1948 visit of Golda Meir, a prominent Israeli politician who would become the Prime Minister of Israel in 1969, to Moscow during the First Arab War to briefly act as Israeli ambassador to the Soviet Union. Molotov's wife, Paulina, was Jewish and spoke Yiddish. An incident in which she translated between Meir and Molotov as Meir spoke Yiddish subsequently became the basis for a claim that Paulina had potentially engaged in treasonous behavior, had also long disliked Molotov's wife, as Paulina had been arguably the last person with whom the dictator's second wife Nadezhda Aliluyeva, had conversed before she killed herself back in November 1932, leading Stalin to forever be suspicious of Mrs. Molotov. Now, 16 years later, she was sent into internal exile to a labor camp in the East for 5 years, and Molotov was dismissed from his post as foreign minister not long afterwards in March 1949. Under Stalin's tyranny, there could be no possibility of strenuously opposing the decision. Vyacheslav simply had to accept what had happened and labored on as a more middling official for the next several years. It is an indication of how frail a figure Molotov could be that he would continue to defend Stalin's legacy and methods long after the dictator was dead, even though in the final years of his life, Stalin had been in all essential ways tearing apart Molotov's career and preparing to remove him permanently from the Soviet leadership, as well as sending his wife to a labor camp. In 1952 and into early 1953, Stalin had made it clear that Molotov was finished within the leadership and was preparing to dismiss him from most of his offices, possibly violently. What saved the former foreign minister was the death of Stalin himself on the 5th of March 1953, after suffering a cerebral hemorrhage 4 days earlier. After a complex power struggle, one in which Molotov was never seriously in contention, Nikita Khrushchev emerged as Stalin's successor. Khrushchev had been challenged by Georgy Malenkov, who became premier for 2 years down to 1955, but who was quickly undermined by Khrushchev in 1953 and only allowed to remain as premier in a largely ceremonial capacity thereafter. Nevertheless, during the power struggle, Malenkov had briefly held sufficient enough power to realign the senior ministries, and on the 5th of March 1953, the very day Stalin died, Molotov had been reappointed as Minister of Foreign Affairs. He continued to hold the position after Khrushchev's ascent, though it was evident before long that Molotov's unrepentant Stalinist views were out of sync with the new atmosphere in the Kremlin, where Khrushchev was in the former tyrant and attempting to move away from the worst excesses of the Stalinist era. Molotov was removed from the post for the final time in June 1956, a move that came as little surprise after Khrushchev had denounced Stalin's foreign policy at the start of the Second World War, and, by implication, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact that Molotov had negotiated. Thereafter, he joined secretly with Malenkov and the Deputy Premier of the USSR, Lazar Kaganovich, to begin plotting to remove Khrushchev from power. The trio and their allies would become known as the Anti-Party Group, a collection of unreformed Stalinists who were unhappy with the drift of Soviet politics and foreign policy under Khrushchev. On the 18th of June 1957, they attempted to overthrow Stalin's successor through diplomatic means, forcing a vote on his leadership at the 11-man party presidium, which they won by 7 votes to 4. However, Khrushchev managed to argue successfully that a vote needed to be held within the larger Central Committee of the Communist Party. There, he managed to convince a sufficient number of individuals that the anti-party group, which he referred to them as, was an unreformed group of Stalinists with blood on their hands. In the end, the attempted coup, Khrushchev won over the support of the war hero and Minister of Defense, Georgy Zhukov, who stated that the Red Army would oppose the attempted coup of Malenkov, Molotov, and Kaganovich. The anti-party group had failed. With the foiling of the attempted coup by the anti-party group in the summer of 1957, Molotov was not indeed purged from the Bolshevik leadership. It was a sign of how much things had changed in Russia. Had the men involved taken this course of action 5 years earlier, under Stalin, every one of them would have been quickly killed. Instead, in 1957, Khrushchev decided to remove those who had attempted to overthrow him in less dramatic ways. For instance, Malenkov was sent to manage a power plant in what is now Kazakhstan. Molotov was dispatched even further east, though on the surface of it, his appointment as Soviet ambassador to the Mongolian People's Republic was a face-saving one. Nobody was fooled, though. Even the New York Times, in reporting on Molotov's dispatch to Ulaanbaatar on the 7th of September 1957, referred to him as, quote, the fallen Soviet leader. It must be said it was a slightly more exalted fate than that Malenkov had been consigned to, or indeed Kaganovich, the latter of whom was sent to manage a potash factory in the Ural Mountains region. Conversely, this was a period of important diplomacy in Ulaanbaatar, as relations with Mongolia fluctuated owing to the wider Sino-Soviet split between the Soviets and the Chinese. Molotov was also appointed to the position of Soviet representative at the International Atomic Energy Agency in the late 1950s. Molotov's appointment as ambassador and as Soviet representative at the IAEA were facing measures in the late 80s. Complete disgrace. Khrushchev had felt as though his position was not strong enough after the attempted coup in 1957 to completely purge the anti-party group leaders from the Soviet establishment, and had exiled them instead to Mongolia, Kazakhstan, and the Urals. By the autumn of 1961, when the 22nd Party Congress was convened, his position was much stronger, following the success of the Cuban Revolution, the initiation of the construction of the Berlin Wall just a week earlier, Russian successes space race with the US, and also the imminent test of the Tsar Bomba, the largest nuclear weapon ever detonated. 5. With his position now, Khrushchev furthered his de-Stalinization program at the 22nd Congress. This included making preparations for the complete expulsion of several of the leaders of the anti-party group from the Communist Party, Molotov included, and their removal from any offices which they held. The expulsions were carried out quietly and with little fanfare in 1962. In the months that followed, efforts were being systematically undertaken to expunge the record of Molotov's role in the Soviet regime over the last 4.5 decades, with his papers and departmental files being destroyed under Khrushchev's orders. Molotov spent many years in complete Soviet movement and lib, though he was allowed to return to Moscow much of his later life in the Russian capital. Even the overthrow of Khrushchev in October 1964, after a number of incidents, not least his backing down at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, failed to result in Molotov being rehabilitated and brought back into the Soviet leadership. Under Khrushchev's successor, Leonid Brezhnev, he was allowed to live in quiet retirement. He appears to have spent much of the 1960s writing his memoirs, but they would never see the light of day. Nonetheless, from 1969 onwards, down to his death in 1960, Molotov met on many occasions with the Soviet biographer Felix Chuov, who compiled a dossier of hundreds of pages of interview records based on these conversations that was subsequently published in 1991 as the Soviet Union was collapsing as 140 besied с Molotovim, meaning 140 conversations with Molotov. The book was published 2 years later in English translation as Molotov Remembers: Inside Kremlin Politics. It is considered an invaluable source on the inner workings of the Soviet regime between 1917 and 1957. Would never return to the political fold, although when the 1983 Soviet Encyclopedic Dictionary was published, Molotov was given a line entry in which his accomplishments were noted. This compared favorably with the 14 lines given for Khrushchev's entry. In the summer of 1984, Konstantin Chernenko, who served for just over a year as head of the Soviet Union in 1984 and early 1985, very quietly reinstated the 94-year-old Molotov as a member of the Communist Party. By the time he was reinstated in 1984, Molotov was a very old and ill man, and the restoration of him to the Communist fold was a token gesture by the regime. He had suffered many heart attacks, the first seemingly as early as January 1954, being too unwell to attend a high-level summit with the foreign ministers of the US, Britain, and France. It is believed that he had 7 heart attacks in all, but the number is disputed. Soviet propaganda tried to cover these up at certain times. Given this, of a miracle that he survived as long as he did and lived to the ripe old age of 96. When he died in Moscow on the 8th of November 1986, he was the second last surviving participant of the that had taken place 9 decades earlier, and lasted only by Kanovich, who died in 1991 at 97 years of age. Molotov's funeral and interment at the Novodevichy Cemetery in Moscow 5 days later was a small and largely private affair by about 200 mourners. There was no government and effort was thinly covered in both the domestic and international media. Molotov could not have known it at the time, but his lifetime would largely bookend the Soviet system. He had been born back in 1890, at a time when the Russian communist movement was just beginning to take off. He died as it was being dismantled. Mikhail Gorbachev had taken over as head of the Soviet Union not long before Molotov's passing, and quickly began initiating a series of policy programs designed to reform the USSR and the communist system, specifically by opening the economy up more and liberalizing the political system. This program had unintended consequences in the course of 1989, as communist regimes in Eastern Europe began to collapse under mass protests and civil disobedience. By 1990, the difficulties had spread to Russia itself. In the 2 years that followed, the Warsaw Pact collapsed, then the USSR, and finally, the communist system itself within Russia. Of chaos ensued. In the course of it, much reflection was undertaken on the 3/4 of a century-long Soviet experiment. It was generally concluded that the Stalinist era had constituted a complete moral stain on Soviet history. Molotov, as one of Stalin's lackeys and orchestrator of much of his foreign policy, did not escape with his reputation intact. Vyacheslav Molotov was one of the most important members of the leadership of the Soviet Union between the Russian Revolution of '17 and the end of his own career as a senior figure within the Bolshevik movement 40 years later. However, longevity is not necessarily a mark of success when discussing this time and place. Almost no other figure within the Soviet setup, other than Stalin himself, managed to survive through these decades. Nearly everyone else was sidelined or demoted as Stalin rose to power in the 1920s, engaged in the Great Purge in the 1930s, or demoted anyone that might challenge his preeminent position as Russia's wartime leader in the 1940s. The fact that Molotov managed to survive and hold senior positions throughout these decades towards his fawning name and complicity in Stalin's crime. Few other Soviet officials survived out of the Politburo in this way, their mark on history. Yet, even when it comes to Molotov's alleged accomplishments, these are hardly good things. His foremost success was in negotiating the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact in August 1939, which freed up Nazi Germany to initiate the Second World War just over a week, and began the Soviet takeover of Eastern Europe. He remained an unrepentant Stalinist down to his last days, despite the fact that Stalin is that grenade was eyed after him by Russia's enemies in Finland of 1939 and 1940. What do you think of Vyacheslav Molotov? Did he, in many ways, contribute to the outbreak of the Second World War by negotiating the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact? Or would the Nazis have gone to war anyway in 1939, even without having secured a temporary non-aggression pact? Please, let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the turn of the 20th century. China, a nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty, is about to bear witness to radical reforms and social changes never before seen in the country. The infamous Chinese Communist Party seizes power from the nationalist Kuomintang Party, establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of communist China, implementing his own liberal economic policies and creating the emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party, facing many obstacles and setbacks, but would, nonetheless, ultimately become one of the most prominent figures in recent Chinese history, and arguably one of the most important political figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the father of modern China. The man known to history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, in the province of Sichuan in southwestern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father was Deng Wenming, a landowner.
How you living, pimp?
What are you watching?
Biographies.
Biographies on who?
I just finished on Molotov, and this one is on Deng Xiaoping. How you living?
Okay.
What's new?
Just tired.
Okay, why are you tired?
Because I slept most of the day.
Okay, why'd you sleep most of the day?
The antidepressants knocked me out.
You seem to be doing really well with those. Is that true?
I mean, I'm sleeping too much and it's destroying my creativity. It's fine. I mean, it was like yeah.
Yeah, you were not in a good spot. Okay, I gotcha. So here's my question to you. Did you know that I'm going to be on a three-hour podcast in about 2 hours?
Good thing.
This lady.
Are you gonna be on the James McCann's podcast?
His podcast is really long. Do you remember the name of it?
James McCann, the Catamaran Plan.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah,
Why do you like that?
because he's good at planning to get a catamaran.
To get a catamaran?
Yeah.
Do you think you'll ever be on his podcast?
When he gets a catamaran, yeah. I'll go to the catamaran party.
Is that the plan?
Yeah.
All right.
Do you know who Darcy is?
Didn't you tell me this yesterday? Yeah, it's his friend that just.
He wasn't homeless.
Okay, but he was just off the street or something?
Yeah.
Do you think that's baller?
Yeah.
Do you think it's amazing that James McCann was discovered by Shane Gillis and you didn't know who he was, and then I introduced.
Yeah. It wasn't.
No, you had no idea who he was.
Yeah. Hey, Robot.
What up, pimp?
You think Johnson that guy?
Dude, which one? The couch girl or the girl who's not watching your movie?
Yeah, he's not. He's going to watch my movie this week.
All right, I mean, she's got a whole week to do it. I would have rather had her say she's already seen it, obviously. And I would have rather had her say that even if she hasn't seen it yet, that she would watch it tonight.
What happened? What happened was it was. Okay, I thought it was on HBO Max because the TV series was on HBO Max. And she went looking for it and it wasn't there because in Australia it's not available, so she watched it on YouTube.
It's on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better that she at least looked for it. What's her name?
I'm not talking.
Of course you're not. All right. And do you think that she is the most amazing woman in your entire life? Okay. Is she the coolest girl you know?
She's cool.
Are she and Chelsea friends?
She and Chelsea friends?
I asked you a question. Are she and Chelsea friends?
Not close. I seen them talk, but they don't talk regularly.
All right. I can live with that.
You don't like Chelsea.
No, that girl sucks. She used to be cool. She did a total 180 though. She used to be cool, but she did a total 180.
Are you gonna hate James McKean if he gets on the podcast with Chelsea?
No, I understand why he's doing it. I don't. It would take a lot for me to hate James McCann. He's a very likable individual, and seemingly, I don't know him. I don't know him behind the scenes or anything, but he seems like a pretty good family man. He's got 4 children. He's pretty young. Seems like he's got morals. I think he's a religious person.
Catholic.
He is. He seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's been very good on Kill Tony. I have to say that. And his stand-up that he did on New Year's was the stand-up of the year. It was like, I'm serious about this, Zoom. If he didn't have to go back to Australia in January or whenever he did, he would have blown up by now, like in the United States, even more. He had such good momentum, and then he was gone. Which I get. Not everybody can stay in America forever, but I'm surprised he's got enough. He's got
in Australia.
I mean, wouldn't you say he already has?
No.
Really?
To his performance where he had 160 people in the room.
I mean, that's pretty big, isn't it?
I mean, Jim Jeffries coming here next month and he's doing 2,000 to 3,000 people.
Yeah, I get that.
So the biggest comedians in Australia are doing 160 right now. But the comedians that were like the biggest, like who were like the David Lettermans of Australia, where they had TV shows, are doing like 160 to 200 right now.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't Australia a smaller market?
Smaller market.
Yeah, it's a smaller market than the United States is.
I mean, these guys are just older. That's the thing. They're falling off. They don't need to perform though, because they just do it. They've made so much from their production companies like radio, TV. Bye-bye.
Yeah, baby.
A lot of the TV personnel are getting fired and turning on the media companies right now.
Why is that?
They're starting to have right-wing beliefs, and they're run by the left, and the media don't like that. So there was a guy called Carl Stefanovic that had Tony Robinson, Tim Robinson, this wing guy from the extremist right, wing guy from the Root UK. I don't know if you heard of him.
Nobody's heard of that guy. Nobody's heard of that guy.
A couple of days later, they had Channel 9 play Carl Stefan from the morning show, or he's been on the morning show for like 20, nearly 30 years.
Carl, the Today Show?
Yeah.
Dude,
You know Carl Stefani?
hope I know him because of that. Just from one.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. You know, like, who's that guy who was drunk on the morning show? You're like, oh, that's Carl Stefanovic.
He was drunk?
Yeah.
This guy looks a little different than I thought. Than the guy I'm thinking of. He was on the Today Show?
Yeah.
Maybe it was him. So this guy got fired?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of the reason I just told you.
He had a right-wing guy on or something?
On his podcast.
Was that big of a deal?
In Australia, yeah. The extremist one would bring it.
Okay. I've got you. Is that lady still?
I think it's a big deal.
Is that lady still there?
Not really. Yeah, she should be still there.
All
I
right.
don't think people should be fired for who they associate with.
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with you too. Fire me for hanging out with you. All right, Zoot. Do you think Riser's up?
Yep.
You really think Riser's awake?
Yeah.
Why? What makes you say that? All right, big dog. Well, I've got to let you go. I've got to prepare for this podcast. So you go do your thing and then come back tonight. And I hope you have a really good day. Shout out to Zoot.
זה עכשיו שזה קשה, זה קשה, לא, היית סיפור מפורש לבין, הנה, מישהו בלייבי לא מישהו בלייבי, בעזרה כל זה כולנו מבין, זה אבל באחרונה אני מבין, בלייבי כבר לא מבין שהוא היה כהן, הוא נראה לבין, בואו, איש, הוא זרק לו לדרוי סוף, נתן לו עוד טוב פה לעבוד לו, ואפילו טוב, הוא לא יתפסק. דבר עליו מימון איש, אנחנו רוצים אשר יכול למור. זאת אומרת, איש שיש לו מום זה לא טוב, לא תפוסול. לעבוד אפילו טעה, ולמה זה שהוא גודל, הוא פוסל אותו. אבל הקוטון עשו לפני זה. ולא צגות של עבודה, ושיוב יש ניסה, שימו לנו. אבל אנחנו מניחים את זה לעבוד עד שיהיה בנס, אז כאן כתוב בטרקס שמותר לו לעבוד, אבל הקודמים אחרים לא נותנים לו עד שיהיה בנס. אני כדאנו רביעי, זה לא שמענו לך בפנים, רביעי, ואפילו פה, סוג רבונו לסלם. זה נמדה. ואין אפילו פסוד רבונו. נגיד אחרי רביעי, תסלם סוג רבונו, בעיה. לא רבונו, אפילו אומר שהוא יכול לעבוד לפני 20, לא תקים לנו דבר, אבל זה לא אומר זה לא רביעי, זה רבונו. ועוד משנה באותו סגנון, לא רביעי חרס, לא נמצא לכם. אז אנחנו יודעים שיש הלכה מאוד מעניינת בחודש. זה עובד ככה, אם נכנס שבץ, שהוא על התקופה, ואיתו פי חרס, זרק פי חרס, אז הוא עושה את הפי חרס, מה הוא עושה את הפי חרס? לא שואל. הוא עושה את המדרגה אחת לזה, שואל, ומה שיש מצוין. אוקיי. אבל אנחנו לא מכירים כל כך, יש לי שיש ערבים, ויש תמיד שיפילו, אבל לא נגיד שיש. אז מה שמעניין בקליטר הזה, שאם השבץ נוגע בתנור, הוא נוגע בתנור מאחר, כאילו מבחוץ, לא קרה כלום. הוא מדבר עם ההקפאה של התנור. שואל את שם, מה קורה עם ההקפאה? תגיד לנו בתור התנור, בחופים של התנור. הוא כבר היה באוויר. אז מה שאתה מתאמן בקליטר, זאת אומרת, התאומה בתוך האוויר של הכלי, וזה, הפעם בתוך הזה, זה עובד רק בקליטרס, אם תעשה אותו דבר בפנים, זה אסור, זה גביע של קצר, ושמת כבר בפנים, לא קרה כלום. טוב בכל הכלים, טוב בקליטרס, כשאתה מגיע עם הקפאה מבחוץ, בקליטרס את האור, טוב בכל הכלים, כבר מגיע בגביע כסף מאחורה, אז הוא נכנס, טוב בכל הכלים, זאת אומרת, באוויר, אם אתה שם הקפאה באוויר של גביע גדול של כסף, או באוויר, טוב בקליטרס, ואני שמת את הקפאה הזה באוויר של הקליטרס, אז הוא מדבר פה, באוויר קליטרס, קוראים לי גם לטוב. אמרתי לכם, זה אותו סגנון והכל. אז באים גבוה, ומבינים מה ששם. הסברנו, אוויר קליטרס, פגעתי, טובי, טוב, אם הגעת מהירות, טוב, אני יכול להגיד לי, טוב, אבל שמת המקומות בתוך האוויר שכל פריח, ובחוץ, למצוא אותו בקליטרס, לא מכל הכלים, טוב, כל הכלים, זה לא בקליטרס, ולא לכלים טוב לבוס. כל הכלים בסוף. הנה, אנחנו לא קליטרס זה שהגידו מעבר כל חוד, המחר בכל חוד, כמו העבוד ששכול. אז יש כאן שני דברים בעצם. כל חוד, המחי שלו נוגע, הדורים המחי שלו נוגע, גיבר את זה בין לך. אז לתאפר שיש לך בתנור. התנור בעצמו נהיה תוכן. מה התוכן? את האוכל, כל האוכל שלנו בסרטון, ליד המאה, זה לא נוגע.
Ricketed at night, and Malaka Olam Shaka Shannon Burnett stuff its band of the neck to fly. Ricketed at night, and Malaka Olam Shaka Shannon Burnett stuff its band of Almet's about to fill in. Totally in my bed. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
לא משהו מיוחד, זה פשוט אמיתים, אם הוא מפרוח או מבוגר, אז אנחנו לא רק נשתמש בו. אבל אם זה נכון, אז אם אתה לוקח, בוא נגיד שזה קורה ביום העשירי, ביום העשירי הוא נהיה צורך, אז ייקח עונה שהוא ביום העשירי, ייקח בן דור שהוא ביום העשירי, והוא ידע, ייקח אתה תצא. אז הוא יודע, בוא נגיד, אז זה כבר, ספק הוא בנופי, הייתי ספק, אז בסדר לראות. יש רק ספק. כי אם זה באמת אחת מהם, אז בסדר. אבל אם זה בריאה ודברים לא. אולי זה משהו כמו פרקוס. זה בריאה או קשורה, זה משהו בפני עצמו. זה גיל כזה. בידה יש טענות ניירו וגרס. ניירו זה לא טענות. ובגרס זה לא ניירו. זה משהו אחר, זה משהו באמצע. אבל גם כאן יש גיל מיוחד. רואים את זה בגרס. יש עד 12 חודש זה גרס. יש ב-13 חודש והלאה זה חיים את כל החיים. ויש את החודש ה-12 הזה, בין 12 ל-13, שזה שהוא פרדוס. הוא משהו באמצע שאנחנו נתביא עוד שנייה. אז אולי גם ציפור, זה לא דבר. אם ככה. אז מישהו אומר, אני אראה אולי אוי לא, אני רוצה להשאיר אוי לא. נהיה בתורים, יומני אוי לא. אז הוא לא יוצא לחובה להביא את הצורך, למה? כי הוא אומר טוב, טוב זה לא טוב. הוא אומר בריאות, זה לא טוב. יש פה מראות עצמה, רק תגיד את הציור של זה ושל זה. הוא רק מביש שזה נותן הוצאות ובסוף. עכשיו ים זה מגיע, ואם אתה אומר לי שזה משהו מיוחד, שווים. זה מצוין, ספייגה, ויצא כל, ספייגה, מה, פסוק, תשפוט, הוא בא להגיד לך, אל תביא ספק, יש לך ספק לא טוב, ספק זה פרש, ספק, בוא לא נצטרך טוב. לא צריך בסוף להגיד, לא להגיד, בסוף רגע הזה של הצעות, אלא יש סוג ציפור שאתה לא יכול להביא לביסנימוש, למה? כי אם בא ונאבא. אז אתה מבין את הצעות, זה נצמח, בסדר. אבל גם מבין את בסוף, להצלח את העלם. אבל אם בא נאבא, זאת אומרת, נעשה בין בציפור הזה, או שמישהו עמד אותו לעבוד לזורר, אז אתה לא יכול להביא כזה ציפור, לעבוד בו. זה בגלל הרבים אומר, הוא סיב, כי מושמוסו, אוהב מוקו, יש את המילה מושמוסו, יש את המילה מוק. וגם אנחנו דברים לשמוע, כמו בשביל המשמוסו, אין לנו כבר, אין לנו כבר בזורר. כי יש לסדם גוי, יש לכל פרסור סדם גוי לעובד, ודע לנו לשמוע, כמו בשביל המשמוסו, אין לנו כבר, אז כתוב כאן, כי מושמוסו, אוהב מוק. השחתה, מה זה להיות מושחת? מושחת זה בערייס, מושחת בעבד לזור. ומה זה אומר? זה באותו פסוק. אז אחרי, יש שתורו לדיינות. גלקתי, בבוא משלמה יש חוסר נדל, כאמר בעבד לזור, מתברר ותפסיד, כי יש לספר חוסר דרגלות. ובזור ותפסיד, ותשליט ולעשיזו נובן כסף. כן? בזה, במעבוד, בדור הקודם, יש לספר חוסר. מה זה היה? איזו מהם? לא ברור, אז נגיד שם זה השחתה של הרב. ותשליסו, ועשיזו נובן כסף, ובזור. ומילא, בגלל שכתוב את הפסוק של השמות, אז כל עכשיו נתפוצה בו התברר בו, במנזר בו שבו, אם זה דקה, אז אם אתם צוחקים, וצבור מנהל כמונו, אין קמוס וזרקוס גול. מה זה אומר? שאם זה עדות להיות, שפשוט נשמענו איזה משהו כאן, אתה יכול להביא אותו תוך תוך. לא ממש ככה. אבל ככה כתוב. המושג זה שאם אין המושג של מור וציפור. כן, הנה. ואני זוכר את הסרטונים של הדברים האלה. זה טוב, זה טוב בצורה. ואז הוא לובש את אפשר לבדוק, כאילו, זאת אפס דבר. זאת בצורה אחרת שהפרק לומד משהו אחר, והיום נפל לי הסימון. אין לי יוצא שבדיוק בשתי ביצים יוצא זכר ונקבה, כל פעם, אם זה ככה. יכול להיות שזה ההבדל. זה משהו מתחדד, זה לא זך בשבילה, לא חד, יכול להיות שיכול להיות, לא יודע, רגע, אני זורק את זה. אבל אין צורך בנקבה, לא צריכים לבדוק. לראות אם האופן זה זכר ונקבה, זה הסיפור מצחיק, שסיפר זה מצחיק בעצור. של זמנון בא, שהוא פעם היה בחורס, הוא שומע שמנהל שם בחורס, מישהו שהוא במנהל, נגמר לנו כל המקייפס. הוא אמר, תדע שמה, צחרנו עם אף כאלה. וכמו מסורת של לא מנהלים אחרי אותו. הרב, אני חשבתי שאין כמה שזכת ספורית. זה מה שמצאים זה
No one really knows for sure. Elevate, Divrei Elohim, Chaim, but this isn't as well read by. It's 16th of Tammuz, 5786, Wednesday, July 1st. I'm doing this shit. I'm doing that each Sunday for the base of GTA 6.
הייתי חושב שנביא לזור בו, אם מישהו לקח רוב, עשה בו לזור, אתה זה שלי, ואז הוא מביא לו, אני צריך לדוש, הייתי חושב שזה בסדר. לא, זה לא בסדר. אתה צריך את הפסוק הזה, אבל... אז יש כאלה שבו, משהו לא ככה, ואין סרטון, זה לא
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing, and there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel into the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah.
I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism and hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. All right, folks. Well, welcome back to this sort of traveling, let's call it a circus. 5-ring circus, I don't know. 5-ring circus, that's a pretty cool. Let's get back into this, and let's start by just, again, as we try to do every time, let's just recap a little bit so we're all on the same page. And that page, of course, here on the left is a picture from Sefer Razi Hamalach, one of the most famous books of Jewish magic ever written. You're seeing two different kamayot, these are amulets for various kinds of things written in angelic language. So if you ever want to know what the language of the angels looks like, there's two examples of angelic language being written out there. Now, what they say, I have no idea. You have to ask the angels. I don't know, you can write Michael at olamhabad.gov, and maybe he'll write you back. Doesn't seem to write me back. What we noticed last time about Jewish magic, and we did sort of a big romp through Jewish magic, is that Judaism and magic have had a very complicated, very long relationship. And I say very long relationship because, as I pointed out last time, the earliest document we have of the Torah is a magical amulet recovered from Jerusalem and the Kitif Yanom tombs there, and written on silver. You can see it in the Israel Museum. So the very first documents we have of the Bible are magical amulets, probably. So if you want to say that Jews don't do magic, well, they must not do Torah too. So it's a non-starter. So they had this very complicated, very tortured history of magic, where on the one hand, it's very clear that the Bible and the people that wrote the Hebrew Bible have a very uncomfortable relationship with magic practices for lots of reasons, theological reasons obviously included here, right? The idea that you can affect supernatural causation. If you can affect supernatural causation, then who needs a God? It kind of makes God redundant, right? God becomes like a thing that you really don't need. If you can like make it rain, you can make yourself fall in love with people, or make people fall in love with you, or make pennies from heaven. Who needs a God when they can win the lottery on their own through magic? And at the same time, right, we see that Jewish magic has persisted all through the centuries. We see it again all the way back to Kitif Yanom and all the way down through now. And as I pointed out, right, when I say all the way down through now, my bottom point really obtains here. In the Haredi community, in the community of ultra-Orthodox Jews, we see magical manuals still being published to this day. And also, of course, in the liberal Jewish world, there's an entire world of practicing Jewish witches. And other folks who identify as Kohenites, who are also very interested in things like astrology and magical practices. And so we see that the Jewish magic has really thrived down through the ages, and unsurprisingly, it's mirrored local magical traditions. So we see that Jewish magic often looks a lot like the magic of the area that they're living in. So we see the same kinds of magic in the Greco-Egyptian period. We see Jewish magic being practiced in the Babylonian context with those cool incantation bowls. And then as we move through the Roman period and the European period, we're going to see that Jewish magic will often borrow from the local cultures, but also influence those cultures as well. And that will be especially true in the European context, where Jewish magic has had a disproportionate impact on the development of European magic. That's why you ever see those magical squares in most books of magic, European, non-Jewish books of magic. There's some Hebrew there, right? Well, it's not because they like Jews. They were perfectly happy to see Jews sent to whatever dreadful fate they were sent to. But they did admit that Jews had secret powers, magical powers, and they were perfectly happy to use them. As we saw, Jewish magic ran the gamut, right? It ran the gamut from curses, because everybody gets salty, right? Yeah, cursing people's like your thing, right? Divination, who doesn't want to know the future? Love magic, because who wants to go to sleep alone? But again, you should be careful, right? Love magic, consent is a value we have around here, and of course, love magic isn't about consent. We have grimoires, which are medieval Jewish spell books that contain a wide range of Jewish magical experiments. In fact, in medieval times, Al, you'll appreciate this, that the word experiment actually derives itself from the medieval Latin word for experimenta, which were magic spells. So the word experiment actually has its origin in the word, the technical word for a magical operation, and the word experiment actually comes from that. So if you look at medieval magical manuals, they'll say an experiment for invisibility. And what's interesting, right, is that those invisibility spells would be tinkered with to try to make them work better or work at all. And so when modern science, that so-called new science came along, they just adopted that early on. It's pretty vague sometimes. So we also see amulets, right? Amulets are devices used to call various kinds of, either to receive positive energy from the stars, stellar influence, or repulse bad energy in the form of things like demons, Shaden. So we see amulets. Astrological magic was also very popular. Sefer Raziel Hamala, what you're looking at now on the screen, was a big part of angel magic, astrological magic. We have demon capturing bowls. We have the creation of living beings. We'll talk a lot about that tonight as we get into the Sefer Yetzirah. The golem is probably the Jewish monster par excellence. I imagine most folks here have heard of the golem. Of course, that myth comes from the Sefer Yetzirah, which we'll talk about this evening at length. Of course, we also have angel summoning and the whole thing. So Jewish magic really ran the gamut. So again, what I really want to drive home about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time, is that people who want to tell you that magic isn't Jewish and there's no such thing as Jewish magic, well, they got some archaeology to talk to. Right? That's my basic argument. You can say that this is not a thing and that's not a thing. You can say it's not acceptable in your community, fine. But to tell me that Jews didn't do it for 3,000 years, you're just badly informed. I don't know what else to tell you. The scientific, archaeological, paleographic data tells you that you're wrong. And if you want to just sort of put your fingers in the air and go, la 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 la, Jews didn't do this, well, have fun being wrong, because it's used to it. So now again, whether your community accepts it, whether you go to Oak Park over there and whether they are okay with it, or Borough Park, or you go to Crown Heights and see if they practice magic, I don't know. But probably, again, Menachem on the street, he's up 12 in the middle of the night doing some weird stuff. He might be up to some magic, right? And he wouldn't be that weird. And if you think about this from a historical perspective, but the fact that there are magicians, sorcerers operating in Jewish communities all over the world through history, any community that doesn't have one is probably the weirdo community. That's probably the weirdo community. The one that doesn't have one, right? The much more likely outcomes. So Jewish magic has been here, it will be here, it's not going to go away. And by the way, that's true of magic in general. Magic is more popular now than ever before. Right? So for better or worse, it's here. So tonight, we're going to do it, folks. We're going to get into the very first vestiges, the very first layer, stratum of the Kabbalah. So we're going to do it. We're talking about this distinction between Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. We're not going to hit that. We're going to begin to get into the world of Kabbalah. But to do that, we have to introduce things a little bit from a philosophical angle. And that's because while people often think of Kabbalah as a kind of mysticism, and people think of mysticism as somehow opposed to science or opposed to philosophy, those kinds of oppositions just did not exist in the late classical world, and they certainly didn't exist in the Middle Ages. So we have to loosen up our categories a little bit here, right? Because we often think of these things existing in opposites, right? Science doesn't like mysticism doesn't like philosophy and science can't really get along. And so if they're all fighting, then this is our world, right? It's not theirs. Their world is a much different world than ours. And the first thing you have to do is kind of, take your modernity hat off and put a different hat on, whatever that hat is, a wig or whatever. And so we have to understand that in the late classical world, the relationship between philosophy, mysticism, magic, religion was very complicated and very mixed together. right? So drawing a line between one of these and the other of these is just really not possible. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism has always had a very weird relationship with the outside world. Always very weird relationship, right? Because on the one hand, Jews want to maintain their cultural, religious distinctiveness. And on the other hand, well, the outside world's kind of cool. They got Greek science, and they got like TV, and they got Xbox, and all this stuff, right? So there's all kinds of things about the outside world that Jews want to admit is cool, and yet at the same time, we don't want to. The bad A word. You know what the bad A word is? Assimilate. Assimilate, right? This is the bad A word, right? So there's this idea that Jews do not want to assimilate, but they always have to some degree. And even when they don't, that non-assimilation is actually a response to assimilation, right? You're never outside that logic. So deal with the relationship between ancient, late classical Jews and Greek science. Because the Greeks had a lot of stuff figured out, folks. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree with it or not, whether they were right or not, I don't think they were. The Greek model of the world was a far better model of the world. It explained, at least at some level, why the planets did what they did, right? Greek science, Greek math, right? When you see it, I don't know if folks here have ever done a geometry class, right? But when you prove to yourself that Pythagorean theorem is true, it's magical. It's magical. When you see proof, mathematical proof of something, you're like, damn, that's really true. That's for real true. Not like I made it up, like I had a fever dream about it being true, whatever. That's true. And it can't be otherwise. The Greeks pioneered a lot of this stuff. Now, it's not to say the Greeks invented everything, right? The Pythagorean theorem has been known by the Babylonians in the form of what are called Pythagorean triplets well before Pythagoras, right? Pythagoras linked heavily on the Egyptians for a lot of his mathematical knowledge. As you might imagine, the Egyptians knew a thing or two about triangles. So, again, the Greeks had things going on, right? And the Greeks were the big pioneers in what we might now recognize as something like empirical science or theoretical science. Now, what's really important about this is, right, Jews have always had a sort of touch-pull relationship with Greek science. But what increasingly begins to happen is that Jewish philosophy begins to be deeply influenced by two distinct forms of Greek philosophy. Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy, we have names for them now, right? We call them Neo-Pythagoreanism and Neoplatonism. Now, I'm going to do a lot more with Neoplatonism next time when we get into Kabbalah proper. But tonight, what I really want to focus on is a school of Greek philosophy that we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism. Now, you can imagine how many Greeks called their philosophy Neo-Pythagoreanism. The answer is exactly zero. No Greeks called their school that, right? Everyone just thought they were being philosophers. But there are two things that are really important about what we now call Neo-Pythagoreanism, right? And don't be put off by the name. It's just one of these $4 words to make philosophers sound smart. Basically, what we're talking about here is two things. One thing we're talking about here is the influence of Pythagorean philosophy. And Pythagorean philosophy is the same philosophy that any string theorist probably will believe in today, and that is the world is fundamentally mathematical, right? Not describable in terms of math, but math. The world is mathematical, right? And so that's the main thing, right? That the structure of reality, fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Again, this idea probably is more popular now in some forms of contemporary physics than it ever has been. The second thing that's worth noting about this is that for the Neo-Pythagoreans, the union with God was possible. One could be like God, right? God, singular God, right? Because the Pythagoreans are all about like everything going back to one, right? And so they really thought that fundamentally things were basically one. And so the idea was you could be like that too. You can unite your consciousness, you can unite your being, you can unite your nous with the divine. And as you can imagine, those two ideas are going to be part and parcel of a great deal of what becomes mysticism in the ancient world and, of course, in the modern world as well. By the way, what the image you're seeing on the screen here is an image from a Pythagorean or Neo-Pythagorean basilica that was actually discovered in the 18th century in Rome. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's perfectly preserved. This is where Neo-Pythagoreans hung out in Rome. It's basically completely preserved. It was only discovered on accident. And so it's really neat that you can go into these places where these guys were like hanging out, talking about numbers and stuff. And it's actually preserved in Rome. I think they allow a very small amount of people to go in there. So next time I go to Rome, I'm going to try to be one of those very small group of people. So let's combine that, right? Let's think of this idea with some ideas from Judaism. Now, Judaism, as you probably know from the book of Genesis in the Bible, Bereshit, that the way that God makes the world in Jewish lore and Jewish mythology and Israelite mythology is that God speaks the world into being. That the existence is a speech act, right? God says, Yehi or, let there be light, and Vayehi or, there was light. The very act of speech caused this being to come into existence. And thus, right, if God speaks Hebrew, which of course Israelites thought, Jews think that God does, that's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh, that it is holy language. Then the very reality of Hebrew is that Hebrew itself has magical power. It's the case that the language itself is special. It's metaphysically powerful. It's quasi-divine. Because if God speaks it, then it can't be just a bunch of random sounds, right? We make random sounds, dog, right, or whatever, right? We think of sounds as being random, but God's speech isn't random. God's speech is the opposite of random. It's ordering. Because in the ancient Israelite imagination, remember back from the first talk, that part of what goes on in the ancient Israelite mind and worldview is that God is ordering the world out of chaos. For the ancient Israelites, it's chaos versus order. So what does God's speech do? It orders the universe. And this is unsurprising, right? Because grammar, if you've ever studied some grammar, you've been tortured by some grammar, you know the thing that's torturous about grammar is that it's orderly. And that's what's hard about it. It's about learning the patterns, learning when there's exceptions to patterns, and why there are exceptions to patterns. It's orderly. And so language as an act of order is how God created the world. There was nothing, tohu bohu, chaos, and then God spoke, and it ordered it. So Hebrew has this kind of power. You see this very early on in Israelite, you might call it linguistics or ontology or the metaphysics of language. But there are two ways in which this plays itself out. The first, of course, is that language is magical. This is unsurprising, right? If you imagine a sorcerer, the one thing every child knows about what sorcerers say, right, is abracadabra. Well, you might think that's just nonsense gibberish, but it's not. It's Aramaic. Avra kadabra literally means in Aramaic something like I create as I speak. Now, think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, avra kadabra, I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. Because God creates speech. So, on the one hand, we have language is magical. You can do magic with language. We've already seen that with Hebrew being used in all these magical practices. But if you can speak that magical language, it's not just that you can do magical powers. You have magical powers. You are also imitatio Dei, imitating God. You're being as if a God, right? Because God can do it through language. Well, if God speaks that language and you speak that language, you are kind of being quasi-divine. And so, if insofar as one can speak that language and conjure things into being, you can imitate God, but also you can become unified with God. Because in the same way that God creates through speech, you create through speech, you are imitating and being like God. This is the theological equivalent of fake it till you make it. Right, folks? This is you becoming united with God by acting like God, and by acting like God, one becomes unified with God. So you can see how this circuit is being closed, right? And how the role of Hebrew in Israelite theology and the role of Hebrew in the action of doing sort of mystical stuff, right, allows one to engage in this mystically powerful language. The image here to the left that you're seeing is from Abraham Abulafia, founder of the prophetic Kabbalah that we'll get to in a couple of weeks. These are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness by, and by change one's consciousness, I mean elevate one's consciousness to be unified with God via prophecy by meditating on specific words in the Hebrew alphabet from manuscript of Abraham Abalafi, not really by him, but of one of his texts. We'll get to him in a couple of weeks. The first time we see this idea of imitating God by using language to create things is in the Babylonian Talmud. And this gets back to Al's point, right, where Al commented that on the one hand we have the rabbis and everyone else. Well, here's where I want to disrupt that, because in the Babylonian Talmud we have the rabbis doing the exact same, the thing that you said they didn't do, right? You wanted to draw a line, and here's where I'm saying the line can't be drawn. So we have in the Babylonian Talmud in two different stories, which are probably mirroring each other, but being told by two different rabbis in Tractate Sanhedrin, where we have both Abaye and Rabbah, two very prominent rabbis, discussing death penalty cases, right? The Tractate Sanhedrin, as you may know from Babylonian Talmud, is all about death penalty cases. And one of the things that is a death penalty case is sorcery, kishuf. You're not allowed to practice sorcery. And so what is constitutive of sorcery, right? So they say there's all kinds of things that are constitutive of sorcery, right? But creating illusions isn't. You're allowed to create illusions. This is the rabbinical idea that you can do stage magic. In fact, kishuf, I think in modern Hebrew, actually indicates stage magic. Right? What is allowed? This is positively mind-boggling. Alright? Such was formed by Rabbi Sina and Rabbi Shaya, who spent every Shabbos Eve in studying Hilchot Yetzirah. We'll talk about what this is in just a minute. By means of which they created a third grown calf and ate it. So they studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? This literally means the doing of the Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a book about the laws, like Hilchot Shabbat is how to practice Shabbat. It's the laws of Shabbat. Hilchot Yetzirah is the laws of formation, how you make something. Well, what did they do? They studied it, and on the eve of Erev Shabbos, on the Shabbat Eve, they created a third grown calf and they ate it for Shabbat. They made a calf. They made one. Rabbah said, this is even more dramatic. Rabbah said that if the righteous decided, they could create a world. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is a translation from Sefaria, but the actual translation in the Aramaic says they could create a world, just like God. They could create an olam. Now, that is positively mind-blowing. That if you were righteous, you could create a world, right? But you have inequity, so you can't. Now, Rabbah created a man, right, and sent him to Rabbi Zerah. And Rabbi Zerah said to him, right, spoke to him and said, he received no answer, right? He was mute. And thereupon he said, you're a creature of the magicians. Actually, in Hebrew, or Aramaic rather, it says, you're one of the company, right? Like, you're one of those guys, right? It's in Hebrew and Aramaic. It says, go back to the dust, right? And Rabbi Chinia and Rabbi Shah said, also spent studying Sefer Yetzirah, by means of which they created a third grown calf, and they ate it. So in the Babylonian Talmud, again, the central work of rabbinical Judaism, there is no more important book in rabbinical Judaism than Babylonian Talmud. We have rabbis making people, making calves. So the distinction between what's magic and what's orthodox at this point has to be completely breaking down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person, right, from dust and then sent them to you, you're going to be like, well, if it ain't magic, it'll do until magic gets here. Damn. Like, again, if making people ain't magic, I don't know what it is. So what we have in Babylonian Talmud is the idea that somehow they're studying some book, some text, and creating people. Now again, the person's mute. There's no doubt about the fact that it's not a perfect person. They're mute, right? Which would have been thought of as a disability in the ancient world, again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of study. further at Berachot 55 base, we have the idea that Bezalel was chosen by God to be the architect of the Mishkan, the tabernacle. Why? Because Bezalel, I had the story not because my Hebrew name is Bezalel, but because it's a great story, but because Bezalel knew how to join the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So again, listen to that in the Babylonian Talmud at Berachot 55 base, that Bezalel was chosen because he understood how to combine the letters by which heaven and earth were created. So already by the Talmud, we have the idea that the heavens and the earth were created, the Olam, the cosmos were created by the combination of letters. And here again at Tractate Sanhedrin 67-65 base, we have the idea that you could create if you were righteous. If you were righteous. I'm not that righteous, thank God. Now, what's this text? Right? What's this text? Sefer Yetzirah is, without a doubt, the most enigmatic and important book of Jewish mysticism prior to the Kabbalah. There is no more important book prior to the rise of the Kabbalah in terms of Jewish mysticism than Sefer Yetzirah. I'll go on to say also later, Sefer Yetzirah is canonical. It's scripture now. In the Orthodox world, you can make arguments based on it. It is a kind of Jewish scripture. We're not like the Christians. The Christian canon is basically closed. The Muslim canon is definitely closed, right? The Jewish canon kind of is open. Stuff gets in, right? And from community to community, right? Things get in. And Sefer Yetzirah has certainly got in. I would consider it a big part of the Jewish canon, right along with the Bible and with the Babylonian Talmud and the Sefer Zohar, etc. What is it? What is the Sefer Yetzirah? It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 of the Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. And it's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos, or the Olam. I'm going to use the word Olam because I prefer to use cosmos. I think it has connotations that are a little bit maybe too modern. I want to say Olam would include all of the physical world we now know of, described by the standard model of particle physics with 25 particles, 4 forces. But the Olam is a much bigger angle about what that would include angels and demons and all kinds of cool stuff. At any rate, the Sefer Yetzirah describes in very, very brief words, right? They're only about 2,000 words on an average recension. We can talk about recensions later. There are 3 or 4 different recensions of the Sefer Yetzirah that have come down to us. There's a debate about how they came down to us. But what we have is a book describing how the world was created, attributed to none the less than the patriarch Abraham. Why Abraham? Because there is a line in Genesis where it said Abraham made souls, right? That Abraham created souls. And the idea is that because Abraham created souls, the only way he could have done that is if he had access to Sefer Yetzirah, and therefore that is proof for the traditional community at least that because Abraham could create souls, that he was also in command of the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, when was this book written down? The shorter answer is we have no idea. We just don't know. Sometime before 1000 of the Common Era, right? Now, the debate goes that sometime between the 2nd century and the 11th century. 800 years or something. We don't know. It's very difficult to figure out when this book was written down. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss, who I'll have his name in his book in the recommended readings at the end of the lecture tonight. I tend to agree with Zahi Weiss that it was produced in the 7th century, maybe the 8th century, but it doesn't really matter for the purpose of this class. We're not going to get into the weeds about when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published. Here on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see the first edition of the Sefer Yetzirah published in Mantua, I think 1562. I could be wrong about that, but I think it's 1562 that was published in Mantua. But we have a first edition copy here. One of these copies, by the way, sells for about $60,000. So if you have $60,000 lying around, you want to buy me a gift, feel free to pick me up a copy of the Mantua edition of the Sefer Yetzirah. So, what is the Sefer Yetzirah? As I said, right, it's a book describing how God made the world. Now, what's also important about the Sefer Yetzirah is it is the first time we hear the word Sephirot. Now, this is a word that, for folks familiar with Kabbalah, this is a word that you probably haven't heard before, right? Sephirot is one of these words that is a mainstay in the world of Kabbalah. Now, there are two things that are important about this word Sephirot. The first thing that's important about this word is that no one knows what it means, right? The root of the word, the shorish of the word is SFR, which in typical language Hebrew means to count. Right, it just means to count. Now, if you want to make a noun out of that, right? Typically, the noun would be mispar, and mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar, misparim, right? It's a word for number. Well, the writer of this text doesn't go that route. They invent a new word that we've never seen before, and that new word they invent is sephirot. Now, what they do is they take the word sphira and they add an oat to it, a feminine plural ending, and so we know it's a plural. What makes this word even more weird is that it's always accompanied in the Sefer Yetzirah with the term belima, the adjective belima. Now, the word belima only occurs once in the entire Hebrew Bible. It's a lapax legemenon, which means it only occurs once. And it's weird. Well, we know that beli, right, means without, and ma means what. And so it seems to mean without what. Now, what we have is a word made up, sephirot, which kind of means number, and without what. So literally we could translate it as number without what. Now, if you put that into the actual text, it makes no sense. Whatever the author's trying to do here, whatever they're trying to describe, a literal reading of it doesn't make sense. So, what are the Sephirot Belima? What do we mean by the Sephirot the first time we ever hear in all of Jewish literature and all the history of Jewish mysticism? Well, the one thing that we know from Sefer Yetzirah is they are not divine emanations. Now, I know that for folks who are familiar with some Kabbalah, right, you've seen the tree of life, right, with the dots, right, and God goes from Keter to Hokla, Bina, right? 10 things. We'll get to that later, right? And that's the tree of life. Those are the Sphirot. Well, in the Sefer Yetzirah, it's not that. Whatever it is, it's not that. They are not divine emanations. We'll get there tonight. In a minute. They're not that. What are they? No one knows. No one knows. The going guess, and I say guess, right? But it really didn't mean guess. The going guess is that this is being influenced by Neo-Pythagoreanism, right? Neo-Pythagoreanism. Remember, Neo-Pythagoreanism, mouthful, is all about this number stuff, right? Remember, it's all about number being a reality. Well, one of the things we know about Pythagoreanism is that one of their sacred symbols was this thing called the tetrachus. Just seeing it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetrachus, right, is the idea that from one monad can give rise to two monads, right, plus, right, so these 2 plus 1 give rise to 3, and these 3 plus 1 give rise to 4. Add all this together, right, you get a base 10 counting system. And from a base 10 counting system, you have basically the origins of the number system, and then from there you have the origins of arithmetic, etc., etc. It's a geometric way of describing how numericality itself comes into existence. Now, I know that sounds really abstract. That's because it's really abstract, right? But we know this from the Pythagorean world, right? They were 10 of these, right? There are 10 of these tetrachus, right? The tetrachus is a 10-node system. Well, guess what we know about the Sefer Belima? There are 10. And the text is really clear in the Sefer Yetzirah. 10, not 9, 10, not 11. Exactly 10. I think, that what the Sephirot mean are the basic structure of a decimal counting system. That what we have here is a decimal counting system. Why? Right? Because the symbol of 10 represents completeness in the Pythagorean system. And 2, the Sephirot are also always ascribed in relationship to the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So for the Sefer Yetzirah, the world is created by 3 things. God, right? Using 10 Sefirot and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, combine them together, and create everything else. So you have, well, you imagine it, right? What do you have? You have all the numbers, all the letters, combine all the numbers and letters together, and you get a universe. One can imagine that the 10 Sefirot are the 10 countable things of the base 10 system of counting, plus the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. They are the palette by which God painted the world into existence. So, in Sefer Yetzirah, they are not emanations of God. They are numerical structures, which when combined with the alphabet, are the substructure of reality, language and math. Right? I think that's what's going on with Sefer Yetzirah. Now, if you go ask someone else, they'll give you another story. They'll give you a story, right? I think that's what's going on. And I think that I base that upon read other Neo-Pythagorean literature. They make the exact same argument, right? So I think that's what's going on here. Now, what we get in Sefer Yetzirah is a description of several successive stages the universe went through, right? Just like we tell the story now, right? We had the Big Bang, the period of inflation, right? Then we have the world that we have it now. And eventually we'll have the black hole period and the proton period or whatever. Right? There are successive stages of the universe. Sefer Yetzirah also describes successive stages of the universe, how they come into being. Now, we can't get into the weeds of all that tonight. We just don't have enough time to do all of that. We could spend an entire 8 weeks just on Sefer Yetzirah. But what's really important is that the mature part of the universe, right? The mature part of the Olam is governed by what the Sefer Yetzirah calls ketzivot. Ketzivot are limits. Right? Limits, they're extremities. Again, that, by the way, limit, extremities, is Pythagorean language. They're translating this Pythagorean language, in my opinion, into Hebrew. And ketzivot are these kind of limits. Now, what do those limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally 3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions. Well, I say 3 dimensions, right? There should be like 6 dimensions, but this is what they are, right? We have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or 2 dimensions of, so 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below, and those include the 4 cardinal directions. So above and below, right, are the cardinal directions, and in those they split off into the other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, both beginning and ending, and the 2 dimensions of space, there are also 2 moral dimensions, right? Good and evil. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality for this time period. And again, I think that someone with a background in physics, like Al, can appreciate, right? That they're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these mathematical ways of understanding the nature of reality that are describable abstractly as what we might call dimensions, what they call ketzivot, or limits, or extremities. This is followed by a very intense and very somewhat strange analysis, and yet still scientific, of the Hebrew alphabet itself, in which the writer of this text groups Hebrew letters into 3 groups based on the articulation of the points of the mouth. So when you make a mem sound, so ma, is using your lips, labials, right? When you make a dalet sound, it's da, dentals. When you make an aleph sound, right? A ayin sound, right? Those are gutturals, right? Those are articulated at a different point. And so it's a kind of quasi-primitive, right? I think primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient form of linguistic analysis, right? So they're analyzing language in terms of where these things get articulated in the face, the mouth, and then finally what happens is the letters are all set into a correspondence. And the way that the writer of Sefer Yetzirah imagines the cosmos, right, or reality, is it really has 3 layers. There's the Olam, right, the whole big Megillah, right? There's time. Time is the movement of the Olam, right? And there's the human being. And the human being is the center of it, right? Because they are something that exists, and they are moving through time. And so the human being, the nefesh, the soul, right, is the nexus of the cosmos and time, right? And so they understand this. So what you get in the Sefer Yetzirah is a very very involved system in which letters are assigned to members of the zodiac, right? Shana, time. right? And then also letters are combined to describe the cosmos, right? Various parts of the cosmos, and they also describe various parts of your body. So your liver, your heart, your head, your eyes are set to correspondence with the various letters in the Hebrew alphabet. Because again, God spoke the world into being, and when God said ayin, right? Folks know this, right? The word ayin. Ayin is a Hebrew letter, and guess what ayin means? Eyes, right? God's not joshing around here, folks. When God said ayin, eyes came into existence. And what is sight? What is sight sees? He's light. Right? So we get this system of correspondence. So the Sefer Yetzirah is a very rigorous, scientific, philosophical, metaphysical analysis of how reality is. There have been several different periods of time. I just want to talk a little bit about those periods of time how work themselves out, right? So we have a few different periods of time in the development of Sefer Yetzirah, right? The earliest period of time is when it developed. And the truth of the matter is, we don't know anything about that time. We don't know exactly when and how it was developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theurgical, magical Greek, Syriac world, but it's everyone's guess. The first time we see the Sefer Yetzirah emerge is in philosophical scientific commentaries of the 10th century, right? So the 10th through the 12th century, the leading
What's up,
Jewish
Tony?
minds of the
I
time
am preparing for a podcast, so I can't talk right now, big man.
And I did it to try to show how this accurately describes the fundamental
Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a good birthday.
Now, again, when the Saadia Gaon, to give an example, right? The Saadia Gaon gives writes commentary on this. And the Saadia Gaon, the leading authority in all the Jewish world at the time, feels the need to write a commentary on this. Well, by God, that's scripture, right? If he takes it seriously, you bet your ass you're going to take it seriously, right? And it's not just him. It's Danilo. It's all kinds of stuff. Barzilai, lots of people. So we have these scientific commentaries from the 10th and 12th century. And then the book becomes magicalized. Because if it describes how God made the world, and if righteous people can make their own worlds, then this might be a roadmap to making our own stuff. And so it enters into its magical period, specifically in Europe with the Fasih Ashkenaz in the 11th and 13th century. Right, and then eventually it synthesized into the Kabbalah in the 13th century, and eventually it makes its way into modernity. We'll get into a little bit more of this other, more recent stuff in a bit. Now, of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is most heavily associated at the level of magic with the Golem. I'm sure most folks here have heard of the Golem. I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about the Golem, but the Golem, of course, is an artificial humanoid made from clay animated by magical means, specifically by techniques found in the Sefer Yetzirah. The earliest descriptions for the production of a Golem are found primarily in the 12th century in the commentary on the Sefer Yetzirah written by Eliezer Verms, a German Ashkenazi rabbi. And he writes how to create a golem using various kinds of magical techniques, meditation techniques primarily, combining letters with vowels over and over and over and again in a form of mystical meditation. And one can transform clay into a human being through these mystical meditations. And so the golem becomes this sort of artificial humanoid. By the way, the word golem actually does appear in the Hebrew Bible once, I think, to describe an unformed fetus. It's actually sort of the word for fetus in the Hebrew Bible. It's an entity that's not quite human and not quite not human. It's somewhere in between. That's why, by the way, in the Hebrew Bible, that if you kill someone, you're subject to the death penalty. But if in the middle of a fight, a man hits a woman who's pregnant and calls her a miscarry, he's not subject to the death penalty. Because the thing inside her is a golem, not a person, right? So the rabbis are actually very clear about what's a person, what's not. For them, unborn people, right, unborn entities are golems, not people. That's why there's no death penalty case in that matter. Which is something I think is weird. I don't know why more fundamentalist Christians and people don't really. Yeah, they're all about reading the Bible, read the damn thing. Yeah, be about it. Don't talk about it. Be about it. Read the damn thing. So anyway, the golem, right, is how this idea came about, right? Because if God can make things and I can make things, well, I can use speech to make things too, and the golem becomes the quintessential legend for this thing. You probably heard the golem of Prague. Just as a myth-busting thing to ruin your night, the Golem of Prague was invented by a 19th century German writer, non-Jewish German writer, and ascribed the whole idea to the Maharal of Prague. The Maharal of Prague never made a golem. There was no golem legends prior to the 19th century in Prague. Now, don't go shouting that very loudly if you go to Prague, because they'll throw you out of the window. That's, Prague hospitality. Because they make a lot of money on tourism, on the whole golem thing. But the Maharal of Prague never made a golem, never was interested in golems. If you read the Maharal of Prague's actual writings, he would have been very opposed to things like that. He was a pretty 10 and 2 by the book kind of legalist, actually. So that entire legend is in some ways by whole cloth. Although the Golem movie is very important, what's also interesting about the Golem movie, I'll just mention here just briefly, is that the Golem movie as we have it is actually a prequel. It's a prequel. The original Golem movie and the sequel have both been lost. They're lost movies, sadly. So if you ever go see the Golem movie that we have is a prequel to a movie that's been lost. And the sequel, which we also know was made, has also been lost due to two of these movies that, a lot of, as you may know, a lot of film back in the day was printed on things like nitrocellulose or whatever, like really, really combustible film. And, even a spark could burn the whole thing down. And so a lot of these movies were lost. So if you ever see the Golem, just know that you're watching a prequel to a movie that was very popular that has been lost now. The invention of an artificial humanoid. And further, the last thing I'll say about Sefer Yetzirah is that dozens of commentaries on this little book have been written in the centuries since it's been written. Sefer Yetzirah is probably the single most commented book after the Bible and the I should be careful what I say about that. There are dozens of commentaries, I will say that, on Sefer Yetzirah, and the Standard Edition has at least 12 commentaries attached to it. And so the Sefer Yetzirah in the traditional Jewish world is a highly, highly, highly commented upon book, and it is, in fact, to this day, I think let's say it is a canonical book of Jewish scripture. As we get into Europe, in the eye of the world, the Ashkenaz, and we're going a little over tonight, but I think it's okay. I won't try to go too far over. As we get into Europe, we get into the world of the Ashkenaz. As we've been in the Middle East for a while, right? We've been in ancient Israel, ancient Palestine, we've been in ancient Egypt, we've been in ancient Mesopotamia. The focus begins to shift beginning in the period of the 10th and 11th centuries. That has a lot to do with what's going on in the Middle East with things like the Mongol invasions and some kind of crackdowns, at least at some level, in terms of things get a little stricter in the Islamic world. And so the intellectual centers begin to shift to traditional Jewish parts of the world in Europe, Ashkenaz being one of them. Now, people have these bizarre ideas that all of European Jews are descendants of Khazars that converted in the 9th century or something, and that all European Jews are not really Jews. There's all these kind of bizarre anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Jews have been in Europe for thousands of years, right? Because Jews have been traveling with the Romans the entire time, and wherever the Romans established trade places, Jews went. Like lots of people went. Greeks went, right? People forget, that, Massalia, Marseille, on the very south coast of France, was a Greek colony, right? Set there to do trade. So trade and movement of populations happened all through the Roman world. People forget that one of the capitals of the Roman Empire was Trier in Germany, right? That blows people's minds, but Constantine the Great was born in Trier, in what is now Germany, this birthplace of Karl Marx, of all people. So Jews have been in Europe for centuries. Now, what goes online, right, is that beginning in this period, right, Jews come to the forefront of learning other kinds of things, not just trade. And in Ashkenaz, around the turn of the millennium, maybe a couple hundred years after the turn of the millennium of 1000 Common Era, we have a very weird esoteric theology developed that is called the unique cherub circle. And the unique cherub circle introduced the idea that God and the world can't be directly connected. Why? Well, it's simple philosophy. If God is infinite and the world is finite, then the distance between the infinite and the finite is always going to be infinite. That's a theological problem. So what do? You need something to link the world. You need a bridge, something that's quasi-finite, and something that's kind of finite, like quasi-infinite. And what they introduced was the idea of Ha'atzalah, right? Ha'atzalah, that God flows out of God's self, and somehow the flowing out of God's self bridges the gap between the infinite God and the finite world. And the thing that bridges the gap for this group of people was a thing called the unique cherub, right? The cherub is a kind of angel, as you probably know. And this unique cherub bore the glory of God. That God's glory had a hidden inner glory, right? It's like imagine the inside of the sun, right? The inside of the sun is full of like energy and intensity, but we never see it. What do we see of the sun? We see the outside layer, right? We see the outer glory. And the outer glory, right, of God, the outer kavod, flows out and becomes a kind of special angel, a unique cherub. And that special angel is an atzalah, is an emanation of flowing out of God, right? And that bridges the gap between the infinite and the finite with the unique cherub in the middle. Now, we don't know much about this group, right? This is a very strange group of rabbis there in Ashkenaz, in Germany, and we're still doing research about it. But it seems like they've been introduced to the idea of Neoplatonism, and we'll talk about Neoplatonism next time, right? We'll talk about it later. Now, what ends up happening is that infused with this idea of Ha'atzalah, of emanation, the Sefer Yetzirah gets fused to it. So the idea is, well, it can't just be one thing, right? Maybe it's 10. Maybe there are 10 things standing between the infinite, utter transcendent God and us. And maybe between those things, there are 10 things. Because Sefer Yetzirah says there are 10. 10 Sephirot Belimah, right? So maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. Maybe the ladder has 10 rungs. And that idea of the ladder having 10 rungs is taken up in the first Kabbalistic text in history, the Sefer Bahir. This is from the first text of Kabbalah. If you want to start studying Kabbalah, this is the text you start with, the Sefer Bahir. This is the first version. So here on the left-hand side. This is a midrash, right? Midrashim are texts in which the Bible is used as a stepping stone, or diving board, better, right? To riff, right? Like, folks who like jazz, right? If you like jazz, right? One of the things that, go to a jazz show, right? Coltrane might start a riff, right? And then Monk might pick up, right? The drums. And then someone else is going to pick up, right? And then they're going to riff. They're going to riff, and they're going to riff, and they're going to variation of theme, right? If you want to think about what Midrash is Jewish jazz. It's taking a riff and going with it, right? Commenting on origins, weird stuff, strange ideas. Don't think it that way, right? It's riffing, right? It's improvisation on these ideas. Midrash is Jewish jazz.